Lu Rui strides forward with a worried face and pulls Chi-Yi's hand. She scanned around and saw that there was nothing wrong with Ji-yi, so the stone in her heart fell to the ground.
Sister Ruya, why are you here? Kai-Yi looked over in surprise. Lu Ruya strode forward and grabbed Kai-Yi's hand with a worried look on her face. She glanced around Kai-Yi and was relieved to see that he was fine. When the people around saw Lu Ruya in person, they were all stunned in surprise. At the same time, people around began to whisper. Now the company created by the Ji-Yu gang is going public, and there have been a lot of reports about it. So everyone naturally recognized Lu Ruya. But they never expected that Lu Ruya would appear like this. And, all for a small minion. Everyone looked at each other immediately. Could it be that Kai-Yi had an unusual background? Even Brother Dao was stunned. He looked at Lu Ruya and the bodyguard behind him in surprise, and said stumblingly, "Lu, President Lu." Hearing this, Lu Ruya also looked over coldly. "Did you call all these people here?" Lu Ruya looked at him with frosty eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. The suppressive aura made Brother Dao speechless for a moment. At the same time, he did not expect that this young man named Kai-Yi had such a powerful background. Looking at the group of people behind him preparing to leave, Dao Jie was about to defend himself when he felt a sharp pain from below. Although Lu Ruya was not wearing high heels today, the force of that kick was still quite strong. When Kai-Yi plotted against Daong yesterday, he didn't realize it. But now that he saw Lu Ruya taking action with his own eyes, Kai-Yi felt somewhat sympathetic towards Brother Dao. The miserable cries echoed throughout the alley, and those who were more discerning had already started to prepare to sneak away. Brother Dao's eyes widened, and instantly became bloodshot. Just now he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up, and now he was in so much pain that he wanted to faint, and he couldn't speak at all. The most important thing is that he didn't expect that after he escaped a disaster, another big wave came. "Kai-Yi, let's go Shao Si, you handle it and warn them." Having said this in a cold voice, Lu Ruya took Kai-Yi's hand and strode away. Hearing this, the people surrounding him suddenly panicked. No, they haven't even had time to do anything yet and now the revenge is coming. Just like that, Lu Ruya took Kai-Yi directly back to the car. After getting in the car, Lu Ruya sat there with a sullen face, not moving or saying a word. Kai-Yi raised his eyelids slightly and looked towards Lu Ruya. "Sister Ruya, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ruya subconsciously turned her head and looked at Kai-Yi. She wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she said nothing. "Are you angry?" Seeing this, Kai-Yi didn't waste any more time and leaned forward to hold Lu Rui's waist, then buried his head in her neck with a look of grievance. "Sister Ruya, are you angry with me?" Hearing Kai-Yi's aggrieved voice, the anger in Lu Rui's heart had disappeared completely. The most important thing is that she was not angry with Kai-Yi. Instead, he was angry at those people who were so ignorant of their own danger that they actually wanted to block Kai-Yi. "No, I'm not angry with you anyway." Lu Ruya raised her hand, patted Kai-Yi on the back, and explained softly. Kai-Yi secretly curled his lips, "But Sister Ruya, why did you suddenly appear here?" As he spoke, Kai-Yi raised his head and looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Rui's body froze for a moment, and then she quickly explained, "I just suddenly remembered that there was something I forgot to check, so I thought I would come back to check it out, but I didn't expect to see your car." This reason is somewhat far-fetched, but what else can Kai-Yi do? Of course I chose to believe her. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Kai-Yi rubbed Lu Rui's neck, and then he rested his head on her neck and looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya lowered her head slightly and could see Kai-Yi looking at her. In the dim carriage, an ambiguous atmosphere suddenly spread. Lu Ruya even had an impulse to kiss him actively. Just when Lu Ruya was about to kiss him, there was a sound of knocking on the glass. Lu Ruya subconsciously looked back and saw that it was the driver returning. Because the car is covered with anti-peep film, no one outside can see inside. However, cautious drivers still choose to give a reminder before entering. Kai-Yi saw that Lu Ruya was about to lower her head and move closer, but he didn't expect that she would just leave happily. Looking at Lu Ruya sitting down pretending to be calm, he wanted to say something. Kai-Yi narrowed his narrow eyes slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The next second, he reached out and clasped his hands. He touched the back of Lu Rui's head, then applied a little force, forcing her to lower her head. Then, Kai-Yi raised his head and firmly grasped Lu Ruya. The sound of tisk tisk suddenly rang out in the empty carriage. Even Lu Ruya, the person involved, blushed with embarrassment when she heard the sound. However, she did not expect that Kai Yi would kiss her so suddenly and with such a fierce attack. Well, Kai Yi. At this moment, she just felt soft all over. Even though she acted very sober over the years, she was also very clear in her heart. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I will be completely defeated. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a smile on his face, her face flushed and eyes moist. I have to say that Lu Ruya is very attractive at this moment, but unfortunately, the environment is somewhat bad. After a while, Kai Yi let go of Lu Ruya. At this time, Lu Ruya snuggled in Kai Yi's arms, feeling exhausted. She panted with her moist red lips slightly open, and the white breasts on her chest kept rising and falling. She looked at Kai Yi with resentment, but in the end Lu Ruya didn't say anything. After all, she was so immersed and enjoying it just now. It's getting late, Sister Ruya, I should go now. After saying that, Kai Yi lowered his head and left a kiss on her forehead, then opened the car door and walked out. The warm embrace disappeared, the surroundings became cold, and Lu Ruya felt very empty at the same time. She subconsciously raised her hand to look for Kai Yi, but he had already opened the door and walked out. The two of them were so affectionate just now, but now they are so far apart. The huge sense of gap made Lu Ruya almost unbearable. Kai Yi smiled and waved at Lu Ruya in the car, then rode away on his electric scooter. Seeing this, the driver dared to get into the car. Looking at Kai Yi going away in front, he asked cautiously, Sister, do you still need to follow me? Lu Ruya frowned tightly, no need. Seeing that something was wrong with Lu Ruya, the driver hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Sister, are you okay? If you feel unwell, you can go to the hospital. Hearing this, Lu Ruya looked over with cold eyes. The driver's body froze for a moment, then he quickly lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I overstepped my bounds. Lu Ruya replied lazily, raised her hand and rubbed her brows, then said, let's go back. Good. When the car passed the intersection ahead, Lu Ruya subconsciously looked up at the intersection. Seeing the familiar figure flash by, Lu Ruya fell into deep thought. To be honest, Lu Ruya knew Kai Yi's skills the first time. She knew that Kai Yi must be quite skilled, but seeing him walk into the alley, Lu Ruya still felt somewhat anxious. So after finding Kai Yi, Lu Ruya was somewhat out of control. Although I have come forward to support Kai Yi today. But just like the name of the Wild Wolf Gang, the people in it are all crazy. There is no guarantee that no one will attack Kai Yi again in the future. However, she was also worried about leaving Kai Yi at the warehouse dock. After thinking for a while, Lu Ruya prepared to find a reason to transfer Kai Yi to her side. At the same time, Lu Ruya closed her beautiful eyes slightly and slowly placed her hand on her heart. She also understood that her feelings towards Kai Yi were different. So, she also longed to be with Kai Yi. Especially today. After several stimulations, Lu Ruya's longing for Kai Yi became deeper and deeper. Therefore, Lu Ruya was also prepared at this time to put Kai Yi by her side, train him well, and make him loyal to her. Over there, Kai Yi rode his electric scooter leisurely back home. He did get off the bike today because he saw Lu Ruya's bike behind him. So, everything that happened today was deliberately seen by Lu Ruya. He also thought that Lu Ruya might transfer him to her side. However, Kai Yi would never have thought that while he was plotting against Lu Ruya was already preparing to plot against him. However, even if Kai Yi knew, he wouldn't have any thoughts. After all, in this kind of thing, the person with higher skills will ultimately win. Although she wanted to teach herself, but in the end, who knows who will teach whom? Kai Yi returned to the imperial court leisurely. Just walked in, Kai Yi. Then he saw Wahyudi sitting alone in the living room, with an expression on her face as if she wanted to say something but didn't. What's wrong? Kai Yi walked up to Wahyudi with a smile, and then asked softly, did something happen? If there is anything, just tell me. Wahyudi was sitting there a little stiffly, but after hearing Kai Yi's words, her tense body gradually relaxed. Kai Yi venomous snake came to chat with me today, she said slowly. And then, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. This sentence was also within Kai Yi's expectations. Butterfly sat there, her hands on her knees, clenched and unclenched nervously. Then I told him about the monkey. After saying that, Wahyudi quickly turned her head nervously and looked at Kai Yi. She looked at Kai Yi with full eyes, afraid that he would be angry. However, after she waited patiently for a long time, she found that Kai Yi still had no expression on his face. However, this did not make Wahyudi feel relieved, but made her even more nervous. She frowned slightly, raised her brows, and held Kai Yi's hand tightly. Kai Yi, I'm sorry, I was confused at the time and forgot to tell you, so I told Viper directly. In fact, Kai Yi was not angry. After all of this was within Kai Yi's expectations. Fine. Seeing Wahyudi's nervous expression, Kai Yi comforted her and then raised his hand to rub her head. Then can you tell me what Viper said after all? I'm afraid the boss. Kai Yi didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. Even if the boss finds out, he will definitely not let him go. Don't worry Kai Yi, I have already told Poison Snake. Don't let the boss know. If the boss knows, I won't sit there and wait for death if anything happens to you, Butterfly quickly assured. With Wahyudi's words, Kai Yi felt completely relieved. After all, their personalities are similar, so the venomous snake will still listen to the butterfly. Then, Wahyudi took out her cell phone and showed it to Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked at the chat history between the two. Obviously, Viper was very surprised that Yihan had killed the monkey. But it's just intention. Besides, he didn't say anything. Maybe he felt sad, but he didn't say it. After all, he only owes his loyalty to the strong. Butterfly told Viper clearly that this time Kai Yi was willing to go undercover in the Guhua gang just to test Yihan's attitude. However, the poisonous snake over there hesitated for a long time and then advised the butterfly not to meddle in other people's business. After all, in his eyes, he really didn't understand. Isn't it right to be loyal to the strong? As long as they follow the strong ones honestly, they will not encounter any accidents. But his idea was quickly shattered by the butterfly. After all, if that were the case, Monkey would not have died, Kai Yi would not have joined the Guhua gang, and Kang Ying would not have had to work 3 jobs a day because he had no money to pay for his father's surgery. Then Wahyudi threatened him not to tell Yihan. Seeing that Douche had given his assurance, Kai Yi felt relieved. After reading the chat records, Kai Yi realized that after Butterfly stopped accepting missions frequently, most of the remaining tasks were given to Douche. It has to be said that the venomous snake and the butterfly are indeed Yihan's powerful helpers. Not only are they strong in terms of strength, but they will also ensure that they are 100% selfless and ruthless when carrying out their missions. Kai Yi rubbed Wahyudi's head and then returned the phone to her. It's okay, don't worry. Since Viper has agreed, he will definitely not say anything nonsense. As for me, I will be fine too. Wahyudi hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward and hugged Kai Yi. What should I do, Kai Yi? I suddenly feel that what happened between us was so unreal. I feel that the boss is a fake person, but it's so strange. Why was I so stupid to be willing to do it before? She hugged Kai Yi tightly, saying helplessly. Kai Yi gently patted Wahyudi on the back and wanted to tell her that it was only because of the male lead's halo before. And now, it was because I made them wake up. Maybe we used to think we had a very good relationship with Yihan. Kai Yi said helplessly. Wahyudi remained silent, but she had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. They thought they were very close to Yihan and that Yihan was like a family member to them. But I didn't expect that in the face of absolute interests, some feelings are futile. Ding ding, the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 200 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi felt happy. However, even if the system did not prompt Kai Yi, he has now confirmed that Wahyudi is one of his. After all, before we talk about it, in the chat records, Butterfly had already clearly warned the Viper. If Yihan knew about this matter and it really endangered her, she would not let it go. Brother Yi, you're back. Just as the two were hugging each other affectionately, Yiruru's excited voice was heard from outside. When she heard the noise, Butterfly acted as if she had been electrocuted and quickly retreated from Kai Yi's arms. Seeing this, Kai Yi looked at Wahyudi with some amusement, but didn't say anything. When Yiruru saw Kai Yi's car parked at the door, she walked in quickly with excitement. As soon as she stepped into the door, Yiruru saw 2 people sitting close together on the sofa. Seeing this, not only did Yiruru's eyes flash, but the smile on her lips also turned bitter. Ruru, you're back. Kai Yi turned his head to look at Yiruru and said with a smile, why are you back so late today? Yuroro came back to her senses immediately, then smiled and quickly walked to Kaiyi's side and sat down. She frowned delicately and pouted her pink lips slightly. I can't help it. I was about to leave after get off work, but I didn't expect to be stopped and asked to stay and work overtime. Kaiyi thought for a moment. Your leader is that Joe Mei, right? After hearing Kaiyi's words, Yuroro immediately shut her mouth. I originally planned not to mention Joe Mei or work. Oops, I couldn't help it. Thinking of this, Yuroro raised her head slightly and looked at Kaiyi. Yes, that's her. As she spoke, Yuroro paid attention to Kaiyi's expression. Before, Joe Mei's attitude towards Yuroro was different from that of others. Since she couldn't see Kaiyi anymore, Joe Mei seemed to have decided that Yuroro deliberately prevented her from seeing Kaiyi. Whenever they met or did anything, she would secretly mock him. It was even said that the cars Yuroro used to commute to get off work were all bought by rich second generations. Yuroro was so angry that she had been driving I drive a relatively low-key car to and from get off work, and I don't even allow butterflies to follow me. Brother Yi, how come you still remember her? Yuroro said with a complaining tone. Kaiyi looked at Yuroro with amusement. You know, I have a good memory. What's wrong, did she embarrass you again? The butterfly also looked over curiously. Because she had also met this woman. Some time ago, when she went to pick up Yuroro from get off work, she parked the car on the side of the road, and it was a woman named Joe Mei who knocked on the window. At that time, the woman also asked where Kaiyi had gone. However, Butterfly was very alert at the time and simply shook her head and said she didn't know. After telling Yuroro about this matter, she found out that Joe Mei was her leader. Yuroro was struggling over whether or not to tell it. After all, she really didn't want Kaiyi to think of that woman. It's just that she does give me some trouble normally. After all, after not being able to see Kaiyi, Joe Mei took out all her resentment on Yuroro. Kaiyi frowned. Didn't you report this to your brother? I just don't want my brother to know, Yuroro said a little embarrassedly. After all, she is an adult now, and she doesn't want to rely on her brother after graduating and working. Kaiyi said helplessly, this is not a small matter. Before, you had to work more every day, and now you have to work overtime every day. If you accumulate it later, won't you suffer a lot? Listening to Kaiyi's analysis, even Butterfly beside him nodded in agreement. Yuroro followed Kaiyi's words and thought about it, and then she found that what Kaiyi said was indeed very reasonable. She pursed her lips in distress, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't utter it. She just tilted her head slightly and looked at Kaiyi helplessly. Kaiyi looked at Yuroro blinking her big eyes at him and felt a little amused. Weren't you a little witch before? Why are you so obedient now that people are targeting you? Yuroro said helplessly. Didn't my mother tell me not to go against my boss at work? She also told me to listen to my boss and not cause trouble for others. Besides, it's our own company, so it's better to work hard. After hearing what Yuroro said, Kaiyi couldn't help but laughed out loud. So you became so obedient because of these few words? Yuroro nodded sullenly, then fell back onto the back of the sofa. I really don't want to go to work now. I'm really tired after work. As she spoke, Yuroro couldn't help but sigh again. Ruru, if you change jobs, you won't be so obedient. Wahyudi had some new ideas and asked directly. Yuroro nodded. If this were any other company, I would have been unable to bear it. So, why do you want to suffer injustice in your own company? Although Aunt Yi also told you not to cause trouble to the leader, she didn't say that you should suffer injustice. Besides, Joe Mei is not your real leader. To put it bluntly, your real leader is your brother. Kaiyi said slowly. After hearing Kaiyi's words, Yuroro took a long time to react. But I have to say, after reacting for a while, Yuroro did feel that what Kaiyi said made a lot of sense. Besides, the workload she gave you was all other people's work. If she asked you to complete it, others would slack off and your salary would be wasted. Seeing that Yuroro miraculously understood Yi Wenwan's words, Kaiyi also explained some truths to Yuroro from a new perspective. After hearing these words, Yuroro seemed to have a sudden realization. She clapped her hands and said, Brother Yi, you are absolutely right. Not only that, Ruro, you also said that this is your company, so you have to keep a close eye on Joe Mei. She gives you the workload, and she leaves work early every day, you see. Hearing this, Yuroro narrowed her eyes. I'll take a good look tomorrow. Seeing the girl in front of him suddenly become energetic and proud, Kai felt even more amused and helpless. The next day, Kai prepared for work as usual. Along the way, he was humming a little tune happily in his heart. It was not because of anything else, but because he looked at his stock market yesterday, and it was showing a good upward trend. When I think of that huge sum of money, I feel so. In fact, Kai had seen this before, and he said that even if the stock market went up, the money earned would be small. After all, that's just the amount you invested. Do you expect to make a lot of money? But Kai is different. Kai dares to play big, so he earns a lot of money. When Kai arrived at the company and was about to go to work, he heard Gao Li calling him. Kai, come here. Gao Li stood in the lounge and waved at Kai. Kai responded, put the things down, turned around and walked forward. However, behind him, Zhou Li's resentful look was very obvious. What's wrong, brother Gao? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? After walking in, Kai looked at Gao Li in confusion. Gao Li pondered for a while, and finally spoke. It's like this, as you know, this is a critical period for the company to go public. Kai nodded after hearing this. Of course I know this. If Kai heard this from another company, he would definitely think that the other party wanted to fire him. But when Kai heard this from Lu Rai's company, he just felt that he was going to be promoted. Sure enough, Gao Li mentioned Lu Ruya in the next sentence. Mr. Lu called me yesterday and told me about the situation. He said he wanted to borrow you for a while. Lend me for a period of time. Kai looked at Gao Li suspiciously. He didn't expect that Lu Ruya would come up with this excuse. Seeing Kai looking at him suspiciously, even if Gao Lipan was good at speaking, he couldn't help feeling guilty. After all, being looked at by Kai's eyes, he might even have an illusion. That means Kai saw through him. Ahem. Yeah, Gao Li turned around guiltily and pretended to organize documents. That's right, the situation has been special recently. Our boss has been in the hospital, so people are uneasy. You have also seen the situation in our warehouse, but the situation around Boss Lu is not much better. Gao Li felt that what he said now made a lot of sense, so he turned around again. So everyone knows that you are good at fighting. Ms. Lu also wants to borrow you for a while and wants you to be her bodyguard for a while. Of course, the reward will not be bad for you. The price is definitely higher than ours, 40,000 a month. To be honest, even Gao Li was very envious when he heard the salary. Although this amount of money is nothing to those rich people. But for ordinary workers like them, this money is really generous. Bodyguard, let me think about it. Kai pretended to be in a very difficult situation. After all, although he wanted to go, he couldn't show it too obviously, right? Seeing Kai hesitated, Gao Li was worried. Hey, Kai, after all, you also know Ms. Lu, right? It's really hard for her as a woman. You can take care of her when you go there, right? In order to get Kai to agree, Gao Li had to try every possible way to convince him. However, Gao Li felt very reluctant to say these words. After all, he had seen Lu Rai's skills and ruthlessness. Brother Gao, what you said makes a lot of sense. The steps were already there, and Kai nodded slowly. Seeing this, Gao Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just complete the task successfully, that's all. Okay, then you wait for my news. I will report to President Lu right away. Gao Li couldn't help but smile, took out his mobile phone and started contacting Lu Ruya. Kai nodded. Okay, brother Gao, you guys continue chatting. I'll go out and do some work for a while. Just tell me what the next plan is. After saying that, Kai turned around, opened the door and walked out. Seeing the situation outside, Kai silently closed the door of the lounge and narrowed his eyes unhappily. He slowly walked behind Zhou Li, suddenly raised his hand and patted Zhou Li on the shoulder. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Zhou Li was startled by the sudden voice behind him. Zhou Li didn't expect Kai to come back suddenly, so he felt a chill on his back and couldn't hold the object in his hand firmly. Seeing this, Kai quickly reached out to take his own phone, but the other phone was not so lucky. It fell directly to the ground with the screen shattered. My cell phone. Hearing the sound of the phone breaking, Zhou Li let out a wail, then quickly bent down to pick up the phone. Kai glanced at his phone. Then he looked at the data cable connecting the two mobile phones. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Kai snorted coldly and asked in a low voice. Zhou Li was squatting there holding his cell phone, and his body suddenly stiffened. He stood up, laughed twice, and then said, I heard that mobile phones can charge mobile phones, so I bought a data cable to try it out. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so curious. Kai Yi took a step forward and fanned Zhou Li in the face with his cell phone. Zhou Li felt pain and his face suddenly became ferocious, but he still gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. He knew that at this moment, the person he could not afford to offend was Kai Yi. Besides, it would not be good if other people knew about this, so it is better to get over it quickly. We are not fools, in fact his actions are very obvious. Seeing that Zhou Li was holding back and not saying anything, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, but was not polite to him at all. The force of his hands increased, and Kai Yi looked at Zhou Li with amusement, so this is your reason for touching my phone casually. Yes, I'm sorry, brother Yi, I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Zhou Li clenched his fists tightly and endured it. Kai Yi glanced at Zhou Li's phone, whose screen and body were separated, sneered and warned, if I see you touching my phone again, it won't be so simple. These words made Zhou Li feel relieved immediately, and then he nodded repeatedly. I understand, brother Yi. Don't worry, I will never do this again, he quickly assured, but in his heart he was mocking Kai Yi for being an idiot. As expected, he didn't understand anything and just let him go. Thinking of this, Zhou Li suddenly felt ecstatic. After he made the promise, Kai Yi ignored him and turned around to do his own things. Zhou Li quickly walked aside with his mobile phone. Fortunately only the screen was broken. It should still be usable after repair. Most importantly, the data just received must still be there. Thinking of this, Zhou Li suddenly no longer felt sorry for the Apple phone in his hand. After all, if he hooked up with Lu Ruya, what's the use of a small cell phone? He just didn't believe that Lu Ruya wouldn't be attracted to this young hunk. Zhou Li on this side was happily thinking about his future, while Kai Yi on the other side operated his phone for a few times and then threw it away again. Xiao Zhou, stop daydreaming and come to work quickly. Kai Yi shouted. Hey, okay, I'll be right there. Zhou Li quickly responded, then carefully put his mobile phone into his backpack and turned to work. Kai Yi looked at Zhou Li's action with a sneer. If you look closely, you can clearly see the sarcasm in his eyes. He said he had to work, but there wasn't much work today, so Kai Yi went aside to chat with Fatty Li, leaving Zhou Li alone to work hard. Zhou Li did not complain, but most importantly, he did not dare to say anything. Not daring to offend Kai Yi is one thing, but being afraid that Kai Yi would suspect what happened just now is another. Kai Yi. At this moment, Gao Li slowly walked out of the lounge with a smile on his face. Gao Li always smiles, so this expression naturally aroused the curiosity of people around him. Brother Gao, did you win the lottery? Even Fatty Li looked at Gao Li curiously. Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? If I won the lottery, I can't let you know. Gao Li waved his hand unhappily. But this is also a happy thing for Gao Li. Although they borrowed the capable Kai Yi, Lu Ruya also allocated a sum of money to their company, which was enough to recruit several people. Seeing Gao Li looking at Kai Yi happily all the time, Zhou Li immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, Gao Li walked up to Kai Yi and said, Kai Yi, Mr. Lu said someone will come to pick you up in a while, you should get ready quickly. What do you mean? Zhou Li was standing aside and was stunned after hearing Gao Li's words. He pointed at Kai Yi with wide eyes, then said in disbelief, Boss Lu said he would come to pick up brother Yi. Why? Zhou Li's surprise was so obvious that his voice became louder. Why are you so surprised? President Lu said in person that she wants to call Kai Yi to be her bodyguard for a while. Hearing this, Zhou Li's jealousy suddenly rose. Why? After saying this, Zhou Li probably felt that what he said was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly shut his mouth, but the expression on his face was still unconvinced. Xiao Zhou, you seem to be very jealous of me, Kai Yi said slowly. If it were normal, Zhou Li would definitely shake his head and say no. But now, he felt very unbalanced, so after hearing Kai Yi's words, he just stood there with his lips tightly pursed and didn't say anything. Gao Li frowned tightly. Xiao Zhou, what's your attitude? Kai Yi is skilled, so he was borrowed by Mr. Lu to take over as a bodyguard for a while. Yes. No matter how slow Fatty Li was, he could tell something was wrong. He looked at Zhou Li and said, Xiao Zhou, if you think you are good, you can compete with Kai Yi. Yes, Xiao Zhou, How about we have a competition? Kai Yi looked at him with a smile. This time Jolie shut up completely. After all, he had seen Kai Yi's skills with his own eyes. Seeing that Jolie was completely silent, the others were too lazy to pay attention to him. Kai Yi looked at Gao Li. Brother Gao, did President Liu just finish talking to you? Gao Li nodded, still smiling. Yes, hurry up and pack your things. After all, Kai Yi has only been here for a few days. Not only did he make a lot of money for himself from Daeong in the past 2 days, but now he is also indirectly attracting investment for himself from President Liu. So now the more Gao Li looks at Kai Yi, the more he feels that he is a lucky star. Then I'll go talk to Ms. Liu again, and ask her not to bother sending someone to pick me up. I have to ride my electric scooter. Kai Yi pointed to the electric scooter at the door. Oh, look at my brain. Gao Li slapped his head. I forgot you have a car. It's okay, I'll just tell Mr. Liu. Kai Yi said as he walked over with his phone. However, Kai Yi did not have Liu Rai's phone number, but he had her WeChat contact information. The top floor of Guhua Group. In the silent meeting room, the VX ringtone suddenly rang. Looking at Liu Ruya sitting at the front with a sullen face, everyone quickly lowered their heads and looked at their phones. Seeing that the ringtone was not from their own cell phone, everyone was relieved. Breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's what they said. They had clearly muted themselves before coming to the meeting. Thinking of this, those people looked up one after another, wanting to see which unlucky guy had not turned on the mute function when President Liu was in the meeting. However, after everyone looked around, they all saw confused looks. However, after a while, the VX ringtone was still ringing. Everyone then looked over when they heard the voice, and saw Liu Ruya frowning slightly, and picked up her phone with a confused look. At this point everyone held their breath and quickly put away their looks and expressions of watching a good show. Liu Ruya picked up her cell phone, and when she saw who was calling, her frown immediately relaxed. She stood up and waved her hand casually. You guys go ahead and have the meeting. I'll go get a call. Having said that, Liu Ruya turned around and walked out of the meeting room. After seeing the door of the conference room closed, everyone couldn't help but start whispering. No, it was Mr. Liu's phone that rang just now. Is this what you're focusing on? I'm curious, who made the call that allowed CEO Liu to answer it during a meeting? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all, even when Wang Weilong, their boss, called Liu Ruya before, he would be hung up without mercy. Is the situation different now? The boss is in the hospital after all, so it was Boss Liu who answered the phone this time. Everyone thought what this man said made a lot of sense and nodded quickly. Someone even joked, if it wasn't the boss, could it be some pretty boy who called Mr. Liu? Everyone burst into laughter. After all, they also knew that over the years, many people wanted to please Liu Ruya and kept sending young handsome men to her. However, not only were those people rejected one by one, but they also did not receive a favorable response from Liu Ruya afterwards. Since then, no one dared to do such a thing. Alright, are you here for a meeting or to gossip? Just when everyone was chatting happily, an angry male voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, the conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and no one spoke. Who doesn't know that Mr. Wei is a little fan of Mr. Liu? Everyone who has been in the company for a long time knows that President Wei has actually liked President Liu for many years. However, Mr. Liu has not responded to this. Not only that, but people also say that Mr. Liu is a family man, so no matter how much he likes someone, he should be more restrained. But President Wei did not do that. Especially during this period when Wang Weilong was hospitalized, he became even more arrogant, which made everyone somewhat puzzled. Wei Zong looked at Liu Ruya who walked out of the door with a meaningful look. After all, the expression that appeared on Liu Rai's face just now was something he had never seen before. This made Wei Zong alert. The oldest men in the company, the elders of the Guhua gang, actually all knew that Liu Ruya and Wang Weilong were just pretending to be a couple. So many times, when they saw Wang Weilong using his status to show off, they were quite disdainful. And Wei Zong never took Wang Weilong seriously. Liu Ruya, who was outside the door, just walked out of the door with her cell phone in her hand and couldn't wait to answer the call. After taking a look around, Liu Ruya walked straight into the corridor. Hello, Kai Yi, Liu Ruya greeted with a smile. Sister Ruya, brother Gao has already told me about it. Kai Yi's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, Liu Rai's tone became even happier. I will finish the meeting in a moment. When you arrive, go to my office and wait for me," she said with a smile. Kai could naturally hear the happy tone in Lu Rai's voice. "Wait a minute, Sister Ruya, there's something else I need. I'll go to your company to find you later. Don't bother the driver to pick me up." Lu Ruya frowned almost subconsciously. How can that be possible? Besides, I'm usually at work, and the driver doesn't have anything to do, so wouldn't it be a good idea to ask him to pick you up? Listening to Lu Rai's voice, Kai was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "No, Sister Ruya, have you forgotten I now ride my electric scooter to get off work? If I take a car to your company, what will happen to my electric scooter?" "Oh sorry, I forgot about that." Lu Ruya was only thinking about getting Kai to come to the company as soon as possible and had completely forgotten about the electric scooter. "It's okay. Remember to tell the driver. I can go there by myself later." "Okay, then you. Be careful on the road." "Okay, then Sister Ruyi, I'll hang up first." Until Kai hung up the phone, Lu Ruya still felt somewhat reluctant. But when she thought that she would be able to see Kai often soon, she couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. After a light cough, she called the driver and told him that Xiao Si didn't need to go to pick up Kai and should come back quickly. Although Xiao Si, who was halfway through his journey, was very helpless, he still had to listen to his boss. Lu Ruya walked back to the meeting room in a good mood, but the moment she opened the door of the meeting room, the smile on her face disappeared. Others might not have noticed the change in Lu Rai's expression, but Wei Zong saw it clearly. This also made him more alert. Who on earth called to make Lu Ruya so happy? Could it really be that kid Wang Weilong? Is he going to be discharged from the hospital? No, definitely not. The way he was, even if he was about to be discharged from the hospital, I'm afraid Lu Ruya wouldn't be able to laugh just by hearing his voice. Kai was not very clear about the situation over there. He packed up his things a bit and then greeted the people in the store happily. Seeing that Kai was about to leave, Fatty Li felt somewhat reluctant. "I don't know when Mr. Lu will be able to return." Kai smiled and shrugged, "I don't know about that either." Gao Li, who had some guesses in his mind, didn't say anything but just smiled. When walking out with the helmet in his arms, Kai specifically greeted Zhou Li. "Xiao Zhou, you must remember to work hard when I'm not around. By the way, remember to fix your cell phone." With that, Kai left with a smile. Behind him, Zhou Li tightly grasped the handle of the cart, his face flushed with anger. He originally wanted to obtain Kai's cell phone data so that he could hook up with Lu Ruya. But he never expected that just one day would pass and Kai would go to Lu Ruya. No matter what Zhou Li's expression was behind him, it couldn't hinder the fact that Kai was in a good mood. Turning around, he leisurely rode his electric scooter onto the road. Kai also leisurely bought 2 cups of milk tea, thinking that he would have 1 cup for himself and 1 for Lu Ruya later. That's it. So, Kai followed the address and soon arrived downstairs of Guhua Group. After parking the car on the side of the road, Kai looked up at the building. It was quite large. It seemed that Lu Ruya had indeed worked very hard over the years. Thinking of this, Kai took his milk tea and thought of putting the helmet under the chair. But at this moment, it still contains raincoats and the things that had just been sorted in the warehouse. Seeing that the helmet could not be put on, Kai didn't care. He went in holding the helmet and carrying the milk tea. Kai walked to the front desk and was about to ask which floor Lu Ruya was on when he heard the front desk staff say without even raising their heads, "Just put the express on the counter over there." As she spoke, the beautiful receptionist was still clicking her mouse without even looking up. Kai took a closer look and was surprised to see that they were playing landlord. "No, I'm not here to deliver takeaway," Kai said politely, knocking on the table. Hearing this, the beautiful receptionist subconsciously raised her head. When she looked at Kai's face, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and even a smile appeared on her face. But after seeing Kai holding a yellow helmet and 2 cups of milk tea, the surprise in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and turned into disdain, and even the smile on her face instantly dissipated. "Didn't I tell you the takeaway is on that table? Damn, it's wasting my time." After complaining to Kai in a bad mood, the woman glared at Kai and then lowered her head to continue playing games. Although Kai has a relatively good temper, he doesn't want to indulge someone who looks down on others. "Didn't you hear me? I said I wasn't here to deliver food," he said coldly. I give up, I lose. The woman threw the mouse away, then glared at Kai Yi, stood up and scolded, "No, are you sick? Why are you yelling? Do you have any manners?" Who was yelling? Kai Yi was standing at the front desk, looking at the woman with a ferocious face. He was suddenly so angry that he laughed. It was obviously you who was yelling without manners, but I understand you. After all, I see that your ears are not very good. Kai Yi was telling the truth. There were quite a few people coming and going in the lobby on the first floor. When the woman yelled, everyone couldn't help but look over. It was quite boring when I was at work. So when everyone saw the excitement here, they couldn't help but stop and look over. Seeing so many people looking at him, the receptionist felt more confident. She was so angry at Kai Yi's words that her face turned red. After all, as the receptionist of Guhua Group, no one dared to talk to her like that. "Humph, what's wrong with me just not wanting to bother with you? I told you to put the takeaway over there. Why are you pretending? Aren't you just a delivery man?" Kai Yi sneered. "Could it be that if I don't deliver food, I can't buy milk tea with my helmet?" The female receptionist thought Kai Yi was talking nonsense. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at Kai Yi with a haughty expression. "Okay, then tell me what you are here for." "I'm here to see your CEO Lu." Hearing this, the mocking expression on the front desk lady's face became even more obvious. After all, the Guhua Group is so big that although there are many employees and several people with the surname Lu, there is only one President Lu. She sneered out loud, and the sarcasm on her face became even more obvious. "Okay, then tell me, what time is your appointment?" At this time, not only the front desk actress had a sarcastic expression on her face, but even the onlookers around her began to talk about it to some extent. In fact, everyone more or less disliked this front desk, so they watched with pity at the beginning. After all, the female receptionist Qian Yorong often acts arrogantly towards others because of her good relationship with President Wei. But when they heard the young man in front of them say that he was here to see Mr. Lu, everyone began to become suspicious. "Now, your CEO Lu told me to go directly to her office when I arrive." Kai Yi was not panicked, nor did he look angry. He spoke slowly and leisurely. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Lu had a meeting this morning and didn't have any appointments until noon." Qian Yorong looked disdainful, raised her hands slightly and picked at her nails, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. "I didn't expect that this guy is so handsome, but his brain is not very good." Now, even the audience around couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that this young man thinks he is handsome and is trying to seduce Mr. Lu? After all, many people have done this before. Even some small stars have been here. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Let me call your CEO Lu and let him know. Kai Yi said as he took out his cell phone. This time, Qian Yorong really couldn't help laughing out loud. Still making a phone call? If you had Mr. Lu's phone number, would you still be standing here and not going up? She couldn't help but roll her eyes again, then directly called the security guard on the landline. "Security, come to the front desk, there's a madman here." Kai Yi frowned. He didn't want to beat up anyone from Lu Rai's company on his first day here. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Rai's gentle voice came at the same time. "Hello Kai Yi, are you here? I'll go down and pick you up." As soon as Lu Ruya finished speaking, Kai Yi saw the security guard walking slowly towards him from a distance. "Sister Ruya, if you don't come, I will be kicked out by the security guards." "Can I hit the security guards of your company?" "What? It's okay. If they go too far, just fight them." "Wait, I'll be down to pick you up soon." Having said that, Lu Ruya on the other end of the phone spoke in an anxious tone and hung up the phone in a hurry. Seeing what Kai Yi did, Qian Yorong couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I've seen many people who come to see Mr. Lu, but I've never seen someone as shameless and dramatic as you." As she spoke, Qian Yorong waved at the security guard over there. "Security, this is the man, get him out quickly." The people around him couldn't help but shake their heads when looking at Kai Yi, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. After all, I didn't expect that such a handsome guy would have such a bad brain. Thinking of this, everyone prepared to leave. "Young man, do you want to walk by yourself or do you want us to carry you out?" The security guard in front was obviously used to this kind of thing, so when he arrived, he did not take action directly. Instead, he looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Seeing that the security guard in front of him was quite kind, Kai Yi gave up the idea of taking action. After all, it's not easy for a worker. "Uncle, I'm really here to look for someone. She will be down soon." Kai Yi said while shaking the phone in his hand. However, although Kai Yi said this, the security guard didn't seem to believe what Kai Yi said. He goes up and down. He took a closer look at Kai Yi and felt that Kai Yi didn't seem to be a mentally ill person. Well, young man, we'll stay here with you for 2 minutes. If no one comes down, you'll have to go out by yourself, or we'll have to carry you out. Kai Yi smiled and nodded. I understand, don't worry, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Hearing Kai Yi say this, the security guard looked at Kai Yi and thought he was not a mentally ill person anymore. After all, this young man seems quite polite. Those little stars and businessmen who came before looked down on the security guards, but they were carried out by them in the end. No, what are you still talking about with him? Just carry him out. What's the difference between him and those pretty boys who came to see Mr. Lu before? Qian Yorong was somewhat annoyed when she saw that they actually started chatting. It's okay, just wait a while. Seeing this, the security guard quickly said in a friendly manner. No, old Wang, are you old and confused? Believe it or not, I will fire you and send you back home to farm, Qian Yorong said angrily. After these words were spoken, the people around began to talk about it again. After all, Qian Yorong's words were really too much, but there was nothing we could do and no one dared to say anything. Who said Qian Yorong really has a background? Who made her hook up with people? The security guard Lao Wang's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he became stiff all over. He looked at Qian Yorong somewhat helplessly, and then looked at Kai Yi with some embarrassment. At this time, the crowd on the other side couldn't help but start making noise. Some people who were about to leave turned around and walked to the elevator, and saw Lu Ruya hurriedly walking out of the special elevator. However, no one reminded Qian Yorong. After all, it was a good opportunity for President Lu to see how Qian Yorong usually acted as an accomplice to the evil. Who are you going to let go home and farm? I didn't know that you, a receptionist, are also responsible for the work of the Human Resources Department. A cold voice sounded, and the atmosphere around them suddenly froze, which also made the people around them stunned. Even Qian Yorong was stunned where she stood. She blinked her eyes, then turned in disbelief and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The crowd that gathered to watch the show consciously made way for the crowd. At this moment, who else could it be but Lu Ruya, who was walking slowly forward with a frosty face. Lu, Mr. Lu, Qian Yorong looked at Lu Ruya, who suddenly appeared in surprise, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Kai Yi also gave the security guard a reassuring look. Sister Ruya, you are here, Kai Yi said with a smile. Lu Ruya looked at Qian Yorong with a cold and meaningful look on her face, then walked to Kai Yi. And when she walked to Kai Yi's side, her expression suddenly softened. Why didn't you call me earlier? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Lu Ruya said in a worried tone. Seeing Lu Ruya like this, the people around her were suddenly dumbfounded. No, is this still the female devil in their company? Is this still the cold-blooded and ruthless President Lu? It's okay, Sister Ruyi. The security guy is a nice guy, but the front desk clerk. Lu Ruya looked at the receptionist coldly. Have you forgotten the basic etiquette of being a receptionist? You are so rude to people. Are you deliberately trying to discredit the company? No, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Rui's aura was so powerful that Qian Yorong didn't even dare to raise her head when standing in front of her. However, after hearing what she said, she still panicked. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I explained it to you, but you kept talking. You lost the game of landlord and now you blame me, Kai Yi added. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Qian Yorong broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Rui's brows furrowed even more tightly. Go to the HR department to handle the resignation procedures. Don't worry, if you are right, we will not reduce your compensation. N+1 will also be credited to your card. What? Upon hearing this, Qian Yorong's face turned pale instantly. Lu Rui's words made her freeze in place. She now has a leisurely job at the front desk, and thanks to President Wei, she secretly receives several times more salary than her colleagues every month. If she was fired now, she would still be at a loss if she was compensated N+1 based on her original salary. Boss Lu, please listen to my explanation. This is really just a misunderstanding. Qian Yorong looked around for help, wanting to see if there was anyone who could help her. However, the moment she looked over, the people around her immediately shifted their gazes away. Qian Yorong's bad reputation has long spread throughout the company. They would be stupid to plead for him. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not will be known after the HR department sees your resignation, but politeness is a big taboo. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I can't keep you. After hearing Lu Rui's words, Qian Yorong's heart completely turned cold. Without continuing to pay attention to Qian Yorong, Lu Rui looked at the security guard beside her. You have performed well, and you will receive an extra bonus this month. When Lao Wang heard this, he and the security guards behind him also showed joy on their faces. And now, Lu Rui directly and obviously showed her favoritism towards Kai Yi. The people around looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. After all, who is this man to Mr. Lu, and how could he pry Qian Yorong, a holdout? Hearing the whispers around her, Lu Rui turned her head and glanced around expressionlessly. In an instant, the people who were still standing there watching the show left one after another. Suddenly, the only people left in the hall were Kai Yi, Lu Rui, and Qian Yorong, who looked defeated. It was my negligence. I should have come down earlier to wait for you. Lu Rui looked at Kai Yi with some guilt. Kai Yi shook his head and said, "It's okay. I forgot to call you." The two of them walked towards the elevator while talking, not paying any attention to Qian Yorong who had red eyes behind them. After seeing the two people taking the elevator up, she took out her cell phone and quickly made a call. As soon as the call was connected, Qian Yorong couldn't help but said aggrievedly, "Hello, President Wei. What's wrong? Didn't you tell me not to come to me casually during working hours?" A male voice was heard, and it was Wei Zong who was at the meeting just now. He was sitting in the office at this time, and when he heard Qian Yorong's voice on the other end of the phone, he couldn't help but frown. Although he wanted to pursue Lu Rui wholeheartedly, what man is not unfaithful? So Qian Yorong was also a pastime for him, but he had already told her not to contact him casually in the company. Although many people know this, if Lu Rui sees, "If we meet, that would be bad. I have something wrong." Woo Qian Yorong on the other end couldn't help crying. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Wei Zong rubbed his brows and asked. "I was just fired by Mr. Lu. Can you help me? You know, I can't lose this job. If you can let me stay, then you can do whatever you want tonight. You can have fun however you want." If Wei Zong heard her say this under normal circumstances, he would definitely be moved. But now, his attention has been attracted by another sentence. "What did you say, Mr. Lu? Have you offended Lu Rui?" Wei Zong's tone turned cold. After hearing his words, Qian Yorong also reacted immediately. No, Boss Wei. Please listen to my explanation. Woo. Another man came to see Boss Lu today, and I stopped him like before, but I didn't expect Boss Lu to dismiss me just for a man. Woo. Qian Yorong naturally knew that Wei Zong liked Lu Rui, so when she explained, she simply avoided the point. Sure enough, this greatly attracted his attention. "What do you mean, who is that man?" Wei Zong asked anxiously. "I don't know either. Woohoo. I originally thought he was here to deliver food, but he refused to leave and insisted on seeing CEO Lu. I didn't expect that he would make a phone call and actually call CEO Lu down. I handled all the people who came to see Mr. Lu before in this way, but I didn't expect that Mr. Lu would directly fire me this time. Woohoo, you have to help me, Mr. Wei. I am doing this to help you." She said it in a very aggrieved tone, but she was still avoiding the main point. Seeing that Wei Zong didn't say anything, she continued. Woo, President Wei, you don't know, when President Lu saw that man, the expression on his face became gentle, and everyone saw it. Wei Zong was really upset by her crying. Okay, I got it. You go ahead and work today, and I'll go find out." After saying a perfunctory word, Wei Zong hung up the phone, but his eyebrows were still throbbing. After hearing Qian Yorong's words on the phone just now, Wei Zong felt vaguely uneasy. He sat on the chair with a frown and hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked towards Lu Rui's office. Lu Rui's office is on the top floor, so to go to her office, you must pass through the office area and walk to the elevator. And, just as Wei Zong walked out of the office, he heard discussions in the office. No way President Lu personally stands up for a man. Is this really so exciting? That must be true. We all saw it downstairs just now. You don't know how much President Lu likes that man. In order to vent his anger on that man, he directly fired Qian Yorong. That's great. Qian Yorong has been doing evil things for a long time. She was finally fired. This is really satisfying. Yes, yes. And you may not know this. We are used to seeing Mr. Lu with an expressionless face, but suddenly he became gentle. This really shocked us. Is this true? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? After hearing what everyone said, Wei Zong's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He strode to the elevator door and couldn't help clenching his fists. The two employees who were gossiping just now noticed that someone seemed to be walking behind them suddenly, so they subconsciously looked back. After seeing that it was Wei Zong, they quickly lowered their heads and worked honestly. It was not until Wei Zong got on the elevator that the two men breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch, you scared me, Mr. Wei. Yes, yes, but do you think he knows? Look at his face, it's as black as the bottom of a pot. Tisk tisk tisk, that's possible. After all, he has liked Ms. Lu for so many years, but he still can't get her. Humph, forget about this scumbag. If it weren't for him, Qian Yorong wouldn't have continued to do evil for so long. You make a lot of sense. Wei Zong didn't hear a word of what the two said. He stood in the elevator with a stern face, and when the elevator door opened, he walked out quickly. Boss Wei, you. Without paying any attention to Lu Rai's assistant in front of him, Wei Zong strode forward and pushed open the door of Lu Rai's office. The door was suddenly pushed open, causing the two people inside to subconsciously turn their heads and look over. The two of them sat close together on the sofa on the other side of the office, and Lu Ruya didn't even have time to put away the smile on her face. Seeing the two of them each holding a cup of milk tea and seemingly having a good chat, Wei Zong became even more furious. He had found various reasons to invite Lu Ruya to dinner at high-end restaurants, but she refused to go. Now you have been bribed by this guy's cheap milk tea. The assistant didn't expect Wei Zong to come forward and push the door open directly. This made her stunned for a moment. Hurrying up, seeing Lu Rai's completely cold face, the assistant quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't think of Mr. Wei. The assistant did not continue speaking, but glanced timidly at Wei Zong beside him. Lu Ruya nodded and waved at her. Well, you can go and do your work first. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wei Zong with some displeasure. Mr. Wei, if you have anything to say, please come in and talk. Looking at the man sitting leisurely next to Lu Ruya, Wei Zong finally took a deep breath, then closed the door and walked forward. Kai Yi reacted quickly. When he heard President Wei say these 2 times, he immediately thought of Qian Yorong's backers that others were talking about. So when he saw Wei Zong walking in with a dark face, he said in confusion. Boss Wei, are you the backer that Qian Yorong mentioned, or are you here to plead for her? Wei Zong paused, caught off guard, and was stunned by Kai Yi's words. Lu Ruya was already very dissatisfied with Wei Zong's action of opening the door without permission, and after hearing Kai Yi's words, her originally cold expression suddenly turned gloomy. If you are here to plead for Qian Yorong, then you'd better go back. She committed a crime of principle. Lu Ruya slowly put down the milk tea in her hand and looked at Wei Zong with a sharp gaze. Wei Zong was stunned. No, I'll do it. At this time, Lu Ruya was very unhappy with Wei Zong, so she had no patience to listen to him continue. Before you two were in love in the company, I didn't pursue it. After all, I know you can handle it properly, but now this matter is not negotiable. After saying this, Lu Ruya. He looked at Wei Zong coldly. His attitude was very clear. Wei Zong's mind was immediately confused by Lu Rai's words. Then he reacted, turned his head, gritted his teeth and looked at Kai Yi fiercely. Kai Yi was sitting next to Wei Zong. When he saw him looking at him, he smiled in a good mood, but the provocation on his face was very obvious. Wei Zong never expected Kai Yi to be so bold, and was a little stunned for a moment. Boss Wei, if you have nothing else to do, please leave as soon as possible. Also, remember to knock on the door when you enter my office next time, otherwise. As Lu Ruya spoke, she narrowed her eyes fiercely. The threat in her eyes was very obvious. She was originally from the Guhua gang, so her meaning was very clear. Wei Zong's body suddenly stiffened. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Boss Lu, Qian Yorong and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and there is also this man, Boss Lu. Wei Zong pointed at Kai Yi unconvincedly and said, who is this man? How can you bring him to the company so casually? Sister Ruya, is he taking his anger out on me because of Qian Yorong's matter? Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya helplessly. Hearing this, Wei Zong almost vomited blood. He looked at Kai Yi with a flushed face, but Lu Ruya was still here, so he couldn't express his anger directly. I've already said that Qian Yorong and I have nothing to do with each other, he said angrily, gritting his teeth. That's enough. Lu Ruya really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She slammed the table hard, then stood up with an angry face. Wei Zong, I'll say it again, you get out right now, otherwise you will bear the consequences, Lu Ruya said angrily, pointing at the door. It has been a long time since Lu Ruya got so angry. Wei Zong was stunned when he saw this. However, he still wanted to defend himself. Boss Lu, please believe me, Qian Yorong and I. Lu Ruya is now annoyed just looking at Wei Zong. She never noticed that Wei Zong was so slow before. But I didn't expect that he would be such a slow-moving man. She looked at Wei Zong with a cold face, and the air around her continued to cool down. Get out now. Wei Zong knew that Lu Ruya was really angry. There was no other way. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only turn around and leave the office indignantly. And at the moment when Wei Zong closed the door, he happened to see the man sitting on the sofa with a sarcastic smile on his face. This is something that no man can stand. So he pushed open the door in front of him and went straight towards Kai Yi. Those who hold positions in the Guhua group were all elders in the original Guhua gang, so naturally their skills are also good. In almost an instant, Wei Zong rushed to Kai Yi's front. He glared and rushed towards Kai Yi with his fist full of strength. The next second, there was a loud noise in the office, and a man's wailing. This frightened the assistants and secretaries outside, who quickly looked at their noses and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Looking at Wei Zong, who had knocked the table over and fallen to the ground, Kai Yi pretended to be in shock and stood up. He said in surprise, Sister Ruya, he just wanted to. Lu Ruya shook the fist she had just thrown, then hummed. Wei Zong, are you planning a rebellion? Lu Ruya shouted coldly. When Lu Ruya threw this punch, she only used 50% of her strength. However, this was enough for Wei Zong, who had fallen to the ground, to calm down for a long time before he stood up. Mr. Lu, you are joking. I dare not do that. Wei Zong said quickly with cold sweat on his face. At this time, he no longer dared to say anything. After meeting President Lu for so long, he almost forgot what Lu Ruya was like before. At the same time, the severe pain in his body also reminded Wei Zong what stupid things he had just done. I originally thought that Lu Ruya and Wang Weilong had always been pretending to be a couple, and there was never anyone around them. He originally thought that he would be the first to get the upper hand because he was close to the water, but he didn't expect that there would suddenly be someone next to Lu Ruya. This made Wei Zonggang somewhat angry. And now, he realized that his behavior just now was a provocation to Lu Ruya. Just don't have that idea. Just do your job well and don't worry about other things. Okay, I understand. He could only grit his teeth, turn around, open the door and leave the office. When Lu Rui's office door was pushed open, the assistants and secretaries outside looked at her curiously. Came over here. After all, the noise inside just now was really too loud. I didn't know what happened, and it seemed like there was a faint sound of someone screaming. Ignoring these curious people, Wei Zong walked towards the elevator with a cold face. Kai Yi looked at Wei Zongzhou's back, which seemed to be fleeing in panic, and almost laughed out loud. No wonder men like green tea so much. I didn't expect that this trick would also be very effective on women. However, it was indeed because Wei Zong was so angry that he lost his mind, so he won Kai Yi's favor. After all, from Wei Zong's perspective, Lu Ruya was venting her anger. But from Lu Rui's perspective, Wei Zong was disrespectful. Not only did he push the door open, but he also said a lot of nonsense and then directly provoked her. This indeed successfully violated Lu Rui's authority as the boss. In short, at this moment, Kai Yi just wanted to say one thing: his Taoism is still not enough. Seeing Wei Zong go out, Kai Yi quickly stood up to help prop up the tilted table. It's okay Kai Yi, let others handle these things later. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with him. Lu Ruya rubbed her eyebrows with a somewhat headache. After all, she didn't expect that Kai Yi had just arrived and her company was already in such chaos. This was more or less embarrassing. After Kai Yi propped up the table, he turned around and began to comfort Lu Ruya. It's okay, Sister Yi. He is just not sober now. He is doing something stupid with you for a woman, but he will soon realize that he is wrong. Kai Yi advised. And Lu Rai's thoughts were successfully diverted by Kai Yi. She frowned slightly while sitting on the sofa, then nodded. Well, I didn't expect that the relationship between the two of them would be so deep. Have some more milk tea. I heard that drinking something sweet can make you feel much better. As he said that, Kai Yi handed the milk tea on the table to Lu Ruya. Seeing this, Lu Ruya couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. It was true that people could not be compared. Look at how much easier Kai Yi was. But Sister Ruya, what will I be responsible for in the future? Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya smiled and said, you don't have to feel too burdened. You just need to be responsible when you go out. My safety is all that matters. Kai Yi was puzzled. Then you are usually either at home or at the company, so I have no place to use my skills, right? To be honest, Lu Rai's excuse was really poor. If Kai Yi hadn't wanted to cooperate, it would have been useless. After all, Lu Rai's own back is already very good, why would she ask others for protection? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya paused slightly, as if she was thinking about what to say next. Knock knock. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door. Hearing this, Lu Ruya immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that this person came at the right time. Come in. Boss Lu, I'm sorry to be back late. A man pushed open the door and walked in. Kai Yi took a look and wondered, isn't this Lu Rai's driver, Xiao Si? It's okay, it didn't take much time. By the way, is your wife okay in the hospital? Lu Ruya asked with concern. And at the moment Lu Ruya finished speaking, Xiao Si could no longer suppress his laughter. No, it's okay. My wife is in the hospital because she is pregnant, Xiao Si said happily. Really? Even Lu Rai's face showed a hint of smile, and suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Our company's policy is pretty good. How about this, I'll give you maternity leave so you can spend time with your wife. Lu Rai's sudden words took Xiao Si a bit of a reaction. Don't worry, you'll be paid. Lu Ruya coughed lightly and then began to hint. Xiao Si stayed by Lu Rai's side for the past 2 days and witnessed with his own eyes how Lu Ruya treated Kai Yi. Naturally, he understood everything very quickly. Okay, then I'll go through the leave procedures now. After saying that, Xiao Si said hello to Lu Ruya, turned around and left. What a joke, there is such a good thing, paid vacation from now on, only a fool would not agree to it, right? Mr. Lu is happy, he is also blessed. Thinking of this, Xiao Si couldn't help but burst out laughing after walking into the elevator. Lu Ruya looked at Xiao Si's receding back with satisfaction and couldn't help but nodded. It really is not difficult to talk to a smart subordinate. Kai Yi, you see, the situation happened so suddenly. This Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi with some embarrassment. What's wrong, Sister Ruya? Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya in confusion. Of course, it's also pretend. Lu Ruya looked in Xiao Si's direction in embarrassment, then shook her head with a worried look on her face. I didn't expect Xiao Si's wife to suddenly become pregnant. If he takes maternity leave, then the position of driver and assistant. Lu Rai's hint was very obvious. It's okay, Sister Ruya. If you're comfortable with it, I can help you. Kai Yi said very honestly. Seeing Kai Yi taking the bait as he wished, Lu Ruya nodded with satisfaction. Because Kai Yi didn't have a desk yet, he stayed directly in Lu Rai's room. It was soon noon, and Lu Ruya simply ordered lunch for Kai Yi as well. Kai Yi felt very comfortable while eating lunch and enjoying the air conditioning. The lunch break is also the time when employees start gossiping. In an instant, almost everyone knew that Wei Zong had bravely barged into Lu Rai's office with a gloomy face. Everyone was talking about it, but some people said that they had seen what the man Lu Ruya brought looked like, and he was indeed very handsome. Some people also say that people with connections are facing each other. As soon as that person arrived, he gave Qian Yorong to Pa directly, which was really gratifying. Some are happy while others are worried. Ever since Qian Yorong called Wei Zong, she has been staying at her post without moving. During lunch, she didn't want to meet her colleagues from the Human Resources Department at all. It was already noon, and I heard that Wei Zong also went to look for Lu Ruya in the morning. So during the lunch break, Qian Yorong hesitated for a while, but finally got on the elevator and went to Wei Zong's office. When Qian Yorong went there, Wei Zong was so angry that he couldn't even eat. Qian Yorong pushed the door open and walked in quietly. She looked at Wei Zong dimly, then called out softly, Mr. Wei. Wei Zong was still in a trance, but he came back to his senses upon hearing this. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Qian Yorong, and his face immediately turned cold. He became furious when he thought about how Lu Ruya misunderstood him because of Qian Yorong. Especially when I saw Qian Yorong didn't even know how to open the door. Took him in. Why didn't you knock before coming in? He threw a folder over and scolded directly. He dodged the oncoming folder in panic, which scared Qian Yorong so much that she couldn't help but scream. Looking at Wei Zong's angry face, she hurriedly said tremblingly, "Then, just knock on the door." Having said that, she closed the door and then knocked again. Wei Zong was still upset, so even when he heard the knock on the door, he still said in a bad tone, "Come in." This time, only after hearing Wei Zong's agreement did Qian Yorong carefully push the door and walk in. After coming in, she closed the door carefully again, fearing that she would anger Wei Zong again. "Boss Wei, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Although Qian Yorong came here for work, she couldn't talk about this kind of thing directly. After all, it would be bad if Wei Zong thought that he was always using him. "It's okay. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come to see me in the company normally?" Speaking of this, Wei Zong felt inexplicably angry again. "By the way, do you usually say that we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship in the company?" he asked unhappily. Upon hearing this, Qian Yorong's heart skipped a beat. How did he know this? Then she saw Wei Zong looking at her unhappily, and she was so timid that she didn't dare to look up. I didn't you know, I've always been timid, I've always listened to you, and I definitely wouldn't say anything you told me not to say." Wei Zong narrowed his eyes and looked at Qian Yorong with some suspicion, but he had to admit that she was usually very obedient, especially when it came to matters of life. Frowning and waving his hands, Wei Zong said irritably, all right, I got it. You should go back quickly so that no one sees you." Seeing that Wei Zong was anxious to send her away, Qian Yorong suddenly became panicked. After coming in, Wei Zong never talked about his work. Could it be that Mr. Lu didn't give in? Thinking of this, Qian Yorong suddenly became frightened. She hurried forward and gently placed her hand on Wei Zong's shoulder. Then it slowly slid down. Qian Yorong has used this trick several times. As a man, it is easiest to talk only when you are in a good mood. Seeing that Wei Zong showed no resistance, Qian Yorong leaned over slightly and kissed him on the ear with her red lips. "Mr. Wei," she called out in a delicate voice, and then pretended to fall into Wei Zong's arms. "I thought things would go smoothly this time. Mr. Wei, can we go to your lounge?" Qian Yorong's hand moved lower and lower as she spoke. "We are the same as last time." Before Qian Yorong could finish her words, she was pushed to the ground by Wei Zong. Qian Yorong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. No matter how she thought about it, she never expected Wei Zong to push her to the ground. "Mr. Wei," She turned her head and looked at Wei Zong in confusion, but she didn't expect to see Wei Zong's distorted expression. This immediately scared Qian Yorong again. Not caring about him pushing her, Qian Yorong hurriedly got up from the ground. "Mr. Wei, what's wrong with you?" Qian Yorong looked at Wei Zong at a loss. "No, she hasn't done anything yet. You get out of here." Wei Zong was so angry that he couldn't even eat, but now he feels better. The bruises on his body have finally stopped hurting. Now that Qian Yorong sat down on him, he felt extremely painful again. Qian Yorong was frightened by his behavior. Besides, she was going to be fired soon. If she didn't insist on staying now, who could she find to help her after she left Wei Zong's office? Thinking of this, Qian Yorong walked up to Wei Zong and knelt down. She reached out her hand and placed it on his thigh. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wei. I really didn't mean to do that. Did I hurt you by sitting on you? Then I won't sit down. I'll just kneel here, okay?" She looked at Wei Zong with tearful eyes, then moved forward and pretended to lower her head. Wei Zong was indeed in great pain just now, but when he thought about the fact that he hadn't relaxed for several days, and seeing that Qian Yorong was really understanding, he didn't care about it. "Boss Wei, I will behave well. I'll wait for you to come in the evening. Can we try something new?" Qian Yorong spoke with gentle movements and a delicate tone. Before, even during working hours, Qian Yorong always came to Wei Zong's office to see him. So over time, naturally, she got to know Wei Zong's preferences. Wei Zong leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. At this point, my depressed mood finally felt much better. After a long time, Qian Yorong walked out of the washroom in Wei Zong's own lounge. She wiped the water stains on her hands and mouth with a tissue, and looked at Wei Zong, who seemed to be in a good mood, and quickly walked forward. Not daring to sit on Wei Zong anymore, she simply stood beside him, stretched out her arms to wrap around Wei Zong's neck affectionately, and then acted coquettishly. "Boss Wei, you look comfortable now. Do you still remember what you promised me this morning?" As she spoke, Qian Yorong stretched out her hand and gently circled Wei Zong's chest with her fingers. Wei Zong's mood had finally improved a lot, but when he heard Qian Yorong talking about what happened in the morning, he suddenly felt very annoyed again. "Don't mention this matter anymore." Having said that, Wei Zong grabbed her hand unhappily and threw it aside. Lu Ruya already felt that she and Qian Yorong were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. "I was confused just now and made Lu Ruya angry, so I didn't have time to explain." After that, he had to wait until Lu Rui's mood was better, and then he would find an opportunity to explain to her that he was single. So at this time, he could no longer have anything to do with Qian Yorong. He was just misunderstood as going to plead for Qian Yorong. If he were to talk about this matter now, he would be extremely stupid. Wei Zong on this side was thinking about something, while Qian Yorong on the other side turned pale after hearing Wei Zong's words. "Mr. Wei, didn't you promise them? This job is very important to me." As she spoke, Qian Yorong's tears began to fall. "Although I don't want to have anything to do with Qian Yorong anymore, I don't want to help with this either." However, as a man, Wei Zong still felt a little soft-hearted when he saw a woman crying in front of him like this. After all, in some matters, Qian Yorong is indeed more in line with his own preferences. "Listen, now. This is a critical period. If I leave you here, I will be in danger." Wei Zong put on a gentle expression and coaxed. "Why is it President Wei or President Lu who is unwilling?" Woo Qian Yorong started wiping her tears again. Seeing her like this, Wei Zong felt more or less annoyed again. "Don't you know what you have done? Do you know that you have completely offended President Lu now?" Taking his hand back, Wei Zong said directly in a cold voice. I. Wei Zong looked at her helplessly. "Your base salary in the company is already higher than others. Now you have offended President Lu. If she finds out something after a quick investigation, how can I explain it? Just take the compensation and leave. I will help you find a job later." Now that he has said this, it depends on whether Qian Yorong is willing to accept it. Qian Yorong is not a fool. After all, even she knows it. Because of Wei Zong, his salary in the company is almost as high as that of the upper middle class. So when she heard Wei Zong say this, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. In addition, when she heard Wei Zong say that he would help her find a job, she felt a little more at ease. "Okay then, it's a deal, dear, you must help me find a job." Okay, I get it. If you have nothing else, please leave quickly." Seeing that the lunch break was about to end, Wei Zong hurriedly urged. Seeing that this man had finished his pleasure and was now in a hurry to get her out, Qian Yorong felt somewhat dissatisfied. She pursed her lips, but thinking that she would still have to rely on President Wei in the future, she finally turned around and left obediently. At this time in Lu Rui's office, after the two finished lunch, Lu Ruya took the initiative to let Kai Yi go to her lounge to rest. After all, taking a nap is still very important. Kai Yi didn't refuse and turned around and went directly to the lounge. I have to say, she is a woman after all, so even the lounge in the company is decorated very exquisitely. If you take a quick look at it when you come in, someone who doesn't know would think it's the bedroom at home. Even the bed was very soft. When Kai Yi lay down on it, he was immediately enveloped by a familiar fragrance. Afternoon. Because of Kai Yi's arrival, Lu Ruya did fall. Some work, but her work ability is placed there. So quickly, all the work was done. Over the years, she has always been accustomed to taking naps. So after finishing those documents, she subconsciously stretched and prepared to go to the lounge. But when she reached the door of the lounge and grasped the handle, Lu Ruya suddenly realized that Kai Yi was lying inside. Lu Ruya stood there and hesitated for a moment. They had already done very intimate things, so it would be no big deal even if they slept in the same bed. But, if I suddenly walked in like this, who would be by Kai Yi's side when Kai Yi woke up and saw me? Would he think I was a very frivolous woman? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Ruya withdrew her hand, turned around and lay down on the sofa. However, when she opened her eyes dazedly in the afternoon, she met the smiling eyes in front of her. Hearing the familiar chuckle and the familiar embrace, Lu Ruya was stunned. Well, didn't I sleep outside? How come? Lu Ruya looked up at Kai Yi who was lying beside her. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a gentle smile. How could I bear to let Sister Ruya sleep outside alone? Lu Ruya felt warm in her heart, and then she looked up at Kai Yi. Why can't you bear it? Kai Yi slowly lowered his head, stretched out his arms and hugged Lu Ruya tightly. Don't you understand this? Lu Ruya pressed tightly against Kai Yi's chest. The familiar breath reminded her of the passion she had felt in previous times. She couldn't help breathing quickly, and then she reached out and held Kai Yi's waist. In fact, Lu Ruya has a very decisive character. Now she realizes that Kai Yi is also interested in her, so she no longer hesitates in some aspects. Her delicate and soft hands were not at all honest. She was just hugging Kai Yi at first, although they later reached into Kai Yi's clothes. Then a pair of small hands teased randomly. Although the movements seemed immature, they did make her feel a bit passionate. Seeing Kai Yi looking at him with confused eyes, he remained unmoved. Lu Ruya raised her red lips, then moved closer again, and slowly moved her hand down. Kai Yi, what are you insisting on? She raised her head slightly and leaned close to Kai Yi's ear, opened her red lips slightly, and spoke slowly. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the woman in front of him who was constantly teasing him. Sister Ruya, you took the initiative. Having said that, he turned over and took the initiative. Oh, wait a minute. Lu Ruya didn't expect Kai Yi's action to be so sudden. Seeing his fierce eyes and fierce movements, she was somewhat frightened. Sister Ruya, thanks to you, I can't wait any longer. As he said that, Kai Yi leaned down. It was already afternoon and the employees had finished their lunch break and started working. An assistant knocked on Lu Rui's office door, but heard no sound from inside, and then returned to his seat in confusion. Boss Lu isn't in there. The assistant shook his head. I don't know either. Is he still on his lunch break? Strange, doesn't Mr. Lu always come to work on time? The assistant shook his head again. I don't know either. However, it is true that Mr. Lu has not come out since lunch. The two felt strange, but in the end they didn't say anything. Wait a minute, did you hear any sound? Someone asked curiously. The assistant blinked. What's that sound? The man listened carefully and said, it was the sound of dong 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 and now it seems to have disappeared again. The assistant shrugged helplessly, maybe the upstairs and downstairs are being renovated. The man nodded in agreement, that should be it. Otherwise, if they weren't renovating, why would there be such a loud noise? At this moment, the two employees outside could not have imagined what was going on in the lounge just across the wall. Wait a minute Kai Yi, go slower Lu Ruya said with her head tilted back and gritting her teeth. At this moment, she was bent over, with her neck to her back forming a perfect arc. Ding ling ling. The sound of decoration continued to ring in the lounge, and at the same time, someone's cell phone rang. Sister Ruya, it's your call, do you want to answer it? Kai Yi took Lu Rui's phone and saw who was calling. He narrowed his eyes slightly and approached Lu Ruya with a malicious look. Whispered in the ear. At this time, Lu Ruya was in a daze. How could she hear what Kai Yi was saying? So she just responded in a daze. It was not until she put the phone to her ear and a voice came out that her confused consciousness became clearer. Hello Mr. Lu, the afternoon meeting is about to start, what do you think? The voice on the other end was obviously Wei Zong. After Lu Rui's lesson in the morning, his voice now sounds much more honest. Lu Ruya was stunned when she heard the voice, and then she remembered that she did have a meeting to attend. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the actions of the person behind her, and was so scared that she quickly closed her mouth. Kai Yi raised his lips to reveal a wicked smile, then he turned on the speakerphone and threw the phone directly in front of Lu Ruya. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Wei Zong on the opposite side sounded somewhat puzzled. Lu Ruya pursed her lips tightly, turned her head and looked at Kai Yi pleadingly, then she quickly shook her head. To be honest, Kai Yi was somewhat unable to control himself when being looked at by those tearful eyes. But he was somewhat afraid that she would be angry later, so Kai Yi slowed down a bit. Lu Ruya forbearingly opened her red lips, then gritted her teeth and said, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After saying this, Lu Ruya quickly hung up the phone and fell directly onto the bed exhausted. Maybe it was because I was stimulated, or maybe it was because the phone call came suddenly. The main reason was probably that she didn't expect the call to be answered, so Lu Ruya was somewhat frightened. She was so scared that her body trembled slightly, and then she looked at Kai Yi with reproach. Kai Yi smiled and said, "Sister Ruya, are you going to get up and go to the meeting?" Lu Ruya calmed down. Although she looked at Kai Yi with resentment, she was not angry. Instead, she looked very satisfied. Kai Yi stood up, gently left a kiss on Lu Ruya's face, and then went to pour a glass of water for Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya glanced at the time, gritted her teeth, got up and prepared to change her clothes and go to work. When Kai Yi walked into the lounge from the office, he saw the clothes that he had torn on the ground, and Lu Ruya who had already changed her clothes. "Sister Ruya, drink some water." As he said that, Kai Yi pushed the water over. After hurriedly drinking the water and picking up her cell phone, Lu Ruya went out to tidy up the documents on her desk. "I'm going out for a meeting. You stay here and behave yourself," Lu Ruya said as she was about to leave. Seeing this, Kai Yi quickly put his arms around her waist. Lu Ruya held the document and looked at Kai Yi helplessly. "No, I still have to work." Kai Yi laughed. "Sister Ruya, who do you think I am? I wanted to remind you, but you are blushing now. Are you sure you want to get out?" Lu Ruya suddenly raised her hand and touched her face, and sure enough, it was still a little hot. Helplessly looking at Kai Yi, Lu Ruya knew that she couldn't rush now. Otherwise, if she goes out now and someone sees her like this, public opinion will arise again. She simply gave up and leaned tremblingly on Kai Yi's body. "Then help me sit on the sofa for a while." Perhaps because the relationship between the two of them had become closer, Lu Rui's tone now contained a hint of coquettishness. Kai Yi was even more satisfied after hearing this. It seems that Yi Han can't get any benefits from Lu Ruya at all. Lu Ruya rested for a while, and Kai Yi had just finished cleaning up the lounge when there was a knock on the door. After taking a look at Lu Ruya who was resting on the sofa, Kai Yi went to open the door. "I thought it was Lu Rui's secretary or assistant, but I didn't expect that the person standing outside was Wei Zong." "Boss Wei." Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the man in front of him, then smiled and said, "Why are you here?" Wei Zong looked at the pretty boy in front of him and became furious. But he knew that at the moment in the company, he still couldn't directly confront the person in front of him, otherwise he would have to explain to Lu Ruya. "Where is President Lu? I'm looking for President Lu," Wei Zong said, glared at Kai Yi, then walked straight past Kai Yi and walked inside in a bad mood. As soon as he walked in, he saw Lu Ruya leaning on the sofa and looking at him with a frown. Although he changed his clothes, his face still had that stern expression. He stopped walking and explained, "It's getting late, and everyone is asking, so I came to call you to the meeting myself. Dear brothers, please vote for me, please give me good reviews, please urge me to update more." Lu Ruya nodded, "Okay, I understand. I'll go right away." As she spoke, she picked up the documents on the coffee table in front of her, then stood up somewhat stiffly. This made Wei Zong, who was standing at the door, a little puzzled. "Sister Ruya," Kai Yi walked forward and looked at Lu Ruya worriedly. Lu Ruya smiled and shook her head, then said, "Then I'll go to the meeting first, you can rest here for a while." Lu Ruya walked up to Wei Zong and said, "Okay, let's go." After saying that, she walked out first. But Wei Zong was stunned for a moment. If it were someone else, they might not notice anything unusual about Lu Ruya at this moment. But Wei Zong is different. After all, he has worked under Lu Ruya for so many years. Especially since everyone practiced martial arts, they could still tell if something was wrong. The most important thing is, Wei Zong was not a simple person, and he usually entertained more than just Qian Yorong. So now when he saw Lu Ruya walking tremblingly, he immediately understood. He immediately looked at Kai Yi in anger. He never expected that the person he had been unable to capture was actually. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya in front of him with a smile, and then looked at Wei Zong provocatively. "What are you angry because you feel useless?" After all, Lu Ruya was in front now, so even if Wei Zong was angry, he couldn't say anything loudly. But Kai Yi's words also successfully made Wei Zong hold his breath in his heart, and his whole face suddenly turned red. It was at this time that Lu Ruya in front had already walked into the elevator. Seeing that Wei Zong was taking a long time to catch up, he turned around. But unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw Wei Zong looking at Kai Yi with anger on his face. Although Kai Yi had his back to her at this moment, Lu Ruya could still see that he was at a loss even from his back. Wei Zong, aren't you leaving yet? Lu Rai's face became even colder, and she reminded him when she saw this. There was no way out. Lu Ruya had already spoken, so even if Wei Zong was dissatisfied or angry, he could only turn around and follow. And watching Wei Zong turn around and leave with an angry back, Kai Yi was even happier. Turning around and waving at Lu Ruya, Kai Yi. So he went back to the office. He leaned back on the sofa, looking at the points indicated by the system, feeling somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that intimacy would also give feedback on the villain value. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a villain value of 6,666. Looking at the numbers on the panel, although there are not as many as at the beginning, it is already pretty good. Lu Ruya had just told Kai Yi that the meeting would take a long time. If he feels bored alone, he can turn on the computer and play games. Since Lu Ruya is so confident in Kai Yi, it means that there should be nothing particularly confidential in the computers in this office. After all, Kai Yi is not so confident that he thinks Lu Ruya really believes in him 100% just because they have had S**X twice. After taking a look at his stock market, Kai Yi's smile became even more obvious. Then he looked at the Yi family's Sea route plan map in his warehouse. This is also a very important thing, but it is not needed now, so after taking a look at it, Kai Yi put the Sea map in. Leaning lazily on the sofa, Kai Yi opened the game directly. I thought that at this time, Morris on the other side of the earth should have fallen asleep. But unexpectedly, when Kai Yi came online, he saw Morris was also online. And in just a moment, Morris's invitation came. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and readily agreed to the request. Why haven't you slept yet? Kai Yi asked softly. Morris chuckled. I was going to sleep, but I didn't expect you to be online. I became alert all of a sudden. Since the two of them often play games together these days, they naturally become more familiar with each other. It is also possible that they did not meet in person and were just chatting online, so when facing Kai Yi, Morris was not as cold and ruthless as he was in real life. In front of him, she looked like a naughty little girl. Kai Yi was very satisfied with this attitude. Then do you want to say a few words? Kai Yi was now very satisfied both physically and mentally, and even forgot to disguise his tone. Why, do you have a cold? Kai Yi was stunned when he heard Morris suddenly say this. I realized that I had been careless and forgot about the false sound. After coughing twice, Kai Yi said, ahem, that's about it. It's been raining here for the past 2 days, so I caught a cold. It's okay. Your voice just now was also very nice. Morris hesitated for a moment and then spoke softly. The words were indeed spoken so softly that even Kai Yi almost didn't hear them. However, it can be heard that Morris was indeed a little shy just now. While playing the game, the two of them not only talked about the game, but also chatted about other things. Why I haven't seen you online at this time for a long time. Why are you suddenly online again today? Morris asked with some confusion. Kai Yi just spoke nonsense casually. I was busy with work the past 2 days, so I wasn't online much. Now I've changed jobs and I'm not as busy as before. Oh, weren't you very tired before? Morris immediately asked with concern. Kai Yi chuckled, it was not so bad, but it's better now, it's easier, and I earn more than before. Kai Yi's tone was very relaxed. After all, what he said was indeed the truth. As for Morris over there, no one knew what was going on in his little head, and he was silent for a while. Are you short of money? Morris said after a long time. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, it's not bad. Is there anyone in the world who doesn't lack money? He joked. Well, if you are short of money, you can tell me, I am very rich, Morris said sincerely. This really made Kai Yi stunned. He had seen people rushing forward to ask for money, but he had never seen anyone rushing forward to give money. Hearing that Kai Yi didn't say anything for a while, Morris on the opposite side became a little anxious. Well, I didn't mean to say that, and I don't look down on you. I just don't want you to work so hard, and my family really has a lot of money. Her tone was still very sincere, but also a little anxious, as if she was afraid that Kai Yi had misunderstood her. It's just that her family is rich, and Kai Yi naturally knows that. After all, she is the daughter of the mafia. Ahem, don't worry. I'm not that hard working right now, and I'm not really short of money. I'm just saving money for my wife. Wife Ben. Morris's puzzled voice came from the headset. Maybe she really didn't understand this sentence for a moment. Kai chuckled twice. It means the money needed to marry a wife. Hearing this, Morris on the other side was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "So, are you going to get married?" After hearing what Morris said, Kai was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I don't know what's going on in this little girl's mind. Her train of thought is totally unpredictable. Seeing that Y was still talking and didn't answer his questions at all, Morris became even more anxious. She asked again anxiously, "Are you really going to get married?" "No, I'm still single now. I'm just preparing for my future life." Kai couldn't help but laughed out loud. At this point, Morris finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so that's it, that's good." Morris said the last sentence in a very grateful and low voice, but Kai still heard it through the headset. "What's wrong, are you coming to my wedding?" he said jokingly. Imagining the little girl opposite, other expressions appeared on her cold face, which made Kai feel quite interesting. "I don't want to," Morris said unhappily, and if you listened carefully, his sullen tone seemed to be a bit angry. Kai smiled and said, "Didn't you say a few days ago that we were good friends? Why don't you come to the wedding now?" Listening to the low and magnetic laughter beside his ears and looking at the character on the phone, Morris couldn't help but pursed his lips. She didn't know why she had just said she wasn't going out of spite, but now she suddenly felt a little depressed. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. All right, it's the final round. I won't bother you anymore. Anyway, you don't have a girlfriend yet, so it's too early to get married. Be careful and watch the front. Let's just stay safe this time." After a game ended, Kai estimated the time, thinking that Lu Ruya would finish the meeting soon. After glancing at the time, Kai said goodbye to Morris. "Wait a minute, I'm curious about something." Morris interrupted Kai directly. Kai looked at the screen in confusion. "What's going on?" Morris immediately began to hesitate again. That's right, I'm really just curious, I'm a little curious, just curious." Kai chuckled. "Why were you so nervous and kept repeating it?" "Yeah, okay, I know, so what exactly do you want to say?" I'm just curious, what kind of girls do you like?" After hesitating for a moment, Morris still felt a little embarrassed. But she thought, they were not face to face anyway, and the internet cable separated them from half of the blue planet, so she gritted her teeth and asked directly. "What kind of girl?" Kai muttered repeatedly, but Morris's question really stumped Kai. After all, he himself didn't know what his preferences were. Yes. Morris was looking at the phone screen opposite, nodding his head repeatedly, his eyes looking at the phone screen with great anticipation. "Actually, I don't know either, it depends on whether the two sides can get along well with each other. If you really want me to be more precise, then he is just like an ordinary man, with good looks, a good figure, a good personality, etc." After thinking about it, Kai said somewhat helplessly. "Oh, I see." Listening to what Kai said, Morris on the other side had already taken out his notebook and was taking notes with a pen. After both parties said goodbye and exited the game, she put down the pen, lay on the bed, and stared at the words in front of her with her big eyes without blinking. Both parties get along well, good looking, good figure, good personality. Seeing this, Morris suddenly sat up in bed and jumped off the edge of the bed. She walked barefoot to the full-length mirror. Since she was a child, many men have pursued Morris, and she thinks she is quite good-looking. Body shape. Looking at himself in loose pajamas, Morris narrowed his eyes slightly, then took off all his clothes and threw them aside. Now, looking at the girl with a curvy figure in the mirror, Morris was satisfied. He nodded in agreement. Her figure is still good. As for whether we can get along well, it depends on when we meet in the future. And a good personality, this will depend on the future, but to be honest, Morris thinks his temper is not that bad. As she thought about this, her pink lips curled up slightly, and she even began to imagine the scene after the two met in October. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Morris's mind. Then she trotted straight to the cloakroom. After fiddling with it for a while, she came out holding two pieces of clothing. Then she took her cell phone, changed into the two pieces of clothing, and took a few photos. One of them is a deep V dress. Although the white dress looks plain, the design on the front makes it appear looming and very eye-catching. But because the dress has a great shape, it makes her figure look even sexier, and even her butt looks very perky. As for the other one, although it is not a deep V, the design at the front of the chest does make the white surging flesh very obvious. The design at the waistline is still very fitted, and the back is a backless design, which also makes the figure look very hot. After hesitating for a while, Morris edited the language carefully and sent the message to Kai this time. Morris, I have a party tomorrow. Can you help me pick out a dress? Kai over there had just quit the game and was watching videos, waiting for Lu Ruya to come back from the meeting. He received Morris's message unexpectedly. He was confused at first, but then he agreed readily. However, before Kai sent out the message of his agreement, 2 photos appeared in the chat box. Just the appearance of the thumbnail was enough to make Kai's breath stop. He clicked on the 2 photos and immediately felt his blood boiling. I had recovered just now, but now I feel a little hot again. Seeing that the other party had not responded to the message for a long time, to be honest, Morris felt a little uneasy. Morris, how is it? Why don't you reply to my message? Is it because they are not good looking? Kai came back to his senses. Why no, they are all very nice, which makes it difficult for me to choose. Seeing the message from the other side, Morris's smile deepened. She couldn't help but jump a few times on the spot excitedly. Yes. In this case, doesn't it mean that you are really satisfied with your figure? Thinking of this, Morris couldn't help but laugh out loud. After replying to Morris's message, Kai began to appreciate the 2 photos again. After all, I have to say that the angles of these 2 photos are perfect. It just shows off all the perfect parts of the girl. Although her face is not shown in the photo as it is blocked by the phone, the girl is enough to seduce anyone just by standing there. I didn't expect that this little girl Morris was so talented. How old is she? Kai thought about it and didn't expect it. After all, the original book wouldn't be so boring as to describe this thing. It was just written in the book that even if Morris went back to Country Z to find Yihan later, he still had to go to school. Thinking of this, Kai became somewhat curious. Why, how old are you? I always thought you were a child. He sent a tentative message. Morris on the other end was probably also looking at his phone, so he quickly replied. Morris, what's wrong? I turned 18 a few months ago. Seeing this, Kai's eyes widened and he sat up from the sofa. What? This little girl is only 18. Kai really didn't expect this. He originally thought that Morris would be the same age as Yiroro and Song Ching. I didn't expect that she was only 18. After all, the original book describes that this girl was born into a mafia family and has been very good at playing with guns since she was a child. Even after returning to Country Z, he handled several pursuits and assassinations by himself. So Kai never expected that this little girl was only 18 years old. Perhaps seeing that Kai hadn't replied to the message for a long time, Morris on the opposite side became a little impatient. Morris, what's wrong? I'm an adult. Why, well, it's okay, I just didn't expect you to be this big. Kai originally wanted to say, I didn't expect you to be so young, but he just said that she was like a child. After he realized it, he quickly edited the message and almost let the cat out of the bag. Morris, Morris. So, which of the 2 photos do you like? To be honest, it's really hard to choose Kai. After all, every photo is very tempting to Kai. They were all so cute that Kai wanted to knock them down at the first sight. Thinking in this way, Kai's reply was very truthful. Why, I like them all, I can't choose one. Seeing this, Morris on the opposite side chuckled again, and couldn't help rolling around excitedly on the bed. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 300 villain points are awarded. After receiving the system message, Kai was a little amused and confused. She was indeed still a little girl, to be so excited. Why, but, ahem, you are still young and can't tell the difference between good guys and bad guys, so when you go out to play, don't reveal too much. Kai said this very cryptically. After all, the thought that the snow-white skin had been seen by others before he had even seen it made him feel a little unhappy. However, when Kai sent the message, he still did not receive a reply. But the next second, the system prompt sound rang in Kai's mind again. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. Kai curled his lips. He had to admit that with the system's prompts, things became much easier. At least, with the system's prompt, Kai could understand that Morris was not angry about what he said, and even felt happy. Morris waited until he calmed down a little before replying to Kai's message. Morris, okay, then I'll wear something else when I go out. Why yeah, very well behaved. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 50 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that just this one sentence would increase his villain value. Could it be that the girl who looks so cold on the outside is actually a love-brained person? I have to say, Kai is a little bit dizzy now. The two chatted for a few more sentences on the topic, and finally it was too late, so Morris went to rest and sleep. Putting down his phone, Kai walked to the large French window and stretched his body casually. It must be said that today, it was a wonderful day indeed. Not only did he make Jolie angry, he also slapped Qian Yorong and Wei Zong in the face. He also experienced the feeling of having an affair in the office and even had a small online romance. Sure enough, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than. Bang! Just when Kai was sighing that today was a wonderful day, the office door behind him was suddenly pushed open. Kai subconsciously turned his head and happened to see Lu Ruya striding in with an angry face, followed by a panic-stricken assistant and secretary. Even Wei Zong followed behind with a grim look on his face. However, as soon as Lu Ruya walked into the office, she closed the door. Seeing Kai in front of her, she was stunned at first, and then she realized that Kai was still there. Then Lu Ruya took a few deep breaths, and the expression on her face looked much better. Sister Ruya, what's wrong with you? Kai walked forward with a worried look on his face. Lu Ruya was walking fast outside just now, but now that she came into the office, she still walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. Kai helped Lu Ruya sit on the sofa, and then he saw Lu Ruya sigh, raised her head and rubbed her eyebrows, looking very worried. Are your legs still hurting? Do you need me to massage you? Kai asked worriedly. Lu Ruya was stunned at first, then quickly shook her head. After all, she was somewhat afraid that the gun might go off accidentally. It was indeed she who took the initiative today, but if it happens again I really can't stand it. Ahem, it's okay, just take a rest. Lu Ruya said softly, embarrassed. Kai smiled gently and looked over. So now can you tell me what happened, what made you so angry? Lu Ruya glanced at Kai, then leaned slightly to the side. She rested her head on Kai's shoulder, thinking that it was not a confidential matter, so she told him directly. It's not a big deal. You've been to jail before, so you should understand a little bit. It's just that a batch of goods was robbed 2 days ago. As she spoke, Lu Ruya sighed softly again. A batch of goods was stolen, how come I didn't know about it? In the past 2 days, apart from Daong and his friends, who Lu Ruya said were members of the Wild Wolf gang, no one else has come to the warehouse to steal goods. When Lu Ruya heard that Kai had misunderstood, she quickly explained. It wasn't at the warehouse, it was robbed at sea. I just found out about this. Lu Ruya said tiredly. Is it so rampant? Kai was a little confused. He didn't expect that business wars could be like this now. Lu Ruya stood up and walked to her desk. Because they haven't reached the border of country Z yet, they succeeded. However, we still don't know who stole this batch of goods. As she spoke, Lu Ruya had already turned on the computer and was still busy with something. Kai walked in and saw Lu Ruya chatting with someone on a special chat page. Apparently, she had commissioned a hacker to help her find out who had stolen the goods. After all, even if the goods were stolen secretly, they still had to dock. Once they docked, they had to unload the goods and put them into the warehouse. Anyway, as long as we reach the shore, there will always be some clues left behind. Seeing Kai approaching curiously, Lu Ruya had no intention of avoiding him and continued chatting with the person opposite. After sending the message to the person of suspicion, Lu Ruya sat there with a gloomy face, waiting for news. Seeing this, Kai first raised his eyebrows slightly, then walked aside and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ruya. Thank you. Although her mood was not very good at the moment, when she saw Kai pouring her a cup of tea, Lu Ruya still raised her head and thanked him with a smile. Kai looked at Lu Ruya with a smile in his eyes. When Lu Ruya turned around to continue her work, he leaned over and hugged Lu Ruya. Ah, Kai. Frightened by his actions, Lu Ruya first exclaimed, and then called out Kai in confusion. Kai hugged Lu Ruya with both hands, and then lifted her up with force. Lu Ruya didn't know what Kai was going to do, but soon there was chaos all around her. As the scene in front of him stopped spinning, Lu Ruya was already sitting in Kai's arms. Kai sat on the office chair that Lu Ruya had been sitting on. On the stage, holding Lu Ruya in his arms. Lu Ruya looked at Kai with a helpless look, not quite understanding what Kai was going to do. Listen, I'm a little busy now, can I accompany you later? Lu Ruya thought Kai wanted to talk to her and was disgusted that she ignored him. So she opened her red lips slightly, reached out her hand and gently held Kai's face while speaking, leaving a soft kiss on his lips. He originally wanted to just give her a simple kiss, but before Lu Ruya could get up and leave, Kai grabbed the back of her head with his hands and deepened the kiss. The other hand also tightly clasped Lu Ruya's waist, forcing her to stick close to him. After a long time, Kai finally let go of Lu Ruya, who was breathing unsteadily. Sister Ruya, Kai called softly, then reached out and stroked her dry lips. Did you not drink water during the meeting? Drink some water quickly. Kai handed the cup of water directly to Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya didn't expect that Kai went through so much trouble just to give her a drink of water. While blushing and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Lu Ruya also felt a little warmed up in her heart. Okay, I'll just drink some water. I'll accompany you when I'm done with my work, okay. Lu Ruya lowered her head and took a few sips of water. However, just as Lu Ruya put down the cup of water in her hand, she saw Kai had already started typing non-stop on the computer. What are you doing? Lu Ruya came closer curiously, but she was not angry. Kai pointed at the computer screen. The person you just chatted with said that the other suspects have not gone out to sea recently, and there are no traces of them appearing near you. However, another suspect, the Yi group, said that they could not find their information. Hearing this, Lu Ruya's expression became serious. She frowned and checked the chat history, then fell into deep thought. Yi group your enemy? Kai asked knowingly. Lu Ruya had no intention of hiding anything from Kai and simply nodded. Well, we have been enemies for the past 2 years. 2 years ago, the Yi group suddenly rose in Linhai City and swallowed up some of the local gangs in Linhai City at lightning speed. Some small companies were also acquired. Quote, listening to Lu Ruya's slow narration, Kai nodded as he listened, as if he had taken all the words to heart. But in fact, most of these things were done by him and his brothers to help Yi Han, so how could he not understand? The Yi group also wanted to force us by becoming the only dominant company, but they didn't succeed. In the past 2 years, they found that they couldn't swallow us up, so they are not as anxious as they were at the beginning, but they are still making some small moves. And looking at the recent situation, the people from the Yi group also want to take advantage of our internal chaos to prevent us from going public. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that she had to deal with Wang Weilong as soon as possible. I see. Kai thought about it, then closed the chat history on the computer and started to operate. After Lu Ruya came to her senses after pondering for a moment, she discovered that the figure on the computer had gone dark, and a string of strange and incomprehensible codes were jumping on it. Seeing this, Lu Ruya was stunned for a moment. Kai, what are you doing? As she spoke, she looked at Kai with some confusion. Kai smiled and said, I learned computer skills from a merchant who sells game cheats for a while. I will try to find some information about the Yi group for you. After nodding blankly, Lu Ruya felt somewhat amused and helpless. Although she knew that Kai was doing this for her own benefit, after hearing his words, Lu Ruya couldn't help but sigh that she was still too young. She didn't feel comfortable saying directly that he was just playing around, fearing that it would hurt Kai's feelings. After thinking about it, Lu Ruya pointed to the lounge. Kai, I have a notebook in the lounge. Why don't you go and get that to check first? Lu Ruya asked tentatively. After all, it is your own office computer. Even if it breaks down, it doesn't matter because the data is backed up. However, recovery is still a bit troublesome and will take a lot of time. Taking medicine did not respond, but asked back, Sister Ruya, is your computer IP safe? It's safe. I hired someone to encrypt and protect it. Lu Ruya nodded helplessly and answered softly. That's fine, Kai said without turning his head. Seeing Kai being so stubborn, Lu Ruya was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, Kai was doing this for her own good, so she couldn't attack him, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ruya took another sip of water helplessly, then turned around and wanted to make herself a cup of coffee to wake herself up. But before Lu Ruya could stand up, Kai reached out and hugged her tightly again. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Ruya could only turn her head and look over helplessly. We have found out that people from the Yi group did go to sea in the past 2 days and left some traces, but as of now, it seems that people from the Yi group have not dared to go ashore. As he spoke, Kai Yi pulled out the Yi family's recently appeared nautical map and showed it to Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya looked carefully and realized at a glance that this was near where the cargo had been hijacked. After all, she had taken a look at it just now during the meeting. Lu Ruya looked at the map excitedly, then her eyes widened, turned around, and looked at Kai Yi in surprise. Kai Yi, how did you find out? Kai Yi chuckled twice. I just used the skills that the cheater taught me before. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to find out. Lu Ruya sat in Kai Yi's arms, holding Kai Yi's face excitedly, and suddenly she didn't know what to say. You are such a treasure. Having said that, Lu Ruya excitedly kissed Kai Yi twice. In an instant, a red lip mark appeared on both sides of Kai Yi's cheeks. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a helpless look. Sister Ruya, if you continue to be so enthusiastic, then I will really. As he said that, he directly pinched Lu Ruya's waist tightly, with a teasing look in his eyes. The look was so aggressive that even Lu Ruya didn't dare to look at him. Her face felt a little hot, and Lu Ruya certainly knew what Kai Yi was hinting at. However, several hours had passed and her inner thighs still hurt. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya quickly stood up from his arms and walked to the side. Hey, I'll go out and discuss with them what to do next. Having said that, Lu Ruya turned around and left the office in a panic. After all, if Kai Yi teases her again, Lu Ruya might really. But when she thought of the intense interaction between the two in the lounge at noon, Lu Ruya still felt her face getting hot. I have to say, this time in the company, in the office, there is indeed a different stimulation. Kai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Lu Ruya turn and leave, then he looked at the computer screen. He pressed the keyboard a few more times, and the traces of the Yi group that were originally displayed on the screen were now completely exposed. Kai Yi analyzed their route to grab goods overseas, and then compared it with the sea route plan map of the Yi group given to him by the system. The route on that map is also nearby. I have to say, what a coincidence. Lu Ruya came back very quickly, and when she came back, Kai Yi had already sat on the sofa again. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya who was sitting next to him, and sure enough, her face looked much better. Now that you know it was the Yi family who did it, what are you going to do? Kai Yi asked curiously. Lu Ruya sneered, follow them to the warehouse. No matter what the cost, we must get the goods back. If you have the guts, we will fight to the death. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in Lu Ruya's eyes. It seems that the actions of the Yi group this time really angered Lu Ruya. After saying this, Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi gratefully. But this operation is also thanks to you. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you help for nothing. The remuneration originally paid to the technicians will be transferred to your card next month. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lu Ruya to be so comprehensive in her thinking. Will give the labor reward to myself. That's not the main point. The most important thing is, Sister Yi, do you want to do something big? Kai Yi originally wanted to save the sea route map as his trump card for last. However, considering how good Lu Ruya has been to me, it would not be a loss to give it to him now. What big one? If Lu Ruya had heard these words from Kai Yi before today, she would have thought he was joking. But now after seeing Kai Yi's abilities, Lu Ruya also has great confidence in Kai Yi. Kai Yi directly sent the Yi group's sea route plan to Lu Ruya's mobile phone. Sister Ruya, I just found this out. After saying this, Kai Yi did not continue speaking. After all, he believed that after seeing the sea route plan, Lu Ruya would know what to do. Lu Ruya, who was on the opposite side, saw the sea route plan in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She first turned to look at Kai Yi in surprise, and then began to look at the sea route plan carefully. Are you sure this thing is authentic? Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi with some uncertainty. After all, this thing is so important. Kai Yi nodded, well, I promise, don't you believe me, Sister Yi? Are you kidding? Products produced by the system must be high quality, how could they not be authentic? Hearing this, Lu Ruya quickly shook her head, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this thing is so important. How could Kai Yi get it so easily? That's why Lu Ruya felt that it was a little too easy. Too easy, and it became a little too real. Kai Yi knew Lu Ruya's worries, so he started to explain. Sister Ruya, I know what you are worried about. I also thought at the beginning that it was so easy to get it, is it fake to fool us? Later, I checked several times and finally confirmed it. If you don't believe me, you can compare your maps with the ones I just checked. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya fell into deep thought. Then she began to compare them carefully in her mind. Finally, I dared to confirm the authenticity of this map. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. The continuous reminder sounds made Kai Yi realize that Lu Ruya had completely believed in him. Lu Ruya looked at the pictures on her phone and became extremely excited. She stood up and began to pace around excitedly. After a long time, she couldn't help it and threw herself into Kai Yi's arms again, hugging him tightly. Kai Yi, you really are my lucky star. Kai Yi's operation today not only saved them from immeasurable losses, but also brought them tens of millions of profits, close to hundreds of millions of yuan. Seeing Kai Yi being so stubborn, Lu Ruya was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, Kai Yi was doing this for her own good, so she couldn't attack him, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ruya took another sip of water helplessly, then turned around and wanted to make herself a cup of coffee to wake herself up. But before Lu Ruya could stand up, Kai Yi reached out and hugged her tightly again. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lu Ruya could only turn her head and look over helplessly. We have found out that people from the Yi group did go to sea in the past 2 days and left some traces, but as of now, it seems that people from the Yi group have not dared to go ashore. As he spoke, Kai Yi pulled out the Yi family's recently appeared nautical map and showed it to Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya looked carefully and realized at a glance that this was near where the cargo had been hijacked. After all, she had taken a look at it just now during the meeting. Lu Ruya looked at the map excitedly, then her eyes widened, turned around, and looked at Kai Yi in surprise. Kai Yi, how did you find out? Kai Yi chuckled twice. I just used the skills that the cheater taught me before. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to find out. Lu Ruya sat in Kai Yi's arms, holding Kai Yi's face excitedly, and suddenly she didn't know what to say. You are such a treasure. As she said that, Lu Ruya excitedly kissed Kai Yi twice. In an instant, a red lip mark appeared on both sides of Kai Yi's cheeks. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a helpless look. Sister Ruya, if you continue to be so enthusiastic, then I will really. As he said that, he directly pinched Lu Ruya's waist tightly, with a teasing look in his eyes. The look was so aggressive that even Lu Ruya didn't dare to look at him. Her face felt a little hot, and Lu Ruya certainly knew what Kai Yi was hinting at. However, several hours had passed and her inner thighs still hurt. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya quickly stood up from his arms and walked to the side. Hey, I'll go out and discuss with them what to do next. Having said that, Lu Ruya turned around and left the office in a panic. After all, if Kai Yi teases her again, Lu Ruya might really. But when she thought of the intense interaction between the two in the lounge at noon, Lu Ruya still felt her face getting hot. I have to say, this time in the company, in the office, there is indeed a different stimulation. Kai Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Lu Ruya turn and leave, then he looked at the computer screen. He pressed the keyboard a few more times, and the traces of the Yi group that were originally displayed on the screen were now completely exposed. Kai Yi analyzed their route to grab goods overseas, and then compared it with the sea route plan map of the Yi group given to him by the system. The route on that map is also nearby. I have to say, what a coincidence. Lu Ruya came back very quickly, and when she came back, Kai Yi had already sat on the sofa again. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya who was sitting next to him, and sure enough, her face looked much better. Now that you know it was the Yi family who did it, what are you going to do? Kai Yi asked curiously. Lu Ruya sneered, follow them to the warehouse. No matter what the cost, we must get the goods back. If you have the guts, we will fight to the death. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in Lu Ruya's eyes. It seems that the actions of the Yi group this time really angered Lu Ruya. After saying this, Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi gratefully. But this operation is also thanks to you. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you help for nothing. The remuneration originally paid to the technicians will be transferred to your card next month. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lu Ruya to be so comprehensive in her thinking. Will give the labor reward to myself. That's not the main point. The most important thing is, Sister Yi, do you want to do something big? Kai Yi originally wanted to save the sea route map as his trump card for last. However, considering how good Lu Ruya has been to me, it would not be a loss to give it to him now. What big one? If Lu Ruya had heard these words from Kai Yi before today, she would have thought he was joking. But now after seeing Kai Yi's abilities, Lu Ruya also has great confidence in Kai Yi. Kai Yi directly sent the Yi Group's C route plan to Lu Rui's mobile phone. Sister Ruya, I just found this out. After saying this, Kai Yi did not continue speaking. After all, he believed that after seeing the C route plan, Lu Ruya would know what to do. Lu Ruya, who was on the opposite side, saw the C route plan in front of her, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She first turned her head to look at Kai Yi in surprise, and then began to look at the C route plan carefully. Are you sure this thing is authentic? Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi with some uncertainty. After all, this thing is so important. Kai Yi nodded. Well, I promise. Don't you believe me, Sister Yi? Are you kidding? Products produced by the system must be high quality, how could they not be authentic? Hearing this, Lu Ruya quickly shook her head. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this thing is so important. How could Kai Yi get it so easily? That's why Lu Ruya felt that it was a little too easy. Too easy, and it became a little too real. Kai Yi knew Lu Rui's worries, so he started to explain. Sister Ruya, I know what you are worried about. I also thought at the beginning that it was so easy to get it. Is it fake to fool us? Later, I checked several times and finally confirmed it. If you don't believe me, you can compare your maps with the ones I just checked. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya fell into deep thought. Then she began to compare them carefully in her mind. Finally, I dared to confirm the authenticity of this map. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. The continuous reminder sounds made Kai Yi realize that Lu Ruya had completely believed in him. Lu Ruya looked at the pictures on her phone and became extremely excited. She stood up and began to pace around excitedly. After a long time, she couldn't help it and threw herself into Kai Yi's arms again, hugging him tightly. Kai Yi, you really are my lucky star. Kai Yi's operation today not only saved them from immeasurable losses, but also brought them tens of millions of profits, close to hundreds of millions of yuan. How could Lu Ruya not be excited? Kai Yi held Lu Ruya in his arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, while also enjoying the benefits that came to him at this time. Well, I've helped you so much, so should Sister Yi give me some benefits. Don't worry, you will definitely get what you deserve. If the operation is really successful, your share will not be reduced. Lu Ruya smiled and raised her head to look at Kai Yi, but met Kai Yi's meaningful eyes. But that's not what I need most right now. Kai Yi leaned close to Lu Rui's ear and whispered. This made Lu Rui's ears burn, and she suddenly didn't know what to say. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her with burning eyes, Lu Ruya gritted her teeth and took the initiative to kiss him. At the moment she kissed him, Kai Yi couldn't do it either. The big hand with distinct veins also started to become restless. One hand went up, the other hand went down, and they began to move separately. Lu Ruya couldn't help but let out a moan, and her beautiful eyes became watery. Kai Yi, she called softly, and then bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth, as if she was enduring something. The smile on Kai Yi's face deepened, but his hands did not stop moving. Be good and listen to me. Lie in my arms and don't move. Kai Yi whispered coaxingly in her ear. And, at this time Lu Ruya was also very obedient. As Kai Yi said this, she had already leaned on his shoulder very obediently. But then her body trembled and she couldn't stop shaking. Woo 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 woo, Kai Yi, you are so bad. Lu Ruya buried her head deeply in Kai Yi's neck and couldn't help but blame Kai Yi. Hearing this, Kai Yi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sister Ruya, you are so stingy. As he spoke, Kai Yi leaned close to Lu Rui's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Mingming, you are the only one enjoying it, why are you still saying that I am bad? Lu Ruya. She bit her lips with shame, didn't say anything, but her face was hot and she buried her face tightly in Kai Yi's neck. In short, today, thanks to Kai Yi's ability. This saves everyone from having to work overtime. But it was also thanks to Kai Yi's thoughtfulness, and his idleness. And his perfect service made Lu Ruya distracted the whole day and unable to concentrate on her work. Soon, it was time to get off work. Lu Ruya was still busy in the office, while Kai Yi was preparing to go to the underground garage and advance to turn on the air conditioner in the car. When Xiaoxi left today, he left the key at the front desk, so Kai had to go to the lobby on the first floor to get the key. As soon as Kai got off the elevator, he saw a very familiar person from afar. However, compared with her arrogance in the morning, she now looked like an eggplant hit by frost. At this time, Qian Yorong no longer had that arrogance. It was almost time to get off work, and she was holding a cardboard box, packing her things with her head down. Kai Yi walked forward slowly, then raised his head and knocked on the desk at the front desk. However, even though she heard the voice and knew there was someone in front of her, Qian Yorong still did not react. "Your front desk isn't working anymore," Kai Yi said sarcastically. Perhaps because she heard the sarcasm in Kai Yi's words, Qian Yorong raised her head in annoyance. "I was fired, and I'm still working." The words that were originally intended to express her dissatisfaction came to an abrupt end, and when she saw that the person standing in front of her was Kai Yi, Qian Yorong was suddenly choked. Afterwards, even her entire face became extremely ugly. "What do you mean?" Qian Yorong said unhappily. Seeing this, Kai Yi laughed twice in a frivolous way. "Is it okay for me to come and watch you pack up and leave?" Qian Yorong was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body was shaking. But after all, she is still in the Guhua group, so even if she wants to do something, she can't do it. "Don't be so proud for too long. When the president comes back, you'll be in trouble," Qian Yorong retorted without any politeness. "Haha, do you think I'm scared? I was the one who sent your president to the hospital myself." Kai Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, even if the nominal president came back, what's the point? After all, the chairman of Guhua Group is Lu Ruya. Shareholding. The one who has the most is Lu Ruya. It was Kai Yi's words that made Qian Yorong stand there in a daze. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Kai Yi in disbelief. Then, she shook her head again. "Impossible, just you. I think you are just pretending." "Xiao Qian, what are you doing?" While the two were talking, another person came forward. She glanced at Qian Yorong with dissatisfaction. "Xiao Qian, although you are leaving soon, you can't slack off on your work, right? It's not even time to get off work yet, and you're leaving." Qian Yorong looked at the woman with dissatisfaction, and finally could only put her box under the table in indignation, and then glared at Kai Yi unhappily. She is packing her things now, preparing to sneak away when it is almost time to get off work. After all, because she is so arrogant and domineering in her daily life, her popularity is very bad. "If I wait until the end of get off work, there will definitely be a lot of people watching me and laughing at me." She wanted to save face, so she thought about packing up her things quickly and sneaking away, but she didn't expect that her idea was directly disrupted by Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Qian Yorong looked at Kai Yi with some resentment again, and the look in her eyes was full of malice. "What's wrong with you? Are you having an eye cramp?" Kai Yi crossed his arms across his chest, looked down at her, and mocked her directly. Qian Yorong. Hearing this, even the woman next to Qian Yorong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ahem, the woman coughed a few times and then said, "Hello, may I ask why you are at the front desk?" Although she didn't see the good show in the morning, this man named Kai Yi has become famous in the company. So even if she didn't want to know, she knew him. "Oh, I'm here to get Mr. Lu's car keys." Oh, hearing this, the woman quickly took out the key and handed it to Kai Yi. Kai Yi nodded with satisfaction and gave specific instructions before going to the underground garage. "By the way, please help keep an eye on her later. Don't let her slip away early, otherwise your salary will be in vain." The other receptionist nodded while trying not to smile, but Qian Yorong's expression suddenly turned ugly. In the end, even though Kai Yi had already walked into the elevator, Qian Yorong was still staring at the elevator with that vicious look. It was as if he could glare at Kai Yi to death through the elevator. When the receptionist at the side saw Qian Yorong like this, she just shook her head with disgust, and then looked at Kai Yi's receding back with gratitude. This young man named Kai Yi really deserves to be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As soon as he arrived, he took Qian Yorong away. This is really a blessing for other employees. As the elevator door closed, Kai Yi was oblivious to the looks behind him. After he turned on the air conditioner in the car and cycled it for a while, Lu Ruya got off work soon after. After giving the address to Kai Yi, Lu Ruya turned around, sat in the back of the car, and began to work attentively. Kai Yi drove the car slowly out of the garage. After passing several traffic lights, he saw Lu Ruya behind him still working attentively. "Won't your eyes get tired working on the car?" Hearing this, Lu Ruya subconsciously raised her head and looked at Kai Yi. Then she could only sigh helplessly, and then complained, "Who am I thanking for that? I am still working overtime." Kai Yi smiled embarrassedly and fell silent. But it is true that today was a bit too much. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Rui's villa area. The car stopped in the courtyard. As soon as Lu Ruya got out of the car, she found Kai Yi also got out. She blinked and looked over with some confusion. Kai Yi slammed the car door and looked at the dark villa. "You live here alone?" Lu Ruya nodded, walked in and turned on the light. "Well, I'm not used to having strangers at home, so I didn't hire a nanny. I hired a part-time worker instead." "Is that so?" Kai Yi said and followed him in. Lu Ruya didn't react at all when Kai Yi walked into her home. "Compared to others, Kai Yi is also one of us. Do you have slippers that fit me at home?" Kai Yi looked at the shoe cabinet. After thinking about it, Lu Ruya took out a pair of men's slippers from the depths of the cabinet. Seeing this, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Ruya. Seeing this, Lu Ruya quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, this was put in by the assistant without permission during the renovation. No one has used it yet." Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya, then looked at the slippers in his hand, and finally chose to believe it. After all, these slippers. It is indeed still brand new, with the label still on. "Okay, then I'll believe it reluctantly." Kai Yi couldn't help but joked. After looking at Kai Yi helplessly, Lu Ruya sat back on the sofa and started working. Seeing that Lu Ruya still had to deal with work with a tired look on her face because of his efforts today, Kai Yi felt a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, Kai Yi walked straight into the kitchen. Lu Rui's kitchen is very large and fully equipped. Kai Yi opened the refrigerator, but he didn't expect that it was also full. It seems that the part-time worker should help her change the things in the refrigerator regularly. In that case it would be simple. After closing the kitchen door, Kai Yi rolled up his sleeves and started to get busy. At this time, Lu Ruya, who was sitting outside, was busy working and absorbed in her work. When she looked up, the sky outside had already darkened. He rubbed his brows tiredly, thinking that Kai Yi should have left. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, I had been working all the time, so I didn't have a proper chance to say goodbye to Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya wanted to pick up the phone and tell Kai Yi. However, before Lu Ruya found her cell phone, she saw the car parked outside. For a moment, Lu Rui's tired brain was unable to react. No, if the car is still here, then how did Kai Yi get home? Thinking of this, Lu Ruya blinked in confusion. Just when Lu Ruya was wondering, she suddenly smelled a fragrance. The fragrance was so strong that it directly stimulated Lu Rui's taste buds. Turning her head in confusion, Lu Ruya just saw Kai Yi coming out of the kitchen carrying plates of dishes. The puzzled look suddenly turned into astonishment, and Lu Ruya even stood up excitedly. She strode over, unable to hide the surprise on her face. Did you do all this?" Lu Ruya asked helplessly as she stood in front of the dining table. Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a smile, and then pointed at the dishes on the table. "I just made these. Do you want to try them? Oh, by the way, there is a pot of porridge in the kitchen. I'll go get it out." Having said that, Kai Yi turned around and walked into the kitchen again. At this moment, looking at the hot soup and hot rice on the table, Lu Ruya suddenly felt some mixed feelings. Having long been accustomed to living alone, Lu Ruya was very bothered by strangers stepping into her territory. But she didn't mind Kai Yi coming to her house. "It is also because I am used to being alone, working alone, fighting alone, and getting used to loneliness. I have also gotten used to the days of not having enough food to eat after returning home and going upstairs to bed exhausted." At this moment, the food on the table in front of her not only directly stimulated Lu Rui's taste buds, but also directly stimulated Lu Rui's lonely heart. This even made Lu Ruya feel sore in her eyes. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi in the kitchen couldn't help but pause. He didn't expect that there would be so many feedbacks on the villain value. However, before Kai Yi could react, the system prompt sound came again. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. This tip was even more important, it even made Kai Yi unable to react for a while. During the dinner, Lu Ruya kept looking at Kai Yi excitedly. This made Kai Yi somewhat amused and helpless. What's wrong, is the food not tasty? Hearing this, Lu Ruya immediately shook her head. How is that possible? The food you cook is the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Then why are you secretly looking at me? Kai Yi smiled jokingly as he spoke, turned his head and looked at Lu Ruya with raised eyebrows. Faced with Kai Yi's straightforward gaze, Lu Ruya felt a little embarrassed and quickly lowered her head. I can't do it today. It's happened several times. I'm so tired. Ahem, Sister Ruya, I didn't think about this. Kai Yi almost spit out his food because of Lu Ruya's words. Lu Ruya blushed and patted Kai Yi on the back embarrassedly. Kai Yi, why don't you just come and live at my house? Lu Ruya said this out of the blue. This time, Kai Yi stopped coughing and looked at Lu Ruya in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly mentioned this. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed by Kai Yi's staring gaze, Lu Ruya simply turned her eyes away. It's just that your cooking is delicious. Hearing this, Kai Yi moved closer without giving in. Am I not good at it? You, what nonsense are you talking about? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya's face, which was already slightly red, now also turned red on her neck and cheeks. Kai Yi couldn't stop laughing. He looked at Lu Ruya with amusement. Sister Ruya, what are you thinking about? I was talking about my cooking and driving skills. Lu Ruya blinked her watery eyes. She knew very well that Kai Yi was playing a trick on her. She turned her head away in annoyance, but after a while, Lu Ruya turned around again and looked at Kai Yi. I'm serious then do you want to come and live with me? Lu Ruya said, and then looked at Kai Yi expectantly. That is, do you want to be my life assistant? It just so happens that I haven't found a life assistant that suits my taste yet. Listening to Lu Ruya's excuse, Kai Yi was somewhat amused and helpless. So now I am not only your bodyguard, but also your driver, and in the future I will have to work part-time as your life assistant. Is this the exploitation of capitalists? He joked. Hearing this, Lu Ruya didn't even bother to eat, and quickly waved her hand. How can it be so exaggerated? It won't be very tiring. Don't worry, I don't have that much trouble in my life. How about it? Do you want to consider it in this way? With the same working hours, you can get 3 salaries. Isn't a monthly salary of 100,000 good? I have to say, what Lu Ruya said was really heart-touching. But Kai Yi was still a little hesitant. After all, if he came to live with Lu Ruya, he would not be able to see those sisters-in-law. Seeing Kai Yi hesitating, Lu Ruya was not in a hurry. She also knew that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's okay, you can go back and think about it carefully. There's no need to rush anyway. Well then you should go back and think about it carefully. Kai Yi said slowly. Seeing this, Lu Ruya felt more expectant. After all, Kai Yi did not directly refuse, which means that there is still a chance for this matter. After having a meal at Lu Ruya's, Kai Yi returned to the imperial courtyard. It was already completely dark. However, he didn't expect that there was still someone waiting for him at this time. After Kai Yi walked in slowly, he saw Lu Qingshuang sitting in the living room. The slender figure was facing away from him, and it seemed that she was typing non-stop on the laptop, probably working. Kai Yi noticed that she yawned every few words and it seemed that she was really sleepy. After hearing Kai Yi's footsteps, Lu Qingshuang slowly turned her head. And the moment she saw Kai Yi, her eyes widened instantly. You're back, have you eaten? Are you hungry? Lu Qingshuang stood up with a smile and walked towards Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked at Lu Qingshuang, who was walking towards him with a gentle face, and his expression inevitably became gentle as well. Gently shaking his head, Kai Yi said, I'm not hungry. I've eaten. But why haven't you slept yet? Hearing this, Lu Qingshuang's cheeks slowly turned red. She pointed at the laptop over there and said, don't you still have to work? You haven't slept yet, and you haven't gone home yet. I'm a little worried. Kai Yi immediately understood that work was a small matter, the main thing was to wait for him. Your health is not good, so don't stay up so late in the future. As he said that, Kai Yi stepped forward and helped Lu Qingshuang pack up her things. Let's go back to the room. I have something else to tell you. Although Lu Qingshuang was confused, she couldn't help but smile knowingly when she saw Kai Yi taking the initiative to help her pack up her things. Okay. When they got upstairs, Lu Qingshuang sat by the bed, looking at Kai Yi tenderly with a smile on her face. What's wrong? Did you get a raise again? Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but joked. Kai Yi sat down next to Lu Qingshuang with a smile. and looked at her in surprise when he heard her words. Sister Qingshuang, how did you know that I got a raise? Lu Qingshuang blinked, obviously confused by what Kai Yi said. But then, she thought that the place where Kai Yi was working now was where he was undercover, so Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but start to worry again. Then the nature of your current job is not dangerous, right? Lu Qingshuang said nervously. Hearing this, Kai Yi shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sister Qingshuang, what are you thinking about? This is definitely not the case. It's just that after changing jobs, I must be busier than before, because I have to infiltrate the inner circle, so I may not be able to live at home during this period of time. What? Originally, Lu Qingshuang was sitting here happily, listening to Kai Yi talking to her about things in the company. But when Lu Qingshuang heard Kai Yi's words out of the blue, she was so shocked that she stood up from the bed. What did you say? You won't live at home anymore, you'll live directly in the company. Lu Qingshuang was so surprised that her voice broke. Seeing Lu Qingshuang standing in front of him in surprise, Kai Yi reached out and grasped her slender waist. Then he exerted a little force and let Lu Qingshuang sit in his arms. Lu Qingshuang was no longer in the mood to flirt. Even when she sat in Kai Yi's arms, her face was still filled with worry. You don't have to worry so much, Sister Qingshuang. I'm sure there will be no danger. Besides, I live with my boss, so nothing will happen. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Qingshuang finally calmed down a little. Considering that Kai Yi is now living with his superiors, and generally those leaders attach great importance to their safety, there should be no problem. Moreover, those men were willing to let Kai Yi move in and live with them, which indeed showed that they trusted Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Qingshuang's expression became much better. Kai Yi watched Lu Qingshuang's expression change, but did not say anything. After all, he lives with his boss now. Not only is there no safety risk, he can even enjoy benefits every day. This is the life that others dream of. So when are you moving out? After coming to her senses, Lu Qingshuang looked at Kai Yi reluctantly. Kai Yi held Lu Qingshuang's slender waist in his hands, looking at her beautiful watery eyes, and felt a little reluctant to let go. But there is no other way. The most important thing now is to expand one's own influence. Before Yi Han returns to China, he must have his own confidence. Seeing the reluctant look on Lu Qingshuang's face, Kai Yi thought for a moment and said, maybe it will only be these 2 days. What's so anxious? Lu Qingshuang frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Kai Yi's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he buried his head in Lu Qingshuang's neck with a tired look. He seemed unable to hold back and sighed, I can't help it. For the boss's wishes. Ding ding, the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 200 villain points are awarded. Sister Qingshuang, what should I do? I may not see you for a long time. Kai Yi said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. When Lu Qingshuang heard Kai Yi's words, she felt extremely sad and distressed. It's okay, it's okay. Just send me messages and call me more often. Kai Yi did not reply to Lu Qingshuang's words, but continued, it's been 2 years. I finally waited for you to wake up. I didn't expect that we would be separated again so soon. Originally Lu Qingshuang was trying to remain calm, but after hearing these words, she couldn't hold it anymore. She gently held Kai Yi's face with both hands, and then said softly, don't worry Kai Yi, I will definitely set you free, definitely am I. Kai Yi smiled and said nothing, then kissed her forcefully. Lu Qingshuang was also very naive about this matter. So when Kai Yi asked her, she was somewhat at a loss. But Kai Yi's actions seemed very strong, but after a while, he became very gentle. He was like a patient mentor, teaching Lu Qingshuang how to proceed. The ambiguous atmosphere around them increased, and the two of them could not help themselves to some extent. Lu Qingshuang's breathing became slightly rapid, and her originally fair face gradually turned red. Kai Yi's hand slid down, then he raised his head and looked at Lu Qingshuang, and asked proactively, Sister Qingshuang, is it possible? Lu Qingshuang didn't expect Kai Yi to ask this, which made her stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qingshuang was actually a little embarrassed. But at the same time, she thought of, in addition to what Kai Yi just said. Yes, he had finally stayed by her side for 2 years, but now they were going to be separated again. She likes Kai Yi, so it's only a matter of time. But in fact Lu Qingshuang was also moved. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxuang lowered her head slightly, and nodded gently with red earlobes. Don't ask. After nodding gently, Lu Qingxuang shyly buried her head in Kai Yi's arms. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but chuckle, then turned around and threw the man onto the bed. Lu Qingxuang lay there, staring blankly at the man in front of her, as if she wanted to engrave his current appearance in her heart. She slowly stretched out her hand to hold Kai Yi's neck, biting her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and was too embarrassed to show it in front of Kai Yi. Well, Kai Yi. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the destined heroine, and reward villain value. The following is omitted. It started raining outside at some point, and when Kai Yi came to his senses in the middle of the night, he subconsciously looked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. I saw the bright red rose in the garden outside, still standing there tenaciously after experiencing a rainstorm. It's just that there are a few more crystal-clear raindrops on the petals, which makes the rose look even more delicate and attractive. Lu Qingxuang on the bed had already fallen into a deep sleep. Kai Yi stood up and carried Lu Qingxuang to the bathroom. After helping her wash her body, he returned to his room with a satisfied look on his face. When he returned to his room, he found that there were unread messages on his WeChat. One message was from Lu Qingxuang, asking her to be safe on the road. The other one was from Morris himself. As soon as Kai Yi clicked on it, he saw a photo. Although it is not as stylish as the one sent to me in the afternoon, the skirt still perfectly shows the girl's perfect curves. Morris, I'm going to a party, so I may not be able to play games. Morris, picture. Morris, what I'm wearing today. Kai Yi curled his lips slightly. It felt like his girlfriend was reporting to him when she was going out. Why yeah, that's good. Although Kai Yi is. It took more than an hour to reply to Morris's message, but the moment Kai Yi sent the message, the phone screen showed that the other party was typing. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 100 villain points are awarded. After receiving the system prompt, Kai Yi couldn't help but shook his head in a helpless manner. Now he was basically certain that this little girl was indeed a love-brained person. Fortunately, I was the one who accepted it. If it was someone else, that would have been a disaster. Morris, well, I think what you said does make sense. Why, after all, I am much older than you. Kai Yi's words immediately aroused Mosley's curiosity. Morris, how old are you? Much older than me. Why yes, I am an old man. Kai Yi is certainly not old, but if he lowers Morris's expectations now, then he will be even more surprised when they meet, right? Why okay, it's getting late, I'm going to sleep, so I won't chat with you guys who look down on us old people. Kai Yi couldn't help but joked. This time, Morris on the other side responded quite quickly. Morris, you are not an old man, an old uncle. Morris, I remember, isn't there a popular saying on the internet? Kai Yi looked over curiously. Morris, what's it called? A man is a boy until he dies. Seeing the words sent by Morris, Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed out loud. I have to say, this little girl is really good at comforting people. Looking at the little girl's clumsy comfort, Kai Yi even began to pray for the two to meet. Why that's right, although uncle is a little old, his body and mentality are still very good. Morris joked. Uncle, do you have 8-pack abs? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Yo. Is this a provocation? It would be fine if this was just a provocation, but how could you doubt his figure? Why sorry, uncle is a homebody. The innocent Morris quickly comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. There are so many people without abdominal muscles nowadays. However, just as Morris sent the message of comfort, a photo popped up in the chat box on the other side. Looking at the thumbnail, Morris couldn't help but hold his breath. Then she looked around, subconsciously feeling guilty, and then sneaked to the balcony outside. Hiding in the corner, Mosley excitedly clicked on the photo. Soon, a clear picture appeared before my eyes. In the dim room, the man seemed to have just casually taken the photo, which resulted in a blurry picture. However, the perfect figure still made people unable to take their eyes off it. He had just finished showering, so there were still water droplets on his body. Morris couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the picture carefully. The water droplets scattered randomly on the abdominal muscles, and some even flowed down along the abdominal muscles and finally seeped into. Morris could not see the scene below, but the imagination in her mind still made her blush. Not only that, Morris tried to find some clues about Y's appearance in this photo. But no matter how Morris looked at it, bit by bit, he still couldn't find any clues in the photo. Although I feel a little regretful, I don't regret it at all. Her face turned red, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, then she moved her fingers and downloaded the picture. Maurice Morris, are you here, Morris? A familiar voice came, and Morris put away his smile. After putting away his phone, he stood up and walked out. I'm here, what's wrong? Morris walked out slowly, his face cold, and looked at Yi-han in confusion. When Yi-han saw Mosley coming out, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a while, and I was so worried. By the way, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, Yi-han walked forward with a worried look on his face, pretending to stretch out his hand to help Morris test the temperature of his forehead. However, before Yi-han could come over, Morris had already dodged him. It's okay, I just came out to get some fresh air. She took a step back, her expression still calm. This made the smile on Yi-han's face somewhat stiff. Seeing this, the person who followed Yi-han out quickly spoke up to try to ease the atmosphere. Master Yi is also concerned about Miss Morris. I don't know how anxious he was outside just now. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and this was the first time I met this person. Morris had good upbringing, so he was still very polite to others. I see. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yi-han slowly walked to Morris's side. By the way, Morris, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sun, the general manager of Shunhua Group. As he said that, Yi-han was about to reach out his hand to hold Morris's waist, but was blocked by Morris again. She frowned slightly, looking at Kai Yi's actions with some displeasure, and then a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. Before, at a party, she was asked to invite Yi-han to join the party. At that time, Yi-han directly and rudely put his arm around her waist, which made her very unhappy. But seeing that Yi-han was still on the phone, he didn't get angry. However, hearing Yi-han making fun of him made Mosley feel even more unhappy. It was from that time that Morris began to become increasingly unhappy with Yi-han. She nodded slightly to the man opposite her. Hello, Mr. Sun, you guys continue talking. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Having said that, Morris turned around and walked directly back to the banquet hall without looking at the other two people. As the daughter of the most powerful mafia gang, she also has the capital and confidence to be rude. Kai Yi was not very clear about the situation on Morris's side, but after the photo was sent out, he clearly heard the system prompt sound. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 300 villain points are awarded. The interval between the two reminders was not very long, which means that they were probably because of the photos I sent out. Kai Yi curled his lips slightly. I didn't expect this. This little girl is still a little pervert. After a long time, Morris on the other side replied to the message. Morris, ahem, great figure. Why, thanks for the compliment. Kai Yi actually wanted to say, you don't need to say it, your favorability has already told me. It was getting late, and after chatting with Morris for a while, Kai Yi went to rest. It's still early over there, but it's not too late here. That's it. Besides, I have to go to work tomorrow. The next day, after Kai Yi finished washing up, he saw Yiroro walking out of the room with sleepy eyes. Brother Yi, good morning. By the way, when did you come back last night? Yiroro said in a daze. Looking at the dazed look of the little girl, she raised her head and rubbed her eyes while talking. Even her hair was still a little messy and looked a little furry. It makes people want to reach out and rub it. Thinking of this, Kai Yi did the same. He reached out his hand without hesitation and rubbed Yiruru's head with his big hands. Yiruru narrowed her eyes and looked at Kai Yi complainingly. What are you doing, brother Yi? The words spoken while complaining sounded like a spoiled child. Nothing, I just saw that your hair was messy, so I helped you tidy it up. Kai Yi said with a smile. Just as the two were chatting and preparing to go downstairs, the door of the other room was opened. Lu Qingshuang walked out tremblingly. Perhaps she didn't expect someone to be standing at the door. After seeing the two of them, she smiled awkwardly, and then quickly stood up straight. Are you guys up? Good morning. Lu Qingshuang greeted the two of them very naturally, as usual. However, the only difference was that this time she didn't dare to look directly into Kai Yi's eyes. Good morning, Sister Qingshuang. What's wrong with you? Why are you walking a little unsteadily? As Yiroro said this, she hurried to Lu Qingxuang's side with a worried look on her face. While speaking, she reached out her hand to support her. Are you feeling unwell again? You can't force yourself to do this. Lu Qingxuang was standing over there, and upon hearing that, she glanced at Kai Yi in front of her with some embarrassment. Hee, it's okay. I just bumped into my foot when I was going upstairs last night. I wasn't paying attention, she quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Yiroro breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. You scared me to death. Let me help you down, Yiroro said very enthusiastically. Noticing that Kai Yi was looking at them with a smile on his face, Lu Qingxuang's neck turned red with embarrassment. No, it's okay, I just sprained it for a bit, I can handle it myself. Well then, Sister Qingxuang, please be careful. Seeing that Lu Qingxuang was a little stubborn, Yiroro could only let go of Lu Qingxuang helplessly. In front of the two of them, Lu Qingxuang pretended to walk downstairs very naturally, but her steps towards the chair were visibly anxious. While having breakfast, seeing that most people had arrived, Kai Yi told them that he was going to move out for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table looked up in surprise. What move out? Why? Yiroro couldn't help but said out loud in surprise. Although Wahyudi didn't say anything, one could tell from her eyes that she was extremely shocked. Song Qing on the side didn't say anything either, but when she knew that Kai Yi was going to move out, she must have been ecstatic. But at this moment, after hearing Kai Yi's words, her mood was somewhat complicated. The only one who remained silent was Lu Qingxuang, because she had already known about this matter last night. She drank the porridge in front of her in silence, with a somewhat lonely expression. Because the recent mission went very smoothly, I will also move into the internal department. This promotion opportunity is very rare for me, Kai Yi said slowly. So if you get a promotion, you don't have to live in the company, right? Yiroro asked. Kai Yi smiled and said, because I moved to a new place, I don't really live in the company, I live with a leader. After all, it was a mission, so everyone was there. Since Kai Yi had said so, they would definitely move out in 2 days. Well then, Yiroro said a little depressed, and then she asked, then Brother Yi, when are you going to move out? Kai Yi thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about this yet, but it's something that will happen in the near future. Oh well. In short, because of Kai Yi's sudden announcement, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became too quiet. Kai Yi parked his electric scooter in the company's underground garage yesterday, so he drove away when he left. When Yiroro thought about Kai Yi moving away, she felt uncomfortable all over. She admitted that, months ago, she did look down on Kai Yi, which led to her thinking of finding an opportunity to kick Kai Yi out. But now, if Kai Yi were to move out, Yiroro would really feel uncomfortable all day long. So Yiroro was a little reluctant at work today. She waited until Kai Yi left the villa before going to work with a stern face. The Yuting Villa area is not far from Lu Rai's villa area, so Kai Yi arrived there after a while. It was still early, because Lu Ruya told him the password to her house in advance, so when he arrived, he parked the car at the door and walked straight in. Thinking about his monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, Kai Yi happily went to the kitchen and prepared a loving breakfast for Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya is a self-disciplined person and usually doesn't get up late. Although she sets the alarm every day, she always wakes up before the alarm goes off. Today was the first time that Lu Ruya was woken up by the alarm clock, and when she just woke up, she still felt very tired. After washing up in a daze and walking downstairs with her laptop, Lu Ruya thought about going directly to the company, just like usual. Over the years, she rarely ate breakfast, making do with a cup of coffee most mornings. But today is destined to be different. As soon as Lu Ruya walked out of the bedroom, she smelled the fragrance of rice. The aroma that came to her face directly stimulated Lu Ruya's taste buds, and even her stomach, which originally didn't feel hungry, became a little hungry. Her originally hazy consciousness suddenly became clear. She quickened her pace and walked to the stairs. She saw Kai Yi, who was busy downstairs. Kai Yi, Lu Ruya shouted in surprise and ran downstairs. She knew that with Kai Yi's level of dedication, he would definitely not be late. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi came early to prepare breakfast for him. You're up just in time to have some breakfast before going to work. Lu Ruya stared at Kai Yi in a daze, then looked at the dishes on the table in a daze. Did you make all this? Looking at the table full of exquisite breakfast, Luria couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. These are not a problem, the main thing is that you eat healthily. Kai said very modestly. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist has been detected, and 500 villain points will be awarded. It's good enough that you're fine, it's good enough. Luria slowly sat down in front of the stool and spoke in a daze. Yes, a hot meal is already very good for Luria. After working alone for so many years, she didn't know how long it had been since she had a proper breakfast. So even though Luria is wealthy now, there is still something missing in her heart. Kai, do you want to eat with us? Luria's eyes felt a little hot, and then she looked up at Kai. Kai smiled and said, it's okay, I came here after eating. Is that so? Luria nodded and said softly, but her tone sounded somewhat disappointed. Seeing this, Kai raised his eyebrows slightly, and then sat directly next to Luria. But just because I've eaten doesn't mean I can't eat with you. Kai said with a chuckle, then reached out to help Luria peel an egg. Luria was stunned at first, and then she burst into laughter. Okay. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. If I had known, you wouldn't have eaten at home. You should have eaten with me instead. Luria said casually. Kai looked at Luria with a smile on his face. It's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities to have breakfast together later. Luria, who was eating, nodded subconsciously at first, but then suddenly seemed to realize something. What? She looked up at Kai with a look of surprise, and then couldn't help laughing. You mean, you agree to live with me? Kai nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How can I refuse such a beautiful lady's invitation? Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 100 villain points are awarded. Perhaps because of the two of them, Luria was a little excited and kept talking to Kai during the meal. So even Luria, who is very self-disciplined, arrived at the company on time today. On the way Luria went to the office, people were looking at her curiously. After all, they hadn't seen Luria for a long time this morning. When Kai was accompanying Luria upstairs, he accidentally saw a very familiar person in the hall. The person standing in front of the front desk has been replaced. It seems that Qian Yorong has indeed left, but the person who replaced her now may not be much better. Looking at Lin Weiwei, who was dressed exquisitely and sexy, standing at the front desk, Kai was somewhat silent. It seems that receptionists at big companies also look at appearance. At this time, Lin Weiwei should be receiving training and instruction, so she did not look up at Kai. It's just that they will meet sooner or later, so Kai didn't deliberately avoid her. But when I saw Lin Weiwei in this company, I remembered that I had met Lin Weiwei by chance in a hot pot restaurant before. Kai's intuition told him that this was probably not a coincidence. Although Lin Weiwei's appearance may cause some trouble, Kai does not think that Lin Weiwei can shake his position. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Lin Weiwei rubbed her arms shiveringly. What's wrong? No, it's okay, I just felt a little cold just now. Lin Weiwei said after looking around. Really, maybe you're wearing too little today. The foreman said as he looked Lin Weiwei up and down. It's just that she has seen many women like this, so she didn't show anything. Go get a set of work clothes when you get off work today, and you will have to wear the same clothes when you go to work tomorrow. The foreman said seriously. Lin Weiwei frowned slightly when she heard this, and then nodded reluctantly. After all, she originally thought that the front desk staff could wear whatever they wanted, but she didn't expect that they had to wear a uniform. This made Lin Weiwei curl her lips, but when she thought that she had entered the Guhua group, she could find any man she wanted, so it was worth it. Yes, actually Lin Weiwei had sent out her resume a long time ago, but the ones that were accepted were all small companies. All those big companies rejected Lin Weiwei without exception. Lin Weiwei didn't take it seriously before. After all, she earned much more from men than from working. But now that she knows that those old guys are treating her as a plaything, Lin Weiwei thinks it would be better to find some younger and more handsome ones. Especially when she saw Kai last time, the fat golden pig that belonged to me found this job for me. Although it is just a small receptionist, academic qualifications are still required in Guhua Group. Especially since the salary is very attractive, the competitiveness is naturally very high. But it was also a coincidence that just when she was about to give up waiting, an extra spot happened to become available. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei suddenly felt that God was helping her. After going to the president's office, Lu Ruya began to get busy. Although it seemed quite relaxing yesterday, normally if something happens, I would be very busy. Just like now, because of being busy with that batch of goods, Lu Ruya has held several meetings this morning. Even at noon, she was still chatting with Wei Zong in the office. Their busy figures did not affect Kai Yi at all. Since morning, Kai Yi had been lying on the sofa playing games. Finally, Wei Zongxian couldn't bear it any longer. Originally, Kai Yi had been playing games there, but now he no longer plays games and has even started watching short videos. Originally, he felt that Kai Yi lying in President Lu's office was very annoying. But he had also subtly hinted to Lu Ruya to get a special office for Kai Yi. Yes, just give him a special office although he doesn't deserve an office, this way, he won't have to lie in Lu Rui's office all the time. But his proposal was quickly rejected by Lu Ruya. The reason is that there is no need to bother freeing up another office. Wei Zong couldn't refute, but he was also very concerned about Kai Yi who was standing beside him. Finally, he really couldn't bear it anymore. Pa! He threw the documents in his hand onto the table in annoyance, then turned to look at Kai Yi with an angry face. Kai Yi, right. It's our working hours now. Didn't you see that Mr. Lu and I are chatting about something? Can you turn down the volume on your phone? Do you know that you are disturbing our work? He couldn't help but scolded. But compared to Wei Zong's rage, Kai Yi, who was lying there playing with his phone, looked more relaxed. Hearing this, he took his hand slowly. He took the machine away from his eyes and turned to look at Wei Zong. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he asked in confusion, "Did I disturb your work? Sorry, I didn't know. How about I stop playing?" Having said that, Kai Yi threw his phone directly onto the coffee table beside him, and then sat quietly on the sofa. The figure looked very lonely. Seeing Kai Yi throw the phone aside, Wei Zong should have felt relieved that his goal had been achieved. But now I do feel that something is wrong, something is very wrong. But, he just didn't know what was wrong. Kai Yi, you can continue playing. It won't have much impact. Lu Rui's voice came from the side, which made Wei Zong finally feel that something was wrong. Damn, I was so careless. This kid is actually pretending to be pitiful. Wei Zong gritted his teeth, he never expected this kid to do this. But I did disturb your work here. Kai Yi raised his head and said with some guilt. Sorry, I didn't realize my voice was so loud just now. It's okay, I didn't notice it either. Having said that, Lu Ruya glanced at Wei Zong indifferently. Although there was no other meaning in this look, it was enough to make Wei Zong feel very aggrieved. In Wei Zong's impression, Lu Ruya has always been a strong woman who focuses on work. When did work become secondary to men in her heart? Especially since this man is not me. This made Wei Zong even more upset. He was so angry. But, he wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Kai Yi. But it's not good for me to sit here and do nothing. As he spoke, Kai Yi even sighed slowly. Wei Zong, you're the one who feels bad. How about this? Lu Ruya looked towards the lounge, then said softly, how about you go play in the lounge? I'll ask my assistant to bring you some food later. What? When Wei Zong heard this, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Ruya in disbelief and stood up in surprise. You let him into your lounge? How could you let him into your lounge? Wei Zong couldn't bear it any longer and exploded completely. When he was in the Guhua gang, Wei Zong's temper was not particularly good. However, after all, I want to clean up my name and start a company, so naturally I have to be more restrained. Over the years, Wei Zong appeared to be well-mannered in front of others, but in private he still couldn't change his bad habits. Lu Ruya did not stand up. She crossed her hands and gently supported her chin, looking at Wei Zong coldly. What does my decision have to do with you? Is this your lounge? Wei Zong's arrogance disappeared visibly, but he was still somewhat unwilling to accept the result. Then you can't let a strange man enter your private space casually, he said dissatisfiedly. Those who can become leaders, whether men or women, all have a very strong sense of territory. So Lu Ruya also hated it very much when someone entered her private space for no reason. Even though I have known Lu Ruya for many years, even though I founded the company with her. But he still had never been to Lu Rui's lounge. Am I a strange man? Kai Yi seemed not to notice that Wei Zong was very angry, and continued to speak slowly. You don't count. Lu Ruya comforted softly, and then looked at Wei Zong in front of her. Wei Zong, if you don't want to work in my office, we can also go to some small meeting rooms. This time, there was no smile on Lu Rui's face. She spoke in a very cold tone, and at the same time, the pressure from the superior was released. Wei Zong looked at Lu Ruya and knew that this was Lu Ruya warning him. Warn yourself to be honest and stop meddling in other people's business. After hesitating for a while, Wei Zong finally gritted his teeth and said, I understand. After saying that, he could only sit back and swallow his anger. But in the corner where Lu Ruya couldn't see, Wei Zong's eyes were full of ruthlessness when he looked at Kai Yi. He really didn't want to see Kai Yi anymore. He has always been quick in his actions, so Kai Yi would not stay. Thinking that he would never see Kai Yi again, Wei Zong felt much better. Kai Yi happily took. Holding his cell phone, he walked into Lu Rui's lounge with ease. Although he noticed the look in Wei Zong's eyes, Kai Yi was still not in a hurry. Boy, Lu Ruya has such a high liking for me, what can you compare with me? After looking at Wei Zong with disdain, Kai Yi closed the door of the lounge with a smug look on his face. Unlike in the past, Kai Yi had to go to the restaurant himself to get his lunch today. Because it was so busy, there was no staff available to deliver the meals. Plus, I'm somewhat uneasy about handing the order over to the delivery guy, so the store owner hopes that you can pick it up in person. Since Kai Yi had nothing to do, he took the car keys and went downstairs leisurely. Lin Weiwei was eating takeout and video chatting with her golden pig baby here, when suddenly she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. After hurriedly saying goodbye to the baby opposite, Lin Weiwei looked at the man in front of her in surprise. Kai Yi's face is still very recognizable. So now when he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Weiwei, she still recognized Kai Yi at first sight. Kai Yi, she shouted in astonishment, not understanding why Kai Yi appeared here now. And she looked in the direction Kai Yi came from. That was the elevator, but why hadn't she seen him go up there? Ignoring the woman behind him, Kai Yi continued walking forward. Sure enough, the sound of high heels trotting soon came from behind him. Soon, someone patted Kai Yi's shoulder gently. Frowning and dodging her movements, Kai Yi turned to look at Lin Weiwei with a look of disgust. What's wrong, Miss Lin? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Kai Yi will never treat people who don't treat him well. Hearing Kai Yi's tone, Lin Weiwei knew in an instant that Kai Yi did it on purpose, as he clearly heard her voice just now. Lin Weiwei withdrew her hand awkwardly, and a haughty expression appeared on her face again. Huh, what do you mean can't I come to you if I don't have anything to do? Kai Yi shrugged, we are not familiar with each other. If you come to me for no reason, I will just think you are trying to get close to me or being annoying. Lin Weiwei didn't expect that in such a place, Kai Yi could actually utter such words. You, how can you say such a thing? Lin Weiwei pointed at Kai Yi angrily. Kai Yi still looked at her helplessly. I'm sorry, I can't help but say such things to anyone I meet. I really can't help it. Lin Weiwei's face turned red with anger at Kai Yi, but she also knew that she would definitely not be able to win the argument with Kai Yi. Thinking of this, she threw her hands away in annoyance. You are so arrogant now, aren't you afraid that I will expose your affairs to the public? Lin Weiwei threatened in a low voice, looking at Kai Yi smugly as she spoke. She seemed very proud that she had caught Kai Yi's weakness. But little did she know that in Kai Yi's eyes, she was just a clown. Then just tell everyone, and fight to the death, and see who is afraid of who. Kai Yi ignored her and turned around and left. I have to say, after confronting that weirdo, I immediately felt refreshed. But you should not face weird things for a long time, as it will really pollute your eyes. Kai Yi set a navigation system, went to the hotel entrance to pick up the lunchbox, and then received a call from Yiroro. What's wrong, Roro? Did something happen? After Kai Yi answered the phone, he asked worriedly. Well no, it's just, Brother Yi, are you free now? Yiroro asked hesitantly. On the other side of the phone, Yiroro clenched the corner of her clothes nervously. Both of them were busy during this period, so they only met at home. Because she was at home, Yiroro was embarrassed to say many things. But today, Yiroro learned that Kai Yi was moving away and didn't know when he would be back. This was a big blow to her. What's wrong? Did something happen? If nothing happens, just tell me and I'll help you sort it out. Kai Yi's comfort and words were very reassuring, and even Yiruru's heart felt warm. And his words seemed to give Yiroro courage. It's nothing, I just want to tell you something. Are you free to have lunch with me at noon? Hearing Yiruru's gentle question and her obvious uneasiness, Kai first looked at the lunch box on the car seat. Glancing at the time on his phone, Kai thought that Lu Ruya should still talk to Wei Zong about work for a while. After all, the two had been talking about work since the meeting in the morning. It doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. Plus, I had just gone downstairs early, and I could take this opportunity to meet Yiroro. Thinking of this, Kai agreed. Okay, I'll pick you up from your company now, using the same car I took this morning. Okay, I'll go down now, Yiroro couldn't help but exclaimed happily when she saw Kai agreed. Listening to the cheers from the other end of the phone, Kai was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was lunchtime at that time, so the road was more or less blocked for a while, but fortunately, it only delayed us for 2 or 3 minutes. When Kai arrived downstairs of Yiruru's company, he saw the girl standing on the roadside from a distance. Although there were people coming and going downstairs at this time, the girl seemed like a breath of fresh air. Even standing in the noisy crowd, she was very conspicuous. Ru, come in. Kai stopped the car, opened the window and said. Yiroro looked at Kai in surprise, and then got into the car. How did you get here so quickly? Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He didn't come that fast. So Yiroro felt that the reason why she came so quickly was probably because she was in a daze thinking about something. Kai could still guess what the little girl was thinking. Possible. Hey, Roro, are you going out to eat? Isn't this Kai? Long time no see. Before Kai could finish his words, he was interrupted by an excited female voice. After hearing this familiar voice, they were both stunned, then turned their heads to look over. Jo Mei appeared outside the car at some point, smiling and looking at Kai with shining eyes. At this moment, she was talking and stroking the luxury car, and her eyes looking at Kai became even more passionate. Yiruru's smiling face suddenly fell when she saw Jo Mei's face. Team leader, why did you come down? Yiroro asked coldly. When she came down, she clearly saw this woman starting to eat upstairs. Oh, me. I was thinking of coming down to buy milk tea. I just saw you and was thinking of asking you if you want milk tea. I didn't expect to meet Kai. It seems that Jo Mei was really excited to meet Kai this time. She even stared at him without blinking while talking. Yiroro was really upset. She thought that this woman was arrogant and domineering in the company, but now she was actually trying to seduce Kai. This suddenly made Yiroro feel angry. Feeling unhappy, Yiruru's expression became cold. She sat up straight, blocking Jo Mei's gaze from looking at Kai. Team leader, if there's nothing else, the two of us will leave first. Yiroro said, directly and unceremoniously climbing up the car window. Seeing this, Jo Mei also became somewhat panicked. After all, I have been looking forward to seeing Kai for so long, and this time he changed to a luxury car. What does this mean? This shows that his family is really not short of money. So in a hurry, Jo Mei reached out and blocked the car window. Wait a minute. Yiroro looked at him helplessly. Do you have anything else to say? Jo Mei hesitated, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, she really had no reason or excuse to talk to Kai. Kai found it funny to see Yiroro angry, but at the same time he also thought she was extremely cute. I remember the last time Yiroro was really angry, it was also because of Jo Mei. Okay Jo Mei, if you don't have anything else to do, then we'll leave first. We're in a hurry. Having said that, Kai started the car without mercy. Jo Mei's hand was still on the window, but she didn't expect Kai to start the car directly. She was visibly stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the whole car started to move forward. She was so scared that she quickly withdrew her hand. It's not you who. Before Jo Mei could finish her words, the luxury cars in front of her had already sped away, and soon she couldn't even see their exhaust fumes. She clenched her fists and looked ahead unwillingly. In fact, she just noticed that something was wrong with Yiroro, so she followed her downstairs. I didn't expect to meet Kai. However, she didn't expect that Kai would not give her any face at all. Thinking of this, Jo Mei's face turned blue with anger and she stomped her feet behind him viciously. Not only Jo Mei was a little surprised by Kai's behavior, but Yiroro was too. But I have to say that this behavior made Yiroro very happy. The little face that was stern just now suddenly softened. Are you happy now? While driving, Kai turned around and glanced at Yuroro. Upon hearing this, Yururu's smile faded a little, but she still couldn't help it and there was still a smile on her face. It's okay. Yuroro said with a smile. Kai chuckled, you. Yuroro curved her eyebrows, did not respond, but turned her head to look out the window. In a direction that Kai couldn't see, Yururu's mouth corners were about to rise to the sky. Because he didn't have much time, Kai found a restaurant near the company that looked good and booked a private room. After quickly ordering the food, Kai looked at Yuroro who was standing beside him. Ruru, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Did someone bully you? Yuroro, who was sitting over there, started to get nervous again. No, that's it. In fact, Yuroro has been hesitating ever since she was interrupted last time. In addition, they didn't have much time to spend together, and every time she saw Kai, there were people around him, so she didn't take any action. And this time, Yuroro was completely stimulated by Kai. To be precise, I was stimulated by what Kai said in the morning. Yuroro was already very worried when Kai went undercover to carry out the mission. Now, we're moving out right away. Yuroro was not only worried that she would not see Kai often in the future, but she was also anxious. Kai is such a good person, he will definitely be liked by people wherever he goes. After all, there is no one around Yuroro who doesn't like Kai. Including Yuroro herself, she also likes Kai very much. Brother Yi, I have been thinking about this for a long time. In fact, I wanted to talk about it last time, but I was interrupted by mistake. Yuroro clenched her fists and made up her mind. She slowly raised her head and looked at Kai, and her eyes became firm. So, after thinking about it, I still want to tell you my feelings. Knock knock. Before Yuroro could finish her words, there was a knock on the door, and then the door of the box was opened. Looking at the group of people who came in one after another to serve the dishes, Yuroro could only shut her mouth in frustration. She clenched her fists, then lowered her head for some reason, getting angry on her own. Kai looked at Yururu's slightly puffy face and almost laughed out loud. Although the waiters left quickly, the atmosphere was already interrupted. Even though the waiters had left, Yuroro was still there, sulking. To be honest, seeing Yuroro like this, Kai thought she was very cute. He lowered his head slightly and reached out to poke Yururu's little face. Ruru how? Kai. Before Kai could finish his words, Yuroro in front of him suddenly raised her head and sat directly on Kai. This action made Kai dumbfounded. Although she is a little witch, Yuroro is usually quite shy. She sat astride Kai with a blushing face, then raised her head and held Kai's face in her hands. Kai, you must listen carefully to what I say this time. Kai grabbed the little witch's waist with amusement, and looked at her with a somewhat amusing and helpless look. It seems that Yuroro was really pissed off this time. She didn't even call him Brother Yi anymore, but called him by his full name. Okay, I'll listen carefully, go ahead. Kai looked at Yuroro with a smile in his eyes. Although Yuroro was looking at Kai with a firm expression, she was still somewhat nervous when it came to speaking. She looked away shyly. She opened her pink lips and whispered, I wanted to tell you before. I had prepared a lot of things to say to you. Yuroro stumbled as she spoke, but I have almost forgotten now. I am a little nervous. She spoke with tears in her eyes, clasping her hands nervously as she spoke. Kai held it with a smile. She held his hand and comforted him, it's okay. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Then I'll really tell you straight away you better be prepared. As she spoke, Yuroro suddenly raised her head and looked at Kai. I want to say, I like you Kai, can you be my boyfriend? As Yuroro said this, her whole body stiffened and she looked at Kai with a nervous expression. But seeing that Kai was slow to speak, Yuroro gradually became unsure. Even his eyes were a little red. Seeing the little girl's eyes were red, Kai felt distressed, but this matter is indeed not so easy to deal with. He is an impartial person, so not only Yuroro is feeling distressed, but everyone else is also feeling distressed. So after a moment of silence, Kai finally said, Ruru, you know me, I was badly hurt in my last relationship. He started to talk nonsense, so since then, I haven't thought about the matter of love, and I don't want to fall in love again. Yiroro blinked in confusion, and said directly, "It's okay, we can get married right away, my family likes you very much." Kai laughed secretly in his heart. He actually liked him quite a bit. He thought Yi Han would probably hate him to death in the future. Ru, you know, that's not what I meant. Kai helped Yiroro tidy up the hair around her ears and spoke softly. "So, are you rejecting me?" But Yiroro did not continue speaking. Instead, she lay in Kai's arms and wiped her eyes stubbornly. Kai was just thinking about reaching out to pat the little girl on the back to comfort her. But the next second, there was a flash before my eyes. Then, Kai felt his lips soften again. The girl's kissing skills were very immature, but her movements were very rough, as if there was a hint of revenge in them. Kai looked at the little girl in front of him with a helpless look, raised his head and directly grabbed the back of Yiruru's head, successfully taking back the initiative. Kai's kissing skills were very skillful, and after a while Yiruru felt a little overwhelmed. She didn't know why, but she felt. I felt a little weak, and even my breathing became rapid. But even so, Yiruru's competitive spirit still remains. With the intention of not letting go until she achieves her goal today, Yiruru reaches down directly. Immediately afterwards, Kai groaned. He raised his head and looked at Yiruru in surprise. He didn't expect Yiruru to be so bold. You. Yiruru looked up at Kai, her big eyes twinkling, but then she gave Kai a sly smile. Kai just surrender to me. As she spoke, Yiruru's strength became stronger and stronger. At this point, Kai was a little dumbfounded. Not only what Yiruru said made him stunned, but also the actions of Yiruru's hands. Kai really didn't expect that Yiruru came here today with such determination. Not only were his words rude, but his hands were also very rude. Kai never thought that this little girl would have so many tricks. Although the movements are very immature, it has to be said that they are indeed very exciting. Seeing the subtle change in Kai's expression, Yiruru also curled up a smug smile. You don't want to eat? Kai breathed slightly and looked at Yiruru with raised eyebrows. Yiruru snorted proudly, I don't want to eat anymore. Then don't regret it. Kai was irritated by the little witch Yiruru. What do I regret? Yiruru looked at Kai provocatively. She had been thinking about this matter for a whole day and she wished she could pounce on Kai right now. What was there for her to regret? Kai leaned on the sofa. Ru, I still have to tell you that I have no intention of falling in love or getting married. If there is none, then there is none. It seemed that Yiruru was determined to take advantage of Kai, so she spoke without caring. Okay, very good, that's what you said. Kai smiled. When he just came in, he had already discovered that there was no camera in this box. In that case, there was no need for him to be polite to Yiruru. He suddenly grabbed Yiruru's naughty hand, and seeing her stunned look, Kai asked provocatively, do you want to keep doing this through clothes? Ah, Yiruru was stunned at first when she heard Kai's words. Kai's smile deepened, sure enough, you are still a little brat. Who are you calling a little brat? Yiruru immediately retorted unconvincedly upon hearing this. Then she looked at Kai angrily and pulled the zipper with her slender fingers. At the same time, she slid off Kai's legs and fell to the ground, and finally even knelt on the floor. Then, she pursed her lips slightly, her face blushing, and looked at Kai with wet eyes. Finally, she made up her mind and lowered her head slightly. The following is omitted. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taking down the destined heroine, and reward villain points. Kai looked at Yiruru, who was extremely tired, with a smile on his face, and he was still a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be in this kind of scene. This was indeed something Kai had not expected. In the end, he underestimated the little witch. It turns out that the title of little witch was not given for nothing. Although Yiruru is not very old, she is indeed very vigorous. Are you still eating, huh? Kai leaned down slightly and whispered in Yiruru's ear. After all, they were still outside, and Kai would not be too presumptuous, so he quickly let Yiruru go. Yiruru was lying there, breathing slowly. After hearing Kai's words, she just responded lazily. Luckily they ordered barbecue, so it's still hot when it comes out. However, even so, the little witch's physical strength was still a little overdrawn, and in the end Kai held her and fed her. When they returned to the car, both of them had rosy complexions, but Kai's face was more of satisfaction. Although the little witch's face was rosy due to being moisturized, she was still very tired. Plus I didn't take a nap, so my eyelids are already drooping as I sit in the car. Do you still have to go to work in the afternoon? Do you want to go home and have a rest? Kai suggested. After all, this place is not far from the imperial court. Hearing this, Yiroro hesitated for a moment, then nodded, okay. Anyway, she didn't want to go back and face Jo Mei's face, so she could just ask for leave later. Kai sent Yiroro to the imperial court, but did not follow her upstairs. He drove hurriedly back to the Guhua gang. I glanced at the time and it was still lunchtime. It's not too early. Thinking of this, Kai hurried back to Lu Rai's office with the lunchbox. Just as Kai expected, when he returned, Lu Ruya was still working, and there were even a few more people in the office. Seeing Kai push the door open and walk in without knocking, everyone looked over subconsciously. The moment they saw Kai, the people around them immediately understood that this seemed to be the Kai who was very famous yesterday. The rest of the people all looked at Kai with understanding expressions, except Wei Zong, who didn't look very happy. Kai, you're back. It will take me a while to finish my work. Go to the lounge and wait for me. Lu Ruya gently instructed Kai, then hurriedly lowered her head. Seeing this, the eyes of the people around were about to fall out. Holy shit, is this Lu Ruya? These old men have followed Lu Ruya from the Guhua gang to the present, and they are all elder-level figures. So not only do we know that Lu Ruya is cold-blooded and ruthless in the company, but it is also not uncommon to see her being ruthless and cruel outside. After all, a woman who can develop her power to this extent must be cruel. They had rarely seen him speak so gently. At first glance, it felt a bit scary. They looked at Lu Ruya in surprise again, then at Kai, and then cautiously glanced at Wei Zong, whose face was ashen with anger, and finally they looked at each other again. The meaning of eating melon is self-evident. The people over there were in a strange mood, but Kai here was in a very good mood. Not only did what just happened make him feel good, but looking at Wei Zong's dead face, he felt refreshed. Because it is an insulated lunch box, Kai doesn't have to worry about whether the food inside is still hot. After entering the lounge, Kai put the lunch box away and lay down on the bed to rest. When Kai woke up in a daze, he was pressed awake. Feeling the soft touch pressing on his face, Kai was somewhat dazed. He opened his eyes dazedly, and all he saw was a white mess. His eyebrows twitched in surprise, and Kai still shouted in surprise. Like Sister Yi. Willow came from the front. Hearing Rai's voice and smelling the familiar fragrance, Kai confirmed that the person in front of him was Lu Ruya. He hugged Lu Rai's waist, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and moved Lu Ruya downwards. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Wasn't it yesterday? Why are you still so hungry? Kai spoke in a frivolous tone, and even his expression was somewhat playful. However, Lu Ruya didn't care about his appearance. What's wrong? Isn't it okay that I didn't eat enough just now? With a slight blush on her face, Lu Ruya said coquettishly. Kai smiled helplessly in his heart. Why did he want to take advantage of him today? What's wrong? You don't want to? Seeing Kai didn't say anything, Lu Ruya pursed her red lips a little aggrieved. How could that be? Did I say I didn't want to? So you're willing, Lu Ruya said happily, and then pounced over. Kai, you are really my lucky star. I am so happy today. Having said that, Lu Ruya pressed Kai directly into her arms and rubbed him vigorously a few times. Although his breathing was a little difficult, Kai was indeed in pain and happy. Having just finished chatting about work with that group of people, Lu Ruya couldn't wait to come to the lounge to see Kai. But seeing that Kai was resting, she didn't have the heart to wake him up, so she ate some lunch first. But in the end, she was still very excited. After estimating the time, she woke Kai up. Since you are so happy, it means that everything is going smoothly. Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ruya, his hands kept moving. Yeah, yes. Her eyes and eyebrows were flushed and she looked over with a smile. As she spoke, Lu Rai's lotus-like arms wrapped around Kai's neck. Don't worry, you will get all the benefits in the end. Kai liked to hear this. After all, who doesn't love money? Sister Ruya, you are so nice to me. Kai said softly. This sentence made Lu Ruya feel proud. That's right, you kid, slow down. As she spoke, she said something coquettishly and patted Kai lightly on the back. His originally fair and stern face was now inevitably stained with blush. Even her originally delicate makeup looked a little smudged at this moment. "Are you okay?" Kai Yi supported the beauty who was sitting astride him. After all, this posture is really tiring. But it can also be seen that Lu Ruya is indeed very happy today, otherwise she wouldn't be so excited. It's okay, I can still." Lu Ruya bit her red lips and spoke tremblingly. But at this moment, even though she was in very good physical condition, she was already trembling a little. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. The host has been detected to have daring thief behavior. Reward 6,666 villain points. This time, the two of them didn't come out of the lounge until it was almost time to get off work. When she came out, Lu Ruya had already tidied up her appearance. Kai Yi sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Ruya who was sorting documents at her desk. He couldn't help but tease her, "Sister Ruya, if you change clothes every day, won't people in the company find it strange?" When Lu Ruya heard this, her face turned red and she turned to look at Kai Yi in annoyance. "Stinky boy, who else but you dare to say it?" Kai Yi smiled. This was indeed the truth. "You've wasted another afternoon today. Do you have to work overtime after you get home?" Kai Yi walked up to Lu Ruya, put his arms around her waist from behind, lay on top of her and whispered. "No need. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly. Now we just need to keep an eye on the action." Lu Ruya was obviously in a very good mood today, and even her tone was very relaxed when she spoke. "So what stage has the plan reached?" Kai Yi asked curiously. After all, he was the one who gave the information about Yi Group to Lu Ruya personally, and he really hoped that Yi Han would fail in this matter. Apparently, Lu Ruya thought so too, so after hearing Kai Yi's words, she narrowed her eyes slightly, then sneered, "Tonight." After get off work, Kai Yi once again helped Lu Ruya to return to the villa area, prepared a loving dinner, and returned to the imperial court after receiving some loving kisses from Lu Ruya. Today, Lu Qingxuang is still in the living room. Waiting for Kai Yi, when he saw Kai Yi coming back, he walked up to him attentively. "Why did you come back so soon today?" Lu Qingxuang asked softly. Kai Yi shrugged and said, "Thanks for not working overtime today. By the way, where's Ruro?" Hearing this, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but frown and sigh. When the child came back in the afternoon, he said he was not feeling well, and he has been lying in his room ever since. As he said that, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but look towards Yi Ruru's room upstairs with some worry. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi just raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. "After all, as the instigator, I still feel a little guilty now. How about you go up and take a look? I just went to check on her and wanted to ask her if she was feeling uncomfortable, but she was still sleeping. You can go and see if she's awake," Lu Qingxuang suggested. In fact, until now, Lu Qingxuang's waist is still more or less sore, so she really doesn't want to climb the stairs. "Well, I'll go up and take a look." Kai Yi readily agreed and nodded, with a complicated look in his eyes. Turning around and walking upstairs, Kai Yi arrived at the door of Yi Ruru's room, then he raised his hand slightly and knocked on the door. "Ruru, are you awake?" Kai Yi asked with concern. The room was still silent. Just when Kai Yi thought Yi Ruru was still sleeping and was about to leave, he heard some movement in the room. "Hey, I'm awake, brother Yi, come in." As soon as Yi Ruru finished speaking, Kai Yi pushed the door open and walked in. At the same time, he closed the door the next second. At this time, Yi Ruru was still lying on the bed. Kai Yi walked forward slowly, looking at Yi Ruru's rosy little face, feeling somewhat worried. He reached out and placed his hand on Yi Ruru's forehead. Fortunately, the temperature was not high. Then, he turned to look at the little witch with a worried look on his face. "Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to take your temperature?" Seeing Yi Ruru's rosy face and a layer of sweat on her forehead, Kai Yi was really worried. However, after hearing Kai Yi's words, Yi Ruru quickly waved her hands to indicate that she was fine. She poked her rosy little face out from under the quilt and said a little embarrassedly, I'm fine. It's all right." Kai Yi slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at the little witch like this, and basically understood. Only, a sense of evil interest suddenly rose in his heart, and Kai Yi asked with a worried look on his face, "Are you really okay? If you are not uncomfortable, then why is your face so red now? How about I help you check it out?" No. Kai Yi's words scared Yi Ruru so much that she screamed, and then she quickly grabbed the quilt with both hands and snuggled into it. Seeing Yi Ruru's appearance, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong, are you shy? He leaned down slightly and deliberately leaned close to Yiruru's ear and whispered. You, stop talking. Kai Yi's words made Yiruru so embarrassed that she shrank into the quilt and spoke in a shy voice. Kai Yi looked at Yiruru with a mixture of laughter and tears. If it had been a few months ago, he would never have thought that the little witch would be like this today. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. But it's almost time for dinner, you should get up and eat. You didn't eat much at noon. Yeah, I know. Yiruru still shyly buried her head in the quilt and said in a muffled voice. Kai Yi looked at the mess on the bed with amusement, and then rubbed Yiruru's head through the quilt, feeling both amused and helpless. Okay then, I'll be out first, and you should hurry up too. After saying that, Kai Yi stood up and left. Yiruru curled up in the quilt and did not move for a long time. In fact, she had been listening there with her ears perked up. Only after she heard that Kai Yi had indeed left did she slowly come out of bed, heaving a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Yiruru sat up from the bed and stretched lazily. And, at the moment Yiruru sat up, the quilt on her delicate body gradually slid down. The snow-white skin was suddenly exposed to the air. Yiruru subconsciously lowered her head and looked, and her face immediately began to feel hot again. Yiruru got out of bed quietly and walked into the bathroom. As soon as she walked in, Yiruru saw her condition clearly through the mirror in front of her. The image shown in the mirror, which is cleaned every day, is very clear. Yiruru's skin was as white as fat, and because she had just taken a bath, it was still slightly red, and with some undried water, she looked very tempting. However, such delicate skin was densely covered with ambiguous kiss marks and bruises, which looked shocking. Yiruru looked at the marks on her body with a blushing face, thinking back to when she was taking a shower just now, she saw that the inside of her thighs were still a little blue. This was the first time Yiruru had experienced such a thing, and she had never expected. As she thought about it, Yiruru's earlobes began to feel hot again. After Kai Yi washed up and went downstairs, Song Qing had already prepared dinner downstairs. After a while, Yiruru also came down from the stairs, but she was wrapped a little tightly. After seeing Yiruru coming down from upstairs, Lu Qingshuang's worried expression finally relaxed a little. However, seeing how tightly Yiruru was wrapped, he still felt a little worried. Why are you wearing so many clothes at home? Are you catching a cold? Yiruru shook her head in a panic. Ahem, I'm fine, I just caught a cold yesterday and now I have a headache. But don't worry, Sister Qingshuang, I've taken some medicine, I'll take another dose after dinner, and I'll be fine tomorrow. Hearing Yiruru say this, Lu Qingshuang did not doubt it and nodded slowly, feeling relieved. However, during the meal, both of them yawned frequently. This made everyone else look over with some curiosity. Because Wadi has a mission, she has been very busy recently and has not been at home. So, now there are only 4 other people left in the family. Seeing everyone looking over curiously, Yiruru said embarrassedly, because my head still hurts a little, so. The corners of Kai Yi's mouth twitched a little. He suppressed his smile and nodded. Ahem, okay, then you should have a rest early after dinner. Then everyone looked at the other person, Lu Qingshuang, who was yawning. Seeing everyone looking at her, Lu Qingshuang said somewhat unnaturally, yesterday, I didn't sleep well last night. Today, I was busy with work at noon, so. Yiruru also looked at Lu Qingshuang with concern. Sister Qingshuang, you will go to bed early. Even though you have to work, you also need to rest early. Well, okay. Lu Qingshuang lowered her head slightly and responded with a blush on her face. After quickly finishing their meal, the two went upstairs to rest. Only Kai Yi and Song Qing were left. After Kai Yi finished his meal, he sat there and looked at his phone, mainly to check the stock market. Because of his bold investment, he has accumulated a lot of savings. And now Kai Yi is ready to continue playing a few big games, and at the same time use all the money he earns in the future to do business. As for what kind of business to do, I will naturally fight with Yi Han to the end. Although after hearing in the morning that Kai Yi was going to move out, Song Qing suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. But that was only in the morning, because she got a call today. It said that they would return home early, and Song Qing was very excited about it. Although Yi Han asked her a lot about Lu Qingshuang and Kai Yi during the phone call, she was still very excited when she thought that Yi Han would be back soon and she would have another chance. At the same time, not only that, Yi Han also mailed her a gift, a luxury necklace. So throughout the whole day today, even when doing housework, Song Qing was humming songs and was in a very good mood. Kai Yi was in a very good mood today, especially after going around and finding that his balance had increased. However, something disappointing happened immediately. Kai Yi sat here obediently and noticed that his shoes were bumped by the mop a few times. He was concentrating on looking at his phone, ignoring Song Qing's actions and continued looking at his phone. However, soon, the mop came over several times again, which made Kai Yi feel that the woman did it on purpose. Calming down, Kai Yi withdrew his attention from the mobile phone, and then paid attention to Song Qing beside him. When Song Qing deliberately brought the mop over again, Kai Yi stepped on the mop directly. Seeing the smile on Song Qing's face suddenly froze, Kai Yi reached out and grabbed Song Qing's arm. Now Song Qing became panicked again. "You, what are you doing?" Kai Yi was almost amused by Song Qing's train of thought. With a slight force on his palm, Kai Yi pulled Song Qing over. Song Qing. He was startled by Kai Yi's action, and then subconsciously reached out to hold the chair beside him. In an instant, the harsh sound of a chair sliding across the floor was heard in the quiet living room. Squeak. After all, Song Qing's strength was not as great as Kai Yi's, so she fell directly on the chair. "You, what are you going to do? I warned you not to do anything rash." Song Qing began to feel a little scared after realizing it belatedly. But after she finished speaking, she looked upstairs and thought that everyone was at home now, and there was a risk that Hua Huti could come back at any time, so Kai Yi would definitely not dare to do anything. Thinking of this, Song Qing felt relieved. After receiving Song Qing's provocative look, Kai Yi felt somewhat surprised. "Song Qing, what's causing you to be so crazy now?" Kai Yi sneered. Song Qing lay on the chair and tried to stand up, but was held down hard by Kai Yi's hand. "Kai Yi, do you know what Yi Han said to me today?" Song Qing snorted and said proudly. "Oh, now that you mention it, I really want to know who called you. Tell me quickly and scare me." Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed out loud. Looking at Kai Yi's current state, Song Qing couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. "I really thought Kai Yi had some trump card before, but now it seems that Kai Yi is just arrogant." After all, a few days ago, she had more or less deduced from everyone's reactions that Kai Yi's undercover mission this time was very dangerous and was basically a suicide mission. But even so, Kai Yi still did not resist at all, and continued to act according to Yi Han's words. What does this mean? This means that Kai Yi still doesn't dare to disobey Yi Han. This shows that even if Kai Yi really has some trump card now, he is no match for Yi Han. "It's Yi Han," Song Qing said proudly, then turned to look at Kai Yi. The provocation on her face was already very obvious. "Oh, what did Yi Han say to you? Are you so proud of yourself?" Song Qing looked at the calm expression on Kai Yi's face, but she was still a little panicked. But when she thought about her theory just now, she still felt it made a lot of sense. She pursed her lips, then looked at Kai Yi and smiled. "Yi Han told me personally that he would come back to China with me in advance, and even mailed a necklace back to me." After saying this, Song Qing's face was filled with pride, as if she had already taken the position of the eldest sister-in-law. "Oh, did Yi Han tell you that the original plan to come back at the end of the year has now been changed to the end of October?" Kai Yi looked at Song Qing with a playful expression. Hearing this, Song Qing immediately turned to look at Kai Yi with a look of surprise. "You, how did you know?" Song Qing looked at Kai Yi in disbelief. Kai Yi snorted coldly and looked at her with disdain. Song Qing, what do you think you are to Yi Han? Are you just a tool for entertainment? Others have known these things for a long time, only you are." Kai Yi mocked Song Qing mercilessly, trying to drive a wedge between the two of them as he spoke. "And what else?" As he spoke, Kai Yi reached out and casually fiddled with the necklace on Song Qing's neck with his fingers. Seeing Kai Yi like this, even Song Qing became a little nervous. "You, what else do you want to say?" Song Qing, don't you think you are very cheap in front of Yi Han now?" Kai Yi said sarcastically. Hearing this, Song Qing was stunned for a moment. "You, what do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious what I mean? Do you think you are the first person to know when Yi Han will come back? Do you think Yi Han bought the necklace specifically for you?" Kai Yi spoke slowly, withdrew his hand as he spoke, and sat there leisurely. Song Qing's attention was now completely on Kai Yi, so she didn't even react. Kai Yi had already taken his hand back, and she could stand up. Do you know what Yi Han usually gives to women? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing. However, seeing Song Qing's stunned look, he did not wait for Song Qing to speak, and continued, for the woman he likes, if Yi Han wants to win her favor, he will not only give her luxury goods, but also some high-end luxury goods, even for jewelry. Some of the gifts are limited edition. As he spoke, Kai Yi looked at the smiling face on Song Qing's neck with a smile in his eyes. Although he didn't say anything else, Song Qing still saw contempt in Kai Yi's eyes. In an instant, the jewelry that Song Qing had loved for a day suddenly became hot. Song Qing's expression also turned ugly. Her breathing became heavier, knowing that Kai Yi was saying that she was just a throwaway, so for Yi Han. He doesn't need much energy to deal with himself, and even just a little perfunctory treatment will make him extremely happy. Ding ding, the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 200 villain points are awarded. Kai Yi was sitting there, and after hearing the voice of the system, he was somewhat surprised. After all, seeing Song Qing sitting there quietly, he thought that what he said was useless to Song Qing. After all, it was really not easy to alienate Song Qing's feelings, but I didn't expect that it would succeed this time. It seems that what I said this time really hit Song Qing's heart directly. Well, so what, I am happy with it. Song Qing looked at Kai Yi angrily, then threw down the mop, turned around and went upstairs. Looking at Song Qing's back as she went upstairs, Kai Yi just shrugged helplessly. I didn't say that on purpose. You were the one who provoked me first. After deciding on the time to move out of the Yuding Villa district, Kai Yi returned to his room and started to clean it up. At the same time, the sound of a message alert came from the mobile phone. Kai Yi opened it and found that it was sent by Morris. Yes, at this point in time, this little girl is the only one who keeps sending messages to me. However, he didn't expect that after opening the chat box this time, Kai Yi's eyes suffered a critical hit again. Morris, ahem, I'm going to the beach tomorrow, please help me choose a swimsuit. As he spoke, Morris sent a few more photos. Ever since he knew that Y liked girls with good figures, and remembering that Y seemed to like his outfit very much last time, Morris felt more or less excited. So I couldn't help it and sent another message to Y. And looking at that, after seeing several photos sent by Bian, every photo was very sexy. Kai Yi had to admit that he was more or less impulsive. After all, I don't know if this girl did it on purpose, but every photo looks very sexy. Even in her swimsuit, which was always tightly covered, she still posed. Look at the round little butt and the small waist wrapped in the tight swimsuit. The swimsuit was so tight that Kai Yi could even see the girl's waistline. There are also a few backless swimsuits. Looking at the degree of back exposure, Kai Yi even doubts that if the size of the clothes is a little smaller, he might see something he shouldn't see. Even in some of the deep V photos, the girl's breasts were squeezed so hard that Kai Yi even doubted that they would burst out of the screen in the next second. Seeing that Y on the opposite side remained silent and did not send any message, Morris felt happy but also very nervous. After all, she thought that maybe Y was just fascinated by it. Or maybe you don't like your own behavior. It has to be said that this made Morris very uneasy. Morris, what's wrong? Is there nothing good to watch? Kai Yi smiled, as if he could sense the girl's uneasiness from their conversation. Why no, they are all very nice. Looking at the words Y sent, Morris was very suspicious that this was just a perfunctory response. She pouted her pink lips in dissatisfaction. Morris, they all look good, so why don't you say anything? Why? Because I was thinking about something. This sentence completely aroused Morris's curiosity. Morris, what's going on? What's going on? Why? I think these photos are really nice, but it would be better if I was the only one to see them. Looking at the message sent from the other side, Morris stared with wide eyes and couldn't help but read it several times. Then his face turned red, his heart beat faster, and he covered the phone to his chest. After laughing foolishly for a few times, Morris noticed that his phone was vibrating and picked it up again. Why? When I think about going to the beach, everyone around me can see you, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Morris chuckled twice, turned over and lay on the bed, then began to reply to the message. She first typed out a paragraph of words, but after thinking about it, she began to delete words on the phone screen. Morris, why? Faced with Morris's question, Kai Yi naturally had to answer with higher emotional intelligence. Why? Maybe it's just the desire of ordinary people to possess beautiful things. Seeing the message sent from the other side, although it was not what he imagined, Morris was indeed in a very good mood. Faced with the message sent by Y, Morris couldn't help but laugh into the phone again. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. Morris, then please help me choose one quickly. Why no, I still can't choose. Mosley lay on the bed, her fair and delicate feet dangling, and she pouted slightly as she looked at the message on her phone. Morris, Humph, I think you are just being perfunctory. Seeing this, Kai-yi was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why, what nonsense are you talking about? I mean, they are all good looking, I really can't choose one. Morris, hey, okay, I forgive you then. After all, she didn't really want to go out and play, she just wanted to find an excuse to send a photo to Y. Morris, have you finished your meal after get off work? Do you want to play games together? Why no, I'm going to move in with my boss the day after tomorrow, so I have to pack my luggage now. Morris was somewhat disappointed. Okay then. Although he stopped playing games, Morris still wanted to chat with Y for a while. After all, the two of them are just netizens, and their normal interactions are just chatting and playing games. The two of them hadn't said much to each other today, so she was somewhat reluctant to say goodbye like this. Morris, why do you want to move in with your boss? Morris, if I live with my boss, will I feel pressured and uncomfortable? Morris, is it because my home is too far from the company? Kai-yi tidied up a bit and then heard his cell phone ringing on the bed. After a while, Kai-yi was almost done with his work and finally had time to look at his phone. At the same time, he also saw that all the messages were sent by Morris. However, the little girl took the initiative to get close to him. Kai-yi won't refuse, right? Why? Because of work requirements, I have to move in with you. Don't worry, my boss is very good and the pressure is not too great. Morris replied immediately, that's good, that's good. Morris still had some hope. You really don't want to play games anymore. Although this screen chat is pretty good, Morris still wants to hear Y's voice. Kai-yi saw the little girl's anxiety, thought about it and replied, I really can't do it today, I'll call you when I play games tomorrow, okay. Seeing this, Morris was somewhat disappointed, but he thought that Y's work was indeed very hard. Morris, okay, then you must call me tomorrow. Why okay, don't worry. Kai-yi smiled and put down his phone. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response, right? After all, we won't be able to meet again for another 2 months, and I can't let the girl lose interest in me now. The next day, as soon as Kai-yi walked into Lu Rai's house, Lu Ruya hugged him tightly. Looking at Lu Ruya throwing herself into his arms, Kai-yi was a little amused. What's wrong? Could it be that Sister Ruya, you missed me too much? Hearing this, Lu Ruya got up from Kai-yi's arms with amusement and looked at Kai-yi helplessly. However, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed no matter how hard he tried. What nonsense are you talking about? I wanted to tell you that our plan last night was successful. As Lu Ruya spoke, she couldn't help but hold Kai-yi's hands and jump twice on the spot. It seems that Lu Ruya is really happy today. Kai-yi also stretched out his hands to hug Lu Rai's waist, holding her and turning around twice on the spot. Ah, slow down, ha 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 ha, Lu Ruya exclaimed and laughed. However, Kai-yi already felt that what Lu Ruya said was 100% successful. Not only that, Kai-yi actually received a system prompt early this morning. Ding ding, the host is detected to have alienated the power of the male protagonist of Destiny, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 1000 villain points are awarded. Kai-yi is not a fool. He slept all night and did nothing. It should be natural that the company's plan was successful. On this side, Lu Ruya was still quite excited after being put on the ground by Kai-yi. She couldn't help it and kissed Kai-yi hard on the face again. Kai-yi, you are really my big baby. Although Lu Ruya usually doesn't pretend in front of him. But it is rare to see someone so excited and even a little out of control like he is now. So Kai-yi was also very surprised when he saw Lu Ruya like this. But it was strange. If Lu Ruya continued to tease him, he might really lose control. Ahem, Sister Ruya, are you still going to work? Oh, work. Lu Ruya suddenly came to her senses. Today's plan was successful, which was a big deal, and she would be busy all day. She didn't even want to eat the loving breakfast today, and directly asked Kai to take her to the company. When the two of them walked in through the door, Kai saw Lin Weiwei at the front desk again. Kai didn't mean to look at her on purpose, it was just that Lin Weiwei's eyes looked quite vicious. He really didn't understand why Lin Weiwei was so cruel to him. Could it be that since she couldn't get me before, she wanted to destroy myself? He wanted to seduce me before, and now he wants to pull me down. However, before entering the elevator, Lu Ruya had already begun to instruct Kai in a soft voice. Kai, I may be a little busy today. If you are bored, you can go to the lounge and play games. If you are really bored, you can go out and play for a while. As she said that, Lu Ruya looked at Kai with a gentle expression. Kai glanced at Lin Weiwei provocatively, and when he saw her expression turned ferocious, he retracted his gaze. He looked at Lu Ruya beside him with a smile. Sister Ruya, do you remember that I came to work? Hearing this, Lu Ruya glanced at Kai in a reproachful manner, and then said, after you have fulfilled your work duties, you can go and have fun. This is not contradictory. I have to say, at this moment, Kai really felt that what Lu Ruya said made sense. However, while the two of them were chatting so happily down there, someone up there had already started to explode. Just as the two of them walked out of the elevator, they ran into Wei Zong, who was striding towards them with a cold face. Mr. Lu, I have something to talk to you about, Wei Zong said to Lu Ruya with gritted teeth. Kai didn't know what was wrong with Wei Zong today. He was so angry early in the morning. Thinking of this, he clicked his tongue and looked Wei Zong up and down. Wei Zong couldn't get angry and could only glare at Kai fiercely. However, Kai simply ignored it. What a joke. There are so many people who hate him and glare at him every day. Who does he think he is? Ignore him and let him die of frustration. But at this moment, Kai inexplicably felt that Wei Zong and Lin Weiwei were very well matched. These two people together are simply a resentful husband and wife. Lu Ruya looked at Wei Zong like this, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her eyes. She subconsciously frowned slightly and looked at Wei Zong in confusion. What's wrong? What happened? Wei Zong clenched his fist so tightly that he was even shaking from the force. This made Kai feel even more surprised, so he stood beside Lu Ruya with a playful smile and looked at Wei Zong. Wei Zong looked at the grinning Kai and almost choked again. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at Kai. Why do you give him so much money? He shouted loudly, looking very out of control. Even the employees around couldn't help but look over with curiosity. Is it because of this you come here just to block me? The smile on Lu Rui's face disappeared immediately, replaced by a frosty look. Wei Zong couldn't help but flinch, but when he thought of the amount that would be allocated to Kai on the report, he still felt unwilling. Boss Lu, I respect you, but you can't be fooled by a gigolo. The brothers worked diligently, but you gave him so much money for no reason. What do you think of this? Lu Ruya raised her eyelids slightly and looked over. Even though Wei Zong said so, she remained calm. What do all the brothers think? So well, let's prepare for the meeting. You go to the conference room and wait for me. After saying that, Lu Ruya ignored Wei Zong and walked past him. Walked to the office. Wei Zong was stunned and felt somewhat guilty. His other brothers were fine, but he was the only one who refused to accept the defeat. He was very ambitious and had always wanted to dethrone Wang Weilong and take his place, and he always thought that Lu Ruya would fall in love with him. However, he did not expect that Cheng Yaojun would suddenly appear in the middle of the road, which made him somewhat panicked. The meeting started soon, and this time Kai followed Lu Ruya directly to the meeting room. Not only the top executives but also most of the company's management were present at this meeting. It seems that Wei Zong deliberately invited so many people here. Even Lu Ruya couldn't help but frown when she walked into the meeting room. And the moment Lu Ruya and Kai walked in, everyone's eyes turned over. Among them, most of them had heard of Kai's name. But in the past 2 days, I haven't had the chance to see what Kai looks like. I didn't expect that now that we finally saw him in person, everyone looked over with curiosity. After seeing Kai's appearance, everyone realized that it was reasonable for Lu Ruya to love Kai. I have to say, this pretty boy is really good looking. Much better than those young and handsome actors who tried to hook up with Mr. Lu before. This group of people who have fought their way up from the bottom all look down on those very feminine people. This person looks much better and has a good figure. While they were looking at Kai was also looking at them. However, what surprised Kai Yi was that, except for Wei Zong, these people did not seem to have much hostility towards him. This was somewhat beyond Kai Yi's expectations. It seems like everyone is excited. I don't want to beat around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point. Lu Ruya took the documents in her hand, sat down, and spoke directly. Seeing this, everyone withdrew their curious gazes and sat up straight. Most of you followed me step by step to come to this company. Ask me, Lu Ruya, from the beginning when conditions were not good, I never treated you unfairly. Even when I was making money before, I was not stingy with my brothers. Lu Ruya spoke confidently, and the people below nodded their heads upon hearing her words. This is indeed the truth. The reason why Lu Ruya can reach her current position is not only because of her ruthless methods but also because she is loyal. Otherwise, the brothers would not be willing to work under a woman. But today, I am more or less disappointed. I have always treated everyone as my family, but I never thought that someone would look at me that way. Lu Ruya continued. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people present changed. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Ruya beside him with some surprise. He didn't expect that Lu Ruya would actually play the emotional card. Kai Yi saw the people sitting below, and they all looked at each other, as if they were trying to figure out who had said what nonsense. In contrast to this scene, Wei Zong's face looked a little guilty. Everyone knows what happened in the past 2 days. As she spoke, Lu Ruya began typing on the computer. As Lu Ruya manipulated the system, the contents on her laptop were displayed on the large screen behind her. Because we didn't notice the actions of others in time, our goods were hijacked overseas. I don't want to pursue who is responsible for this now. After listening to Lu Rui's words, everyone's expressions began to become serious. That batch of goods was indeed very important. The cost alone was 200 million. If it was stolen, they would even lose nearly 300 million. Because they put a lot of thought into this batch of goods, the investment cost was more than just 200 million. However, at the same time, they were able to invest so much because the returns from that batch of goods were indeed very lucrative. On the day the goods were stolen, the atmosphere in the entire company began to become tense and heavy. After all, at this critical moment, if this batch of goods was snatched away, the impact would be more than just a listing. The company may even be on the brink of bankruptcy. That day I also contacted our company's external network consultant, but no matter how much he offered, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Lu Ruya said with a serious expression, everyone knows that if we can't find this batch of goods, not only you, but also I will have to go back home to farm. Although that batch of goods would cause significant damage to the company. But it is far from the point where she has to go home and farm. After all, Lu Ruya has not worked in vain over the years. However, Lu Ruya deliberately said it so seriously so that everyone would realize how serious the matter was. Although, thanks to Kai Yi, this matter was quickly resolved, Lu Ruya didn't want them to think that it was just a minor accident. It happened very quickly. Although it was resolved today, I really had no other options at the time. Lu Ruya sighed and spoke slowly, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room became solemn. Looking at the expressions of the people below, this successfully achieved the atmosphere that Lu Ruya had expected. But at this critical moment, it was Kai Yi who stood up and helped me find out that it was the Yi group that did it. Before Lu Ruya finished speaking, everyone looked at Kai Yi curiously. Even Wei Zong frowned and looked over, but most people looked unconvinced. After all, if this guy named Kai Yi was really that powerful, how could he come here to be a security guard and driver? Knowing that no one believed her, Lu Ruya directly released the chat records between herself and the external network consultant. Everyone knew this consultant, so after seeing the chat records, they believed it directly. But Wei Zong still didn't believe it. Boss Lu, but this doesn't mean that this is Kai Yi's credit, right? Hearing this, Lu Ruya looked over coldly and directly sent a photo. I took this photo yesterday when I saw Kai Yi sitting in front of me, cracking something. I was curious, so I took it. But unexpectedly, it has now become evidence. Also, the C-route plan of the Yi group that I sent you was also provided to us by Kai Yi. Do you think the 50 million I gave him is too much? Everyone looked at the evidence on the big screen at the back and immediately began whispering. Yes, they recovered their nearly 1 billion yuan in profits and helped them to cheat the Yi group. Even though the Yi Group's batch of goods was not as good as theirs, it was still close to being profitable. Nearly 300 million. 50 million may sound like a lot at first, but everyone understands. With a little conversion, they can still make a clear distinction between 50 million and 1.3 billion in net profit. Everyone was discussing the matter, but Wei Zong, who was sitting nearby, just sat there in silence with a sullen face. After all, no matter how Wei Zong thought, he could never have imagined that Lu Ruya could really produce evidence. Besides, the photo-taking time on the phone is indeed yesterday. In the conference room, some gossipy people have already started talking about Wei Zong. After all, a few days ago, Wei Zong was still scolding everyone like a master, but now seeing his livid face, everyone felt a little gloating. It's true, the back wave pushes the front wave, and the front wave dies on the beach. In one word, awesome. Kai Yi looked at the situation in front of him with a smile. He didn't expect that Lu Ruya would go to such lengths for him. After all, ding ding, passerby A's admiration value detected, reward 500 villain points. Hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi's brows raised slightly in surprise, wondering if this could be considered an unexpected surprise. It seems that everyone's impression of me this time will not be that of a useless pretty boy, right? However, Kai Yi is still surprised until now, surprised that Lu Ruya would do this for him. I have to say that Kai Yi was still very moved. Although it seemed like just a brief explanation, if you think deeply about it, it also meant that at least Lu Ruya believed in herself. It seems like he has no defense at all. Okay, this meeting is over. Let's all go back to work. You guys stay here. After everyone looked at each other, they all left. Now, the conference room became completely quiet. Oh, you must be Kai Yi. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. The buddy who had been sitting next to Kai Yi came up to him with a smile and patted him on the chest. This moment gave Kai Yi goosebumps all over his body. She looked quite serious just now, but listening to her tone and actions, why does she look more and more like a sister? Ha 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 ha, don't doubt it, brother. It's just what you think. A man laughed out loud and spoke cheerfully. Seeing this, even Lu Ruya curled her lips slightly, and she turned to look at Kai Yi. He's usually like this, you just have to get used to it. Hey, Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? But let me tell you, your figure is really amazing. Because he had just patted Kai Yi's chest, the man's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ahem. Seeing this, Lu Ruya coughed somewhat unbearably. Hearing this, the man finally calmed down. Alright, stop making a fuss. Our President Lu finally found someone he likes, and we can't scare them away. But I have to say, President Lu, you finally found someone who looks pleasing to the eye. The previous Wang Weilong made me want to vomit. As he spoke, the man made a nauseous expression. Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned, and it seemed that they were indeed very disgusted with Wang Weilong. Well, let me introduce you. The one on your right is Qin Yi, the director of the design department. The one opposite you is Li Hu, from the finance department. You know Wei Zong, he's from the operations department. Hearing this, Kai Yi looked at Li Hu with some surprise. I didn't expect that Li Hu, who looks big and strong, is actually from the finance department. Oh, you didn't expect it. Li Hu may look like a fool, but his business ability is still very good. Qin Yi, who was standing beside him, covered his mouth and started laughing. Li Hu gave Qin Yi a displeased look. Lu Ruya looked at them with a smile on her face. Well, I kept the four of you here this time because I wanted to announce something. After so many years, I think Wang Weilong can step down now. As she spoke, Lu Ruya picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip, but the cold light in her eyes could not be concealed as before. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly became filled with ecstasy. Even Wei Zong, who had always had a cold face, looked over with surprise. When can I? Lu Ruya sneered. Now, I went to see him some time ago. His wounds are almost healed, but he still doesn't want to leave the hospital. It seems that he has made up his mind and wants to go against me. Qin Yi also put away his playful expression, and said coldly, then he really can't be kept. Li Hu also frowned. His ambition has indeed grown a lot in recent years, and he has also been doing some small things behind the scenes. It was obvious that everyone present was very resentful towards Wang Weilong. Qin Yi, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly again. Over the years, he has used his position to invest in many of his own small companies. He thought we didn't know. Now I'm going to take down his entire group. Lu Ruya looked at everyone with amusement, tapping her hands on the table. Now, while the company hasn't gone public yet, I plan to kick him out directly. Then things will be easier after that, she said slowly. Wei Zong nodded, but then couldn't help but look at Kai Yi, who was sitting next to Lu Ruya. It's not that he wanted to see Kai Yi, it's just that this guy named Kai Yi sitting here is too much of an eyesore. Hearing Lu Ruya still talking about her plan in detail, Wei Zong couldn't bear it anymore and coughed softly. Well, I think it's inappropriate to say these words now. Why? Qin Yi spoke directly. Upon hearing this, he asked out of curiosity. Wei Zong was not polite at all and simply raised his hand and pointed at Kai Yi. He is not considered one of our internal staff. I don't think he is qualified to listen to these words, right? President Wei snorted coldly. Lu Rai's expression, which had originally softened, suddenly turned grim. She looked over coldly. The losses and benefits that Kai Yi has recovered for the company are immeasurable. Why can't I listen to these things? Why he has only been in the company for a few days? We are all old people. What does it mean for him to sit here? Wei Zong looked at Kai Yi, his tone somewhat angry. Seeing this, the other two also looked at each other. Oh, Wei Zong, what we are talking about now is not a big deal. Besides, Kai Yi and President Lu have a special relationship. What's wrong with listening? Qin Yi tried to ease the atmosphere. But unfortunately, Wei Zong's repeated attempts to target Kai Yi failed, and he was already filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and stood up from his seat. Who is he? Why is he sitting here? Did he come here once or twice? God, can you still beat us old people? He asked angrily. At the same time, Wei Zong also wanted to provoke the anger of the other two people and vent their dissatisfaction towards Kai Yi together. But, unfortunately, he is the only one in this conference room who is extremely dissatisfied with Kai Yi. When Li Hu saw Wei Zong like this, his brows furrowed even more tightly. He first looked up at Lu Ruya, who had an extremely ugly expression on her face, and then slowly said, but if we talk about the benefits given to the company, Kai Yi does have more than the three of us. As soon as these words came out, Wei Zong's face suddenly stiffened. Kai Yi, who was standing by, also couldn't help but burst out laughing. As expected of you from the finance department, you consider things from a different perspective. Wei Zong opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya slammed the table hard with a cold face. However, judging from her tightly furrowed brows and pursed lips, she was indeed not in a very good mood at the moment. That's enough, she shouted angrily. If you don't want to listen anymore, you can get out. What? Wei Zong was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ruya to say such a thing. He subconsciously looked at the other two people, but he didn't expect that the other two people all lowered their heads slightly and said nothing, as if they agreed. Seeing Wei Zong looking at him, Qin Yi lowered his head and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He originally wanted to ease the atmosphere just now, but he didn't expect this guy to confront him directly. If he were to speak up for this guy now, there would really be something fishy going on. What's more, this Wei Zong really doesn't know the difference between a big king and a small king. To be honest, all these people knew how to do was fight and kill from the beginning. If it weren't for Lu Ruya, how could they have the qualifications to sit here? It's so nice to have a high-paying job, pinks, and enjoy air conditioning every day. But Wei Zong really doesn't know how to appreciate what he has. Li Hu and Qin Yi had similar ideas and felt that Wei Zong had gone a little too far. Lu Ruya looked over coldly and continued, if you feel dissatisfied, you can speak up. If you feel uncomfortable in the meeting room, you can just leave. No one will stop you. But if you continue to delay everyone's work, I won't be polite, Lu Ruya said in a cold voice, and that frosty look immediately made Wei Zong's back chilled, letting him know that Lu Ruya was not joking. Although he was still somewhat unwilling to accept it, he finally sat down. The meeting ended quickly. After all, there wasn't much to say. It would be very simple to deal with Wang Weilong. After all, Lu Ruya had made comprehensive preparations for this day a long time ago. As soon as the meeting ended, Wei Zong stood up and walked out. Qin Yi couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. Wei Zong is really a man whose temper has been getting worse and worse over the years. Li Hu nodded in agreement. Lu Ruya just sighed silently. After returning to the office, Wei Zong became more and more angry when he thought about what happened in the past 2 days. As soon as he entered the office, he swept away everything on the table. Kai Yi, sooner or later you will die in my hands. Wei Zong clenched his fists, his face grim, and he said with a stern look. Dong dong. At this moment, someone knocked on his office door. What's the matter? Wei Zong roared angrily while sitting on the chair. The next second, a timid voice sounded from outside. Wei, President Wei, I'm here to bring you coffee. Wei Zong immediately heard that the person outside was not his secretary. After hesitating for a moment, he let the person in. The next second, the office door was pushed open. When Wei Zong saw the person who walked in, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This woman was indeed pretty, although not as pretty as Lu Ruya, but much prettier than other women he had met. Not only that, even the ordinary work clothes, when worn on her, outline her curvy figure. Wei Zong narrowed his eyes and saw the name on her work badge at a glance. Lin Weiwei new here. Lin Weiwei looked at the things scattered on the ground and felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would not have come today. Isn't it said that Wei Zong is gentle and elegant? Why are you so bad-tempered behind people's backs? Hearing Wei Zong's words out of the blue, Lin Weiwei said tremblingly, well, I'm new here. As she spoke, Lin Weiwei carefully placed the coffee in front of him, fearing that Wei Zong would involve her in his anger. Lin Weiwei stood there stiffly, not even daring to look up. Until a hand grasped his wrist. Don't be afraid. I'm sorry I scared you accidentally, but I really couldn't control myself just now. Wei Zong said gently. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei looked up in surprise. While seeing Wei Zong's expression, Lin Weiwei also smiled triumphantly in her heart. As expected, all men are the same. It's a pity that she was so scared just now. Woo-woo, Mr. Wei, it's okay. I'm not afraid. The next second, Lin Weiwei's eyes suddenly turned red, and she began to act coquettishly. Seeing this, Wei Zong pulled her into his arms and sneered in his heart. Although she looked outstanding, she was just the same kind of person as Qian Yorong. But it just so happened that Qian Yorong left and he had no place to vent his emotions in the company. Now that it's right in front of you, how could you not want it? The two men each thought they had the other under control, but little did they know that they had the same thoughts in their minds. Don't cry, okay, it hurts me when you cry. Wei Zong pretended to lower his head to wipe Lin Weiwei's eyes. Lin Weiwei pouted her red lips slightly. I don't want to cry either. Before they finished speaking, the two of them had already kissed each other. Lin Weiwei grabbed Wei Zong's neck with her arm. Wei Zong was even more direct, and his big hand reached directly into Lin Weiwei's clothes. In an instant, a bulge appeared on Lin Weiwei's chest, and it was still moving. Well, Mr. Wei, it's annoying, please be gentler, Lin Weiwei said coquettishly. Wei Zong chuckled, little slut, don't you like me doing this, you're all wet down there. Lin Weiwei blushed and glared at Wei Zong with her charming eyes. Boss Wei, you are really so bad. Meanwhile, Kai Yi sat aside very well behaved during the meeting and said nothing. Of course, he really wanted to hear how these people dealt with Wang Weilong, and he was gloating in his heart. Little did he know that seeing him like this made Lu Ruya feel very distressed. She thought that it was Wei Zong's words that made Kai Yi feel uncomfortable. So the two of them just walked into the office. Lu Ruya simply hugged Kai Yi's arm. Not feeling good, huh? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. How is that possible? 50 million has arrived, how can I not be happy? Yes, just after entering the office, Kai Yi received a text message reminding him that the finance department had transferred the money. Unexpectedly, Li Hu's actions were so quick. It must be said that this pleased Kai Yi very much. Once he becomes the boss of the Guhua gang, he must reward this brother well. No, why do you think I'm in a bad mood? Kai Yi looked over with amusement. Lu Ruya blinked blankly at first, then said, because I saw you haven't said anything. I didn't expect that Sister Ruya would care about me so much. I'm so touched. Kai Yi hugged Lu Ruya and said. Seeing Kai Yi like this, Lu Ruya felt relieved. Okay, stop smiling. I have to start working. I said this morning that I would be a little busy today. You can go and have fun by yourself first, okay? Kai Yi thought for a moment, then said, it just so happens that I'm thinking of going back today to pack my luggage and move to your house, so now I can. Before Kai Yi could finish his words, Lu Ruya said excitedly, yes, then go quickly. Having said that, Lu Rui's face turned ecstatic, and she pushed Kai Yi's back and was about to go out. Seeing the cold-faced president now as excited as a little girl, Kai suddenly felt a little amused. Okay, then I'll go back first. After saying hello, Kai took the key and left. However, when the elevator went downstairs, Kai happened to meet an acquaintance, Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei blushed and limped into the elevator, but because she didn't look up, she didn't notice Kai standing inside. It was not until she was about to look at her appearance through the reflection in the elevator that she saw Kai standing behind her. Kai, why are you here? Kai just stood there without saying anything, looking at her as if she were a mentally retarded person. This success made Lin Weiwei angry and embarrassed. What's that look in your eyes? Kai said very honestly, look at the idiot's eyes, I have been standing inside the whole time, didn't you notice? Lin Weiwei snorted coldly. Then he raised his head high. Why should I see you? Who do you think you are? Kai couldn't help but shook his head. Oh, you hooked up with another man, and after being cheated on by him, do you think you are a successful person again? Kai's words successfully made Lin Weiwei's face turn blue with anger. You actually. Lin Weiwei was so angry that she was speechless. She raised her hand and pointed at Kai tremblingly, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. But soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor. When the elevator door opened, Kai didn't even look at her, and walked out straight past her. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei almost went crazy. She stood there and clenched her fists tightly, and finally couldn't help but scream to vent her anger. Ah, what the hell are you yelling about? It's work time now, don't you want to work anymore? Although the hall is very empty, the front desk supervisor is still standing at the front desk. Hearing this, he immediately looked over with annoyance. At this point, Lin Weiwei quickly stood up straight, smiled and nodded obediently. Sorry, sister, I just accidentally bumped into you, it hurts a little. The front desk supervisor frowned and looked at her, then a smile suddenly appeared on his face and he looked at Kai's back. Take care, Mr. Kai. Kai was walking leisurely in front. When he heard the voice behind him, he just raised his hand lazily and waved it without even turning his head. Lin Weiwei was not convinced and walked back to the front desk, but was directly scolded by the foreman. Why don't you say hello to Mr. Kai? Li Weiwei curled her lips. Why should I greet him, am I? Why? The foreman's eyes widened when he heard this. Do you know how the last person in your position left? Lin Weiwei's eyes widened immediately. She pointed at Kai who had already walked out in front of her in disbelief. No, it can't be because of him, right? It's him, let me tell you, if you offend him, it's the same as offending CEO Liu. If you don't want to get out of Guhua Group, you should be more sensible in the future. The front desk supervisor spoke earnestly, but Lin Weiwei didn't hear her words at all. What happened to Mr. Liu? No matter how high her position is, she is still just a woman. She still has President Wei. After Kai got the key, he went straight back to the imperial court. However, this time, Kai discovered that there seemed to be no one at home. After trying to call a few times, Kai saw that Lu Qingxuang's room door was open, so he thought that she should have gone out first. As for Song Qing, she might be having a mental breakdown again and doesn't want to bother with me. Kai shrugged, but he didn't really want to face that psychopath. Thinking of this, Kai walked straight to his room. However, Kai discovered from a distance that the door of his room was also open. That was strange. Normally, Kai would close his door when he went out, but at this time. This inevitably made Kai feel a little confused, and then he slowed down his pace, lowered his voice and walked forward slowly. Walking quietly to the door, Kai heard the sound of rummaging through drawers in his room. Afterwards, Kai walked over and saw that he was surprised to find Song Qing in his room. At this time, Song Qing did not notice that there was an extra person at the door, but was still looking for something. But unfortunately, Song Qing didn't seem to find what she wanted, and finally came to the laptop. She tried the password first, then stood there with a frown on her face, wondering what she was thinking. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? Song Qing, who was in a trance, didn't notice anything wrong at all. Hearing this, she just shook her head subconsciously. But in just a moment, her movement stopped. Immediately afterwards, Song Qing felt a chill on her back. She subconsciously wanted to look back, but was suddenly pulled into someone's arms. Kai was very strong. In front of him, Song Qing's strength was completely useless, and this time was no exception. Song Qing fell heavily into Kai Yi's arms, and was frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweats. Chi, why are you back? Song Qing said awkwardly with a stiff smile on her face. Kai Yi said sarcastically, if I don't come back, won't you empty out the room? No, Kai Yi, please don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to come in and help you clean up the room. Oh, Kai Yi smiled and leaned close to her neck. You look through my closet when you're cleaning the room. Do I have to open my laptop? Song Qing was completely speechless now. Her guilty gaze kept wandering around, and she didn't dare to look at Kai Yi. Oh, yes, suddenly, Song Qing had a flash of inspiration in her mind, as if she had thought of something. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing. He wanted to see what excuse Song Qing could come up with. Song Qing raised her head and looked at Kai Yi. Well, I remembered that Roro told me that you had some massage oil. I just happened to bump my leg while working, so I thought you must have it, so I thought about coming in to look for it. I have to say that Song Qing's interface is still very crude. But Kai Yi still let him go. The active oil is in the bedside drawer, just take it and go. Song Qing was still a little bit incredulous when Kai Yi let her go so suddenly. She even stood there and blinked in surprise, then quickly stepped forward to get a bottle of active oil and left in a hurry. Even after returning to her room, Song Qing was still very frightened. You just went to work not long ago, why are you back already? Fortunately, she patted her chest guiltily, and then looked at the bottle of active oil in her hand. Kai Yi did not chase after him, but turned around and started to clean up his room. Actually, I had already packed most of my things yesterday. Today I just need to put my computer and some frequently used things into the suitcase. Knock knock. Brother Yi. When Song Qing's voice came, Kai Yi was a little surprised, thinking that the effect of the medicine would not be so fast. What's wrong? Song Qing walked in slowly with a glass of water. Sister Qingshuang went to the company and said she would be back at noon, so she asked you to have lunch at home. Kai Yi nodded, stood up and walked to Song Qing. Smelling the scent around Song Qing, he asked, have you used the active oil? Song Qing nodded, yeah, I used it. It's warm, and the area I touched feels much better. Kai Yi curled his lips and smiled, that's good, as long as it's useful. Where does Kai Yi have any genuine activating oil? What is in the bedside table now are the things that Yiroro bought last time and were confiscated. Then drink some water. I'll go prepare lunch. Song Qing then handed over some water attentively. She might not have noticed that there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Kai Yi saw through her thoughts at a glance, but he did not expose her. Instead, he drank the glass of water. Seeing this, Song Qing was suddenly overjoyed. She was sure that there must be something fishy going on between Lu Qingshuang and Kai Yi. So, she did it on purpose, since Kai Yi was going to move away anyway. She could just stir up trouble and take some secret photos to collect evidence. She just didn't believe that if Kai Yi impulsively went to find Lu Qingshuang, wouldn't the two of them get into a fight? Thinking of this, Song Qing even laughed out loud. Brother Yi, have you packed all your things? I'll help you pack. Okay, thank you for your help. Kai Yi nodded readily again. He looked at Song Qing's back. If he guessed correctly, there must be something in Song Qing's other clenched hand, perhaps a pinhole camera. Thinking of this, Kai Yi gave Song Qing a joking look, turned around and walked directly to the door and locked it. Song Qing had just found a suitable camera position when she heard the door closing behind her. She was startled and turned around to find Kai Yi looking at her teasingly. For no reason, Song Qing suddenly felt a little panicky. Well, I should go out and cook. As she spoke, she walked forward, but was blocked by Kai Yi. Do you think you can get away with drugging me? Kai Yi sneered. Song Qing's eyes widened immediately and she looked up at Kai Yi in astonishment. You know. Then you still. Kai Yi smiled and stretched out his hand to hold Song Qing's waist, and put his other hand directly on her buttocks and started kneading. How can I refuse your invitation? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Song Qing raised her hand and covered her lips in shock. But then, she felt hot all over, and suddenly felt unbearable. She looked up at Kai Yi in panic. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Don't blame me, think about it yourself, what have you done? After saying that, Kai Yi turned around and pushed Song Qing against the wall viciously, then he leaned forward. When Song Qing felt the hard object behind her buttocks, she became completely panicked. Kai Yi, what are you going to do? I advise you to calm down, Song Qing shouted anxiously. Can I calm down? Kai Yi laughed sarcastically, and then his hands kept moving. Then why didn't you think of letting me calm down when you handed me the glass of water? Song Qing choked suddenly, and at this time the effect of the activating oil also came into play. Don't shout, Kai Yi, don't do anything rash, Song Qing said with disordered breathing. Seeing this, Kai Yi raised the corner of his eyes slightly, took a step back and let go of Song Qing. Okay, I won't do anything rash. He looked down at Song Qing, his smile deepening. I'll wait for you to beg me. After saying that, Kai Yi turned around and walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. Without Kai Yi's support, Song Qing was already exhausted and fell directly to the ground. She knelt there, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, her body covered with honey sweat. Kai Yi, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have framed you. Kai Yi said slowly, do you have an antidote for me? Song Qing fell silent upon hearing that. She knelt there, biting her red lips tightly with her snow-white teeth. But at this moment, a blush had already appeared on that snow-white skin. Yi Han will not let you go. Song Qing shook her head and looked at Kai Yi with gritted teeth. Kai Yi crossed his legs, and after listening to Song Qing's words, he really couldn't help laughing out loud. Song Qing, I've already told you before that a man who knows the times is a hero. I've been too lazy to care about you during this period. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. After saying that, Kai Yi didn't even look at Song Qing over there, but started watching short videos instead. Song Qing gritted her teeth and looked at Kai Yi, her eyes full of unwillingness. But after a while, the unwillingness in Song Qing's heart suddenly disappeared. Her consciousness gradually became confused, and then all other thoughts in her mind disappeared, leaving only one thought. That is Kai Yi. Thinking of this, Song Qing raised her head with a blushing face and looked at Kai Yi with rapid breathing. Kai Yi was scrolling through videos out of boredom, and the next second he noticed that there was someone in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head. Look, it's Song Qing as expected. What's going on? Kai Yi chuckled and looked over. At this moment, Song Qing's mind was full of Kai Yi, so how could she care about shame? She knelt in front of Kai Yi and said coquettishly, Kai Yi, can you help me? Upon hearing this, Kai Yi sneered without any courtesy. He raised his leg slightly and gently lifted Song Qing's chin with his leather shoe. I've told you before, I'll wait for you to beg me. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said sarcastically. Obviously, although Song Qing's consciousness was a little confused at this time, she still had some consciousness. She pursed her lips, still showing some stubbornness on her face. However, that stubbornness only lasted for a short while. Song Qing didn't hesitate for long. She opened her red lips and looked at Kai Yi with red eyes. Kai Yi, please help me. Then you have to satisfy me first before I can help you, right? Kai Yi did not give in easily, but looked at Song Qing jokingly. Song Qing felt hot all over at this moment, and even when she spoke she was breathing out hot air. After hearing Kai Yi's words, she didn't think much and just propped herself up and sat astride Kai Yi. The violent movement made Song Qing scream out in surprise. Kai Yi, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked over in surprise. Although Song Qing is alive and nanny, she dresses very exquisitely at home every day and even wears a skirt most of the time. Even today is no exception. So, when she sat astride Kai Yi immediately discovered that her lower body was already in a mess. Kai Yi slapped her buttocks hard. You little bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble? Song Qing lay on Kai Yi in a daze. She had no idea what Kai Yi was saying. She just couldn't wait to reach out and find the thing. Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. When talking about other people, he was relatively gentle. But Kai Yi felt that this didn't seem necessary when facing Song Qing. After all, this woman isn't the only one with a bad personality. It was also because of the Thai incident that Kai Yi discovered that Song Qing seemed to have an incredible hidden attribute. Thinking of this, Kai Yi's mouth suddenly curled up into a meaningful smile. It seems that now is a good time to verify whether. Yes. Kai Yi immediately pulled out his belt. The following is omitted. Perhaps because they thought Kai Yi was going to move out, everyone cherished the time they could spend with Kai Yi. Look, Kai Yi was still busy here, and the call came in. His cell phone was right in front of Song Qing. The moment the call came in, especially after seeing the caller on it, Song Qing suddenly became quiet. She bit her red lips tightly, muffling all the sounds in her throat. Kai Yi kept moving. What are you quiet now? Who was that person just now? Hearing this, Song Qing's face suddenly became anxious. But after so much time has passed, she has become more sober. But I have to say, for my first experience, this feels really good. But the person calling now is Lu Qingshuang. She held her hands there, trembling as she tried to reach out and hang up the phone. It's a pity that her actions were still one step slower than Kai Yi. Hello Sister Qingshuang. Kai Yi answered the call swiftly and turned on the speakerphone. In an instant, Song Qing's body suddenly stiffened. Kai Yi, sorry, I have to attend an urgent meeting soon and may not be home for a while. If you are hungry, eat first. Lu Qingshuang said apologetically. After all, it was already noon, and she subconsciously felt that Song Qing had already prepared the meal. Kai Yi kept moving. It's okay, Sister Qingshuang. Song Qing is feeling unwell and is resting. I will cook for you today and you can have dinner when you get home. Really thank you for your help. Lu Qingshuang said a little embarrassedly, but she was still very happy to eat the meal made by Kai Yi himself. However, she realized it belatedly and asked, Song Qing is sick, is she okay? When Song Qing heard her name coming from the microphone, she suddenly became nervous. Even Kai Yi behind him frowned slightly. Little thing, why are you so nervous? Having said that, Kai Yi slapped him. Song Qing immediately buried her head tightly, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Kai Yi, what's going on next to you? Is Song Qing next to you? Lu Qingshuang's worried voice continued to sound over there. Song Qing's eyes suddenly widened. She collapsed there powerlessly, looking at Kai Yi with her big watery eyes pleadingly. Seeing Kai Yi looking at him with a smile but no words, Song Qing had no choice but to open her mouth slightly and silently said the two words, please. Seeing this, Kai Yi took the phone and sat aside. No, I was just busy preparing ingredients for dinner. I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm not very skilled at it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshuang's voice of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry suddenly sounded from the opposite side. Ha ha ha, I really want to see you cooking by yourself, but I really forgot. Don't force it. We are all family. It's okay to eat whatever you want. Lu Qingshuang advised worriedly. Kai Yi stood up and walked towards the bathroom, and glanced at Song Qing over there. At this time, Song Qing's body was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she had not yet recovered. Well, I'll see what happens. It's okay, don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. Song Qing is fine, she just has a fever and has taken antipyretics. Listening to Kai Yi's voice gradually fading away, Song Qing's tense body finally relaxed. She stood up tremblingly and wanted to leave, but unexpectedly, she fell back down as soon as she stood up. Song Qing had no choice but to look towards the washroom with gritted teeth. After Kai Yi hung up the phone, he looked at the time and it was indeed noon. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully taking down the destined heroine Song Qing, and reward villain value. Ding ding, detected that the host has made great achievements recently, reward 666 villain points. After taking a look at the system prompt, Kai Yi's smile gradually deepened. Not bad, this system is still very insightful. He took a quick shower, and just as he finished, he heard some noise outside. Kai Yi casually wrapped himself in a bath towel and opened the door. When he saw the scene outside, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows. What's going on? At this time, Song Qing was kneeling on the ground with her clothes loosely draped over her. Looking down, not only did I see the mess, but even the ground next to it was wet. Although Kai Yi did think that Song Qing's thoughts were sometimes very strange. But he is not a particularly bad guy. Seeing this, he strode forward and hugged Song Qing around the waist. Song Qing was still angry when she thought about Kai Yi's behavior just now. Seeing this, she slapped Kai Yi's chest muscles in annoyance. What are you doing? Put me down now. Seeing this, Kai Yi looked over coldly. If you don't want to be thrown out, just be honest. After listening to Kai Yi's words, Song Qing immediately calmed down. After all, she knew in her heart that Kai Yi would really do such a thing. Helplessly, she could only nestle obediently in Kai Yi's arms. Kai Yi knew that he was not doing well in Song Qing's heart now, but unfortunately, he had no intention of establishing a good image of himself in Song Qing's heart. So as soon as he arrived at Song Qing's room, Kai threw her onto the big bed without any courtesy. The beds in Lu Qingshuang's house are all high-end custom-made, so Kai can ensure that there will be no problem at all when he throws it down. Although there was nothing wrong with her body, Song Qing still felt upset. Kai crossed his arms and looked at this woman who was still somewhat ignorant of the danger. Song Qing, I wonder if you are really stupid or just pretending with your attitude. Are you really not afraid of what I will do next? He said jokingly, his burning gaze still scanning Song Qing's body. In an instant, Song Qing's body suddenly tensed up. She suddenly remembered what had just happened. Although it had been a while, she still felt her butt burning. Looking at Song Qing's blushing face, Kai continued, but I think you should like it very much, right Song Qing? Song Qing, you really are a masochist, right? Song Qing trembled, and thinking of her performance just now, she immediately lowered her head feeling guilty. Who is it? Stop talking nonsense, she said slowly. Seeing this, Kai sneered rudely, then turned around and left. You'd better pack up quickly, it looks like they will be back soon. Kai was telling the truth. Although Lu Qingshuang had to stay in school for a meeting, Yi Ruo knew that Kai. After Yi came back today and packed up to leave, he also prepared to go home for lunch. It's a pity that Wahyudi might be on some mission and hasn't replied yet. Although Wahyudi told Kai that she had declined many of Yi Han's tasks, she was still very busy in the past few months. This made Kai confused and worried at the same time. After all, the little girl, Butterfly, is somewhat stubborn. He sighed helplessly, and thinking that Wahyudi was also one of the destined heroines, and her life should not be in any danger, he went to cook with peace of mind. Just when Kai was cooking, Yi Ruo came back in a hurry. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. When Kai heard Yi Ruo's shouting outside, before he could respond, he was hugged by the little girl from behind. Why are you so reckless? What do you think I would do if I had a knife in my hand? Kai turned around and looked at Yi Ruo helplessly. Hearing this, Yi Ruo smiled awkwardly, then stuck out her tongue slyly. I know that you are here, right? How could I get hurt if Brother Yi is here? Yi Ruo said as she hugged Kai's waist and swayed him, a sly smile on her face. Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. What you said does make sense. Okay, I'm almost done here, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruo washed her hands and said, then I'll help you clean up. I see there are still a lot of things. Why are you suddenly so sensible? Hearing this, Kai looked at Yi Ruo with a teasing tone. A blush slowly appeared on Yi Ruo's face. It depends on who it is. Okay, if it were someone else, I wouldn't bother with him. After saying that, Yi Ruo raised her head proudly and snorted, then began to help Kai. However, she was still a young lady who had never done any housework before, so she was a little clumsy. It helps a bit, but not much. However, he didn't do anything more harmful than helping, which made Kai feel relieved. Besides, with Yi Ruo in the kitchen, the atmosphere became somewhat livelier. Brother Yi, after you go over there, can you come back and take a look? Yi Ruo subconsciously raised her head and looked at Kai expectantly. Kai was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and gently pinched Yi Ruo's nose. I'm going undercover, not really going to work. If I come back from the scene, won't I be discovered? Hearing this, Yi Ruo couldn't help but curl her lips, looking very disappointed. Okay then, but just working is tiring enough, and being an undercover agent won't be even more tiring, Yi Ruo muttered softly. Upon hearing this, Kai pondered for a moment before asking. What's wrong? Are you being wronged in the company again? Yi Ruo let out a long sigh. Although Zhou Mei still doesn't treat me well, after your teaching, I have started to waste other people's energy. As she spoke, Yi Ruo saluted Kai very seriously. Isn't that good then? Why are you still sighing here? Yi Ruo's expression suddenly fell again. Oh, isn't it just that something happened in the company these 2 days? The company has been very busy these past 2 days. I heard from them that something seemed to have happened to the goods. My brother was very angry. The higher-ups are angry, and innocent people are affected. Our lives are not easy either. Hearing that Yi Han was so angry, Kai's smile deepened. It's okay. These are things you have to go through when you enter society. When you have more experience, you will be able to handle them easily. Really? Yi Ruo looked at Kai in disbelief. Kai Yi nodded reluctantly. Yes, really, if you work hard, you will soon be able to become a strong woman like Sister Qingshuang. After hearing Lu Qingshuang, Yiruru's expression gradually became much better. That's great, I wish I had Sister Qingshuang's brain right now. What are you talking about here? Talking about my brain in the kitchen, are you trying to cook me down with it? Lu Qingshuang appeared at the door at some point, and was now leaning against the door, looking at the two people inside with a smile. He, no way. Yiruro smiled and walked forward to hold Lu Qingshuang's arm, then said enviously, it's me who wants to have Sister Qingshuang's brain. I'm in the company now. I am worried about things every day. Quote, you don't learn from the good things, but you think you can reach the top overnight. Lu Qingshuang stretched out her hand and tapped Yiruru's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Lu Qingshuang had returned, Kai Yi couldn't help but speed up his movements. You guys go talk outside first. There's too much smoke in the kitchen. Kai Yi said without raising his head. It's okay, do you want us to help? Looking at the sweat on Kai Yi's forehead, Lu Qingshuang said with some heartache. Kai Yi turned around and smiled, I'll be done in a moment, why don't you help me get the dishes and chopsticks? Oh, okay. Lu Qingshuang nodded quickly, walked into the kitchen and started helping. Yiruro was not willing to be left behind and followed behind to clean up the dishes. She was quite quick at cleaning up the dishes. So after arranging everything, the two of them stood at the door and looked at Kai Yi eagerly. Kai Yi shook his head helplessly and amusedly, there's really nothing to do, you two just go out and wait. Well then, Lu Qingshuang nodded somewhat disappointedly, then I'll just go see how Song Qing is doing. Ah, what's wrong with Song Qing? Yiruro blinked blankly, her big eyes full of confusion. Lu Qingshuang replied, I heard that he had a slight fever. Yiruro nodded, then she realized that she had not noticed Song Qing since she returned home. No wonder she's not here. I'll go up with you and take a look. Having said that, the two of them turned and walked upstairs. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, said nothing, turned around and went back to continue cooking. Song Qing here had actually already washed up. Although she still felt a little weak, she was also very afraid of being discovered, so she had to pack up quickly in advance. At the same time, there was something on her mind. That was when she first wanted to murder Kai Yi, she placed a pinhole camera in Kai Yi's room. So, after washing up, while the people below were talking, Song Qing quickly got up and walked into Kai Yi's room again. And this time, Kai Yi's room door was still not locked. This made Song Qing secretly happy. However, she didn't find anything in Kai Yi's room just now. No hope. So now she just wanted to find the pinhole camera as soon as possible, just in case. If Kai Yi finds that thing, we'll be doomed. She already had a lot of leverage over Kai Yi, and this one was extremely fatal. Thinking of this, Song Qing couldn't help but start to feel nervous. After all, if Kai Yi got hold of this evidence, she would be completely under his control. Song Qing tiptoed and nervously walked to the place where she had hidden the camera. She subconsciously reached out her hand, but touched nothing. This inevitably made Song Qing stunned for a moment, and at the same time, her heart felt cold. I looked back in surprise and saw that the place where I placed the camera was empty. This result made Song Qing feel dizzy and she even felt like the world around her was spinning. How is that possible? I clearly put it here. Song Qing looked around in disbelief. She prayed in her heart that she had not placed it in the right position. But they all found a vacant space. This made Song Qing's heart start to beat nervously. That's impossible. Kai Yi didn't notice that I had placed the camera at that time. She paced anxiously on the spot, and then began to rummage through the cabinets below. She even looked under the cabinet, but still didn't see anything. At this moment, Song Qing suddenly froze in place. She felt cold all over, with only one thought in her mind. That means Kai Yi must have discovered it. After all, the camera could only be taken away by Kai Yi. This made Song Qing stunned. After all, she always thought that her movements were perfect, but she didn't expect that all her little movements were seen by Kai Yi. Even some of his little actions did not cause any harm to Kai Yi, and were easily solved by him. Originally, she wanted to record Kai Yi's weakness, but now, that thing has become her weakness. After all, when Song Qing drugged Kai Yi, she never expected that she would get herself involved. I remember when Song Qing left home this morning, her face was rosy. How come she suddenly had a fever and it's so serious? Yi Ruru's puzzled voice came, which made Song Qing come back to her senses immediately. I don't know either. Let me ask later, Lu Qingxuang said softly. Hearing the two people's voices coming from the stairs, Song Qing became completely panicked. She looked around, then tiptoed out and walked quickly towards her room. Song Qing was a little frightened along the way. After all, if they found her in Kai Yi's room, it would be hard to explain. Soon Song Qing walked out of Kai Yi's room, but before Song Qing could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Ruru's surprised voice came from behind her. Song Qing, are you up? Song Qing's body stiffened, but fortunately she had already walked to the door of her room. After being stunned for a moment, Song Qing pretended to have just walked out of the room and looked back. Ru, why are you back too? She said with a look of surprise. Yi Ruro explained, I just wanted to come back and have a meal with Brother Yi, didn't I? Although Lu Qingxuang felt something was a little strange, she couldn't put her finger on it. She looked at Song Qing strangely, then asked with some concern, since you are not feeling well, why don't you rest for a while? At this moment, Song Qing's face was indeed full of fatigue, and she looked very tired. Seeing this, the strange feeling in Lu Qingxuang's heart disappeared. I just thought that cooking is too troublesome, so I got up and helped. Seeing that the two didn't find anything strange, Song Qing felt relieved and then explained. It's okay. Brother Yi is almost done anyway, and you're up now, why don't we go downstairs to eat together? Yi Ruro said as she turned around and went downstairs to find Kai Yi. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qing finally nodded and agreed. Lu Qingxuang said worriedly, Song Qing, if you still feel uncomfortable, just tell me. It's okay. If it really doesn't work, why don't you take a few days off? It's okay. It's not a serious matter. I'll just take a rest today and I should be well again tomorrow. Hearing Song Qing say this, Lu Qingxuang felt relieved. After nodding slightly, Lu Qingxuang followed Yi Ruro downstairs. It's almost time for dinner, let's go down and eat together. Oh, okay. After responding, Song Qing leaned on the railing beside her, feeling exhausted. I had been extremely nervous just now, and my body was still a little sore, so after I tensed up, the feeling of fatigue came back immediately. Song Qing, what are you doing? Come down quickly to eat. Seeing that Song Qing was not coming down for a long time, Yi Ruro shouted upstairs. Hearing this, Song Qing stopped leaning there and quickly stood up straight. Okay, I'm coming. After saying that, Song Qing walked towards the stairs tremblingly. Her legs couldn't help but tremble. In order to prevent others from noticing her abnormality, Song Qing quickly slowed down her pace after going down the stairs, for fear that others would notice. At the same time, she gritted her teeth and looked at Kai Yi. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she glared at Kai Yi, she found that Kai Yi was looking at her with a smile. Seeing this, Song Qing quickly restrained the expression on her face. After all, she had not forgotten that she had not found the camera just now. If the camera is really in Kai Yi's hands now, Song Qing couldn't even think about this. Song Qing, are you still feeling unwell? After Song Qing sat down silently, she heard Kai Yi's heartwarming question. Song Qing. She was very angry, but helpless. She had to give face to Kai Yi in front of everyone. So instantly, a smile appeared on Song Qing's face. Ha, it's okay. I feel much better after resting for a morning. Is that so? I didn't expect you to have such a good recovery ability. I'm glad you're okay now. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, teasingly, and said with a meaningful expression. Hearing this, Song Qing hurriedly looked at the expressions of the people around her. When she saw that no one noticed anything unusual, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Why do we have to come back to pack our things today? Are we going to move there in the afternoon? While eating, Lu Qingxuang thought about it and asked. Hearing this, Yi Ruro quickly looked at Kai Yi with sharp eyes. After all, it was very suspicious that Kai Yi returned home during working hours. Kai Yi coughed lightly. This is indeed going to be moved there today. What? Are you in such a hurry? Yi Ruro shouted in surprise. Kai Yi looked at her with a smile, then shrugged and said in a very embarrassed manner, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, it is the leader's request. Am I? Sorry Sister Yi, he just needs a reason. If it were the previous Yi Ruro, she would definitely refute it unconvincedly. But now Yi Ruro has already started working, and she has also realized how difficult it is to go to work. So upon hearing this, he just sighed and said helplessly, "Sure enough, all leaders in the world are the same." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshuang looked at Yi Ruo with a somewhat amused look, and then said, "Well, I understand, but you must pay attention to safety in the future, especially your own safety. If you encounter a particularly dangerous situation." Before Lu Qingshuang could finish her words, Kai spoke with a helpless smile. "Don't worry, Sister Qingshuang. I understand. If there is a dangerous situation, I will run away." Lu Qingshuang laughed, then nodded in agreement. After hurriedly finishing her meal, Yi Ruo had no choice but to go back to work. Although she was very reluctant to leave Kai Yi, after looking at the people around her, she had no choice but to go to work obediently. However, as soon as Yi Ruo walked out the door, Kai Yi received a message reminder from Yi Ruo. "Yi Ruo, brother Yi, even if you have to live in the company, please remember to send me messages frequently." Kai Yi was a little amused. "I don't live in the company, I just live with my boss." "Yi Ruo, I don't care. It's all the same. Remember to call me often. It would be even better if it's a video call." Kai Yi shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I understand. By the way, Kai Yi, have you packed all your things? Do you want me to help you pack?" Lu Qingshuang walked to Kai Yi and asked. Kai Yi subconsciously put his phone away, then thought for a moment, "There's still one thing I haven't finished cleaning up." Hearing this, Song Qing on the other side quickly endured the pain in her body and quickly cleaned up the leftovers on the table. "Then Sister Qingshuang and I can help you clean up." Song Qing's mind is still on the pinhole camera. No, she must find that thing. She can't have any handle on Kai Yi anymore. Lu Qingshuang didn't notice anything strange. After hearing Song Qing's words, she nodded in agreement. "Yeah, do you want us to help?" Hearing this, Song Qing raised her head and looked at Kai Yi with a nervous expression. "Okay." After taking a meaningful look at Song Qing over there, Kai Yi nodded and agreed. After receiving Kai Yi's gaze, Song Qing was stunned for a moment, and then her heart started beating again. No way. Could it be that the surveillance camera is really on Kai Yi now? She clenched her fists nervously, but after looking at the two people in front of her walking up the stairs, she gritted her teeth and followed them up. No matter what, she had to find a way to look for it again. After all, even if it was really taken away by Kai Yi, it must be in Kai Yi's room now. He will be leaving soon, so he will definitely not leave that thing at home. He will definitely put it in his luggage and take it with him. Thinking of this, Song Qing's eyes couldn't help but become firm, and she followed the two of them into Kai Yi's room. While the two were talking, Song Qing pretended to pack up her things and started looking around. There is nothing on the top or bottom of the cabinet. Could it have been accidentally touched by the surroundings? Thinking of this, Song Qing quickly bent down and looked around. Although my body was still a little sore, I had to fight to find the things. But Song Qing searched the area everywhere but couldn't find any pinhole camera. After taking a guilt-ridden look at the two people who were still chatting over there, Song Qing turned around and looked at the luggage that Kai Yi had already packed. She moved over secretly, glanced at the two people over there with concern, and then began to search. But it's still the same as before. Even now, Song Qing searched the entire suitcase, but couldn't think of what she needed. How is that possible? Could it be on him? Song Qing murmured strangely. "Is this what you're looking for?" A familiar voice came from behind him, and then someone patted his shoulder. This made Song Qing's body stiffen instantly. She slowly turned back. When he turned around, he found that it was Kai Yi standing behind him. Kai Yi smiled and slowly half-knelt beside Song Qing, and what he was holding in his hand at this moment was the pinhole camera. "You!" Song Qing widened her eyes in surprise and her heart began to beat fast with fear. However, after seeing what was in Kai Yi's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. The next second, Song Qing reached out to grab the thing, and she succeeded. After holding the thing in her hands, Song Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, I just want to find this thing. What's wrong with that?" Song Qing quickly put the pinhole camera away. Seeing that Lu Qingshuang was not there, she looked up at Kai Yi provocatively. Kai Yi was really amused by Song Qing's attitude. "Song Qing, it seems you are really a bitch." As he said that, he stood there with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at Song Qing. Song Qing snorted coldly, but before she could say anything, her face turned red with anger at Kai Yi's words. Kai Yi looked Song Qing up and down with contempt, then slowly said, "It seems that your spanking doesn't hurt now." You, Song Qing pointed at Kai Yi angrily, her whole body trembling with anger. "Kai Yi, do you think you can be so proud forever?" "Why not?" Kai Yi looked at Song Qing provocatively. In fact, Song Qing is already very smart. There is not even a memory card in this vacuum camera. But who made him so good at hacking now? Looking at Song Qing's face that turned red with anger, Kai Yi just laughed triumphantly. "Do you think that everything will be fine if you take away that pinhole camera?" As he spoke, Kai Yi took out his mobile phone, turned on the video and faced Song Qing. The moment Song Qing saw the video, her face turned pale, and her body stiffened. "You, how is it possible? How did you get this video?" Song Qing's mind went blank and she looked at Kai Yi with trembling body. Kai Yi curled his lips and smiled. "Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" "Kai Yi, is this what you asked me to take?" Song Qing wanted to say something, but heard Lu Qingshuang's footsteps outside. She panicked. I looked at the phone in Kai Yi's hand, and the picture on it was very clear. Even the sound of his own voice coming from the phone was very clear and harsh. "You, hurry up, Lu Qingshuang is here, put your phone away," Song Qing said anxiously. "Why are you in a hurry? I'm thick-skinned anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll just look at you." Kai Yi looked at Song Qing with a smile in his eyes. Although his expression was very tender and gentle at this moment, it made Song Qing shiver all over. But hearing Lu Qingshuang's approaching footsteps, Song Qing had no time to hesitate. She lowered her head unwillingly, and then whispered, "Kai Yi, please. Beg me. You know how to beg me now. To be honest, Song Qing, I really think you are a bitch. You won't cry until you see the coffin. I didn't even intend to provoke you, but you still rushed to cause trouble. So now you can only blame yourself for the situation." Every word Kai Yi said was heartbreaking, but it had to be said that Song Qing now knew that what Kai Yi said was very reasonable. In the morning it was indeed her impulse. In fact, Song Qing had already begun to regret it at this time. "If I hadn't been so reckless this morning, I could have waited for Yi Han to come back with peace of mind after Kai Yi left this afternoon. At that time, as long as he said a few sweet words to Yi Han, wouldn't Kai Yi still die?" Thinking of this, Song Qing's eyes couldn't help but flash with hatred. Kai Yi took in all of Song Qing's looks. This made him sneer out loud. "HMPH Song Qing, it seems that you are still unwilling to give in. Then there is no need for me to let you go." Having said that, Kai Yi directly increased the volume of his mobile phone without mercy. At the same time, Lu Qingshuang's puzzled voice came from outside again. "Kai Yi, is it the USB drive under the TV cabinet?" Song Qing suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Kai Yi anxiously. She didn't expect that he would be so ruthless. "Call me master." Kai Yi interrupted her and sneered. "Ah!" Song Qing was stunned. Kai Yi looked at her with disdain and said nothing. Song Qing was really so angry that she was trembling all over. Her face, which had turned pale with fear, turned red with anger. "Kai Yi, don't go too far." Hearing Song Qing's angry words, Kai Yi did not rush to refute, but just looked at Song Qing quietly. Song Qing knew that Kai Yi was waiting for her to make a choice. There was no way. The footsteps of Lu Qingshuang outside were clearly visible. The feeling of humiliation surged into her heart again, and Song Qing could only say, "Please master." Although Song Qing's voice was very soft, it was loud enough for Kai Yi to hear. After finishing her words, Song Qing looked at Kai Yi nervously, fearing that Kai Yi would be picky again. Fortunately, this time, after hearing what she said, Kai Yi happily put away his phone. In the next second, Lu Qingshuang also walked in. "Kai Yi, are you here?" She poked her head in curiously. "Well, what's wrong?" Kai Yi walked forward with a smile, and seemed to be in a good mood. "Is this the USB drive you asked me to find?" Lu Qingshuang took out something. "Not this one. Where did you find it?" "It is in." Song Qing stood there stiffly, and only sat down on the ground exhausted after hearing the two people's voices gradually fade away. She knelt there stiffly, and even though the two had left, she was still very scared, and her heart was beating faster and faster. Song Qing's face was pale. She slowly raised her hand to cover her heart, and suddenly felt a surge of regret in her heart. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so impulsive this morning." No, if she had known Kai Yi was so scary, she shouldn't have provoked him in the first place. She originally thought that Kai Yi was just a small bodyguard, but until now, she realized that everything she did was under Kai Yi's control. And she herself is like a clown. Kai-yi is really scary. I don't know if Song Qing above has been frightened silly, but Kai-yi is getting along very happily with Lu Qingshuang. Lu Qingshuang looked cold, and her emotions were also very restrained. So even though she was reluctant to leave Kai-yi, what she said was all out of concern for Kai-yi's instructions. Kai-yi, is your boss easy to get along with? If you feel wronged, just tell me. Lu Qingshuang warned worriedly. After all, in her impression, if it was a company that developed from a gang, the men there seemed to have bad tempers. Although she didn't know which company Kai-yi was working for now, she was still very worried. It's okay, Sister Qingshuang, believe me. Kai-yi turned around with a smile and hugged Lu Qingshuang's waist. However, it would be great if Sister Qingshuang was my superior. Is there anyone in the world who is more gentle than Sister Qingshuang? You brat. She glanced at Kai-yi coquettishly, but it must be said that after hearing Kai-yi's words, Lu Qingshuang felt really sweet in her heart. Kai-yi hugged Lu Qingshuang tightly. Sister Qingshuang, don't worry, even if I go there, I will still contact you frequently. Hearing this, Lu Qingshuang's uneasiness was relieved a lot. Well, that's good. If you really don't contact me, I will really go find out where you are. Kai-yi looked at Lu Qingshuang with a smile on his face. How could it be possible? Lu Qingshuang also looked at Kai-yi with a smile, but there was more worry in her eyes. She knew that this trip was extremely dangerous. She felt very uneasy, so she thought that she had to check Kai-yi's safety frequently. If she really couldn't contact Kai-yi, she didn't know what to do. At that time, she would definitely use all her strength to ensure Kai-yi was safe. Looking at Lu Qingshuang, who was deep in thought with her eyes lowered in front of him, Kai-yi's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he lowered his head and kissed Lu Qingshuang lightly. Lu Qingshuang paused for a moment, then hugged Kai-yi's waist tightly and gave a fierce response. However, she was still embarrassed because there were people at home, so after being apart for a long time, their breathing became a little rapid, but they could only hug and kiss. The two were inseparable, and at this moment, Kai-yi's cell phone in his pocket began to vibrate. They separated in a hurry, and Lu Qingshuang looked at Kai-yi with moist eyes, her pink lips slightly parted as she breathed slowly. You answer the phone first. After saying this, Lu Qingshuang turned her head away with a blushing face. Kai-yi took out his phone and glanced at the note on it, then said, then I'll go answer the call. The call was from Lu Ruya, who asked when Kai-yi would be back, whether he wanted to go home directly or return later. Go back to the company. Hearing this, Kai-yi glanced at the time on his phone and found that it was almost time to get off work. Kai-yi said that he had almost packed his things and was ready to go back to the company to pick up Lu Ruya, and the two of them would go home together. After hearing his words, Lu Ruya on the opposite side was obviously very excited, but her tone was just a little cheerful. After reminding Kai-yi to be careful on the road, the two hung up the phone. Kai-yi walked back from the balcony and found that Lu Qingshuang had already gone upstairs. When he went upstairs, Lu Qingshuang just came out pushing Kai-yi's luggage. Then, you must pay attention to safety. Lu Qingshuang said, somewhat depressed. Kai-yi lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently, then said, don't worry, Sister Qingshuang, it won't be long. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshuang smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. When Kai-yi returned to Guhua Group, he just arrived at the floor where Lu Rai's office was, and he saw that the employees inside were busy with something. Kai-yi, you're here. Lu Ruya walked out of the office holding something. Seeing this, Kai-yi first glanced at the time on the wall, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ruya. Isn't it time to get off work yet? Lu Ruya walked to Kai-yi with a smile on her face. It's okay. We've already finished our work. After all, today is such a nice day. Shouldn't we go out for a big meal? As soon as Kai-yi heard it, he knew that Lu Ruya wanted to leave work early for him. Since Lu Ruya is giving him so much face, it's hard for him to refuse, right? Taking the things from Lu Rai's hand, Kai-yi directly pressed the elevator button. Then I will respectfully obey your command. After watching the two people walk into the elevator, the people from the secretariat looked at each other in astonishment after the elevator went down. No, Mr. Lu just left work early. The secretary nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu did tell me that he was off work. Ah, is this still a workaholic? The assistant beside him said in surprise. The assistants around him were shaking their heads. As expected, anyone who encounters love will become different. But since Kai Yi came, our lives have indeed become a lot better, ha 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 ha. Originally, Lu Ruya was thinking of booking a restaurant that Kai Yi liked and going out for dinner together. But in the end, when they got off the elevator, they discussed it and decided to buy some things to take home. Kai Yi, why do you have so few things? After getting in the car, Lu Ruya looked back with a puzzled expression. Kai Yi smiled and said, as a man, besides clothes, just take some daily necessities. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya nodded slightly. Yeah, anyway, if we need anything later, we can buy it now. As she said this, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she was really thinking about living together with Kai Yi in the future. Because she was in a very excited mood today, Lu Ruya sat directly in the passenger seat after getting in the car. The employees haven't left work yet, so the parking lot is quite empty. After Lu Ruya finished speaking, she turned and looked at Kai Yi. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. Lu Ruya hadn't seen Kai Yi for almost the entire day, and she actually missed him very much. However, after all, I can't show it so obviously, so I couldn't help but wait until now. When Kai Yi looked over, Lu Ruya not only curled her red lips, but also slightly stood up and kissed him. She has always been bold, and now Lu Ruya wanted to kiss Kai Yi, so she just kissed him directly. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, and without any hesitation, he put his arms around her waist. Then the other hand tightly grabbed the back of Lu Rui's head, and then began to demand frantically. At some point, the atmosphere in the carriage had become hot. The two of them didn't know when they had become completely stuck together. Want to be here, huh? Kai Yi hugged Lu Rui's waist tightly and chuckled. Noticing his actions, Lu Ruya blushed but still nodded slightly. Seeing that Lu Ruya also agreed, Kai Yi's actions became bolder. For a moment, there was a continuous gasp in the car, and the two of them were indulged in endless reverie. At this moment, Wei Zong just came out of the elevator. Walking into the underground garage, he glanced at his mobile phone with some impatience. There are calls from Qian Yorong. And some messages from her. Wei Zong has been distracted by Kai Yi's matter these past 2 days. How could he have the energy to care about Qian Yorong? But Qian Yorong was already anxious, especially after she found out through her spies in the company that Wei Zong and Lin Weiwei were together. That's why he kept threatening Wei Zong to go find him. Seeing that Lu Ruya had left work early, Wei Zong also went earlier. But he didn't expect that when he strode towards his car, he saw Lu Rui's car was still parked there motionless. Seeing this, Wei Zong couldn't help but pause, and felt a little confused. Could it be that Lu Ruya didn't drive her own car home today? Just when Wei Zong was about to continue walking after thinking for a moment, he saw that the car was actually shaking slightly. This made Wei Zong's eyes widen immediately. Then, he realized that Lu Ruya had only been down for less than 10 minutes. If she wanted to do something, there was a chance that she would be in the car now. It doesn't matter if you think about it. After thinking about it carefully, Wei Zong became even more angry. He strode forward, and when he got closer, he could vaguely see two inseparable figures in the driver's seat in front of him. Wei Zong immediately bit his cheeks and walked quickly to the side of the car when he saw this. When he thought of the scene inside, Wei Zong couldn't help but burst out with anger. Along with the strong feeling of unwillingness, Wei Zong also felt very aggrieved at this moment. I knocked hard on the car window. Wei Zong stood by the window with a ferocious expression and stared inside with a sharp gaze. But unfortunately, the car windows were covered with anti-peep film, so he couldn't see anything inside. At this moment, Lu Ruya inside was suddenly startled by the sound of knocking on the window. After all, I am still downstairs of the company building, and I am always thinking about getting off work. Therefore, from the very beginning, Lu Ruya was tense, but at the same time, this tension made her feel a little ecstatic. Wait a minute, Kai Yi, is there anyone outside? After softly pushing Kai Yi away, Lu Ruya immediately saw Wei Zong standing outside the car window. I couldn't help but be startled. Kai Yi frowned slightly, then raised his. When he looked up, he saw Wei Zong standing outside with a ferocious face. Kai Yi. Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi anxiously, her eyes red with anxiety. Kai Yi laughed, reached out his hand to rub Lu Rui's head, and comforted her, it's okay, trust me. At this time, because there was no response from inside, Wei Zong was already a little anxious, and the force of knocking on the car window became heavier. Kai Yi really wanted to satirize Wei Zong, but he was helpless. He didn't want others to see Lu Rui's disheveled appearance at this moment. So facing Wei Zong's temper, Kai Yi started the car directly. This immediately scared Lu Rui again. Kai Yi! She screamed in fright, then quickly hugged Kai Yi's neck. It's okay, don't be afraid. With the skills of the god of cars of Akina Mountain, even if Kai Yi wanted to do something, it would be impossible. Wei Zong outside obviously did not expect the car to start suddenly, especially when he saw the car had already started moving. He could only subconsciously step back a few steps. Kai Yi, I know you are in there. You are a man, come out if you have the guts. Hearing this, Kai Yi simply sneered, helpless and furious. Wei Zong was so angry that he was cursing loudly, but suddenly he found that the car that was originally moving forward suddenly moved backwards. And this direction is also straight towards him. In panic, Wei Zong could only shut his mouth and stagger back. But the car was moving backwards too fast, and in his panic, he ended up falling to the ground in a disgrace. Looking at the car still coming towards him, Wei Zong could only close his eyes subconsciously. And, at this moment, the car suddenly stopped just a few feet away. Before he could react, the car had already left the garage and sped away. Now Wei Zong finally understood that it was Kai Yi who was deliberately trying to ditch him. Wei Zong gritted his teeth and looked angrily at the place where the car left. When Wei Zong thought about how he had just played with the woman he had fantasized about in the car, he was confirmed in his heart. He must kill Kai Yi. After leaving the garage, Lu Ruya breathed a sigh of relief, but as she maintained this posture, she was still panicked. Kai Yi, can you stop the car first? Looking at the scenery around her rapidly receding, Lu Ruya said, a little panicked. It was rare to see Lu Ruya with such a panicked expression, so Kai Yi suddenly felt a sense of evil interest in his heart. No, Sister Ruya, it's not time to stop the car yet. When Lu Ruya heard Kai Yi say this lightly, her mind went blank for a moment. She was always smart, but at this moment she was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Lu Ruya looked extremely panicked. Was she going to have to keep this posture forever? Besides, there are quite a few cameras on the way from the company to home. If this was caught on camera, the punishment would be relatively light, but the main thing is, this is just too embarrassing. Seeing that Lu Ruya was frightened, Kai Yi knew that he could not scare her any further. Otherwise, Lu Ruya might really be scared. The next second, Kai Yi reached out and put his arm around Lu Rui's waist. Ah, Kai Yi, what are you doing? We are still on the road, you can't. Kai Yi's action inevitably frightened Lu Ruya again. She couldn't help but blush and exclaimed, then reached out and patted Kai Yi lightly. However, before Lu Ruya could finish her words, she had already sat back in the passenger seat. The words in her mouth stopped abruptly, and Lu Ruya sat in the passenger seat in a daze, not being able to react for a moment. She blinked first, then suddenly widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Kai Yi beside her, and then looked at her own seat. The anger and shame on her face had completely turned into surprise. No, how did I? Lu Ruya turned around and looked at Kai Yi blankly. Kai Yi slowly stopped the car in front of the red light, then turned to look at Lu Ruya with a teasing look on his face. How is it, Sister Yi? I've told you not to panic, right? I have to say, sitting on the passenger side, Lu Rui's heart, which had been beating wildly, was indeed much calmer. But looking at Kai Yi's sarcastic expression at this time, Lu Ruya is not a fool. She looked at Kai Yi with a flushed face, and then glared at him with a reproachful look. You kid, you did it on purpose just now. The red light in front turned green, and Kai Yi turned his head back again. However, he did not answer Lu Rui's question, but shrugged his shoulders without comment. After all, it was the first day of living together, so after returning, Lu Ruya was eager to help Kai Yi pack his luggage. But Kai Yi still thought it would be better to cook first. Lu Ruya nodded in surprise, but after staying in the kitchen with Kai Yi for a while, the two of them discovered that Lu Ruya really had no talent for cooking. So helplessly, Lu Ruya could only stand aside and watch. However, Lu Ruya couldn't sit still, so she thought about helping Kai Yi pack his luggage. This made Kai Yi feel a little amused and helpless. After all, Lu Ruya was indeed very excited since returning home. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't we still have plenty of time? Perhaps she heard some other meaning in Kai Yi's words, which made Lu Rui's earlobe turn red. Ahem, that makes sense. Although Kai Yi said this, the two of them couldn't help but get excited during the meal. However, it was obvious that the two were too excited, so when they finished eating, the food on the table had already gone cold. Originally, the two were planning to help Kai Yi pack his luggage after dinner, but later on they forgot about this matter. Next day, while eating in the morning, Lu Ruya was regretting not packing luggage for Kai Yi yesterday. Why should I feel guilty about this? I've already packed it up anyway, and it's not a lot. Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Now I understand why the king doesn't hold court early in the morning. Kai Yi was sitting opposite Lu Ruya. After hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and looked over. So Sister Ruya means that I am a vixen. Lu Rui's rosy face made her cough softly. I didn't say that. The two came to the company in a pleasant atmosphere. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Lu Ruya couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Kai Yi. Looking at Kai Yi's angular profile, Lu Rui's expression inevitably softened. The originally boring working life and the originally lonely struggle seemed to have. I felt relaxed and happy because of Kai Yi's arrival. I have to say that in the past 2 days, Kai Yi has brought a lot of emotional value to Lu Ruya. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Just when Lu Ruya was looking at Kai Yi intently, Kai Yi suddenly turned his head. In an instant, Lu Ruya subconsciously turned her head away. Ahem, no, I just took a look, she explained awkwardly. Oh really? Kai Yi said doubtfully, then he slowly moved closer to Lu Rui's ear and said, but luckily you only looked at her for a few seconds, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it back if you looked at her a few more times. These words immediately made Lu Rui's face turn red. The blush spread from her neck to her cheeks. After all, it was in this position yesterday that the two of them were so passionate. The images in her mind kept lingering, and even Lu Rui's body began to feel hot. She didn't know whether she was ashamed or. But she knew that the two of them had been too crazy in the past 2 days. No matter how good her physical strength was, she couldn't hold on any longer. After all, she still had to work. So, in order to avoid any accidents, Lu Ruya quickly picked up the things in her hands and got out of the car. Ahem, it's getting late. I should go to the office. As she spoke, Lu Ruya walked towards the elevator anxiously. Kai Yi shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, took the car keys and followed Lu Ruya lazily. But today is destined not to be an ordinary day. As soon as the elevator reached the first floor, the two met someone they hadn't expected. That's Wang Weilong, who was in the hospital before. The moment the elevator door opened, Wang Weilong outside and Lu Ruya inside the elevator were both stunned. At this time, a group of people who had just arrived at the company were gathered outside. After all, it is working hours now, but it is not just that, many people are just following behind to watch the show. The story of these two people, Lu Ruya and Kai Yi, has been widely spread, but now that Wang Weilong is back, everyone is really curious. Although they had heard that Wang Weilong was a playboy before, the couple had not exposed their quarrel. But now, the two parties looked at each other in silence, and the surrounding employees were also watching secretly from behind. Lu Ruya was the first to come to her senses, but she still looked coldly at Wang Weilong in front of her. Amid the stagnant atmosphere and the curious gazes of the employees, it was Wang Weilong who spoke first. He put on a smile and walked towards Lu Ruya in a friendly manner. Ruya, good morning, why didn't you tell me that you were coming to the company? As he said that, Wang Weilong was about to reach out his hand, wanting to hug Lu Rui's waist as usual. Lu Ruya looked at Wang Weilong with disgust. She was about to dodge Wang Weilong's action, but was stopped by Kai Yi. Kai Yi grabbed Wang Weilong's wrist, shook it off with disgust, and then looked over with a straight face. Boss Wang, it's been a long time. How come you were discharged from the hospital so suddenly? Didn't you say before that you would stay in the hospital for a while longer? The moment Kai Yi shook off Wang Weilong's wrist, the employees around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Kai Yi would dare to challenge Wang Weilong? After all, Wang Weilong is the president of Guhua Group and even Lu Rui's husband. Is Kai Yi so brave? But, just after Kai Yi said those words, the crowd of onlookers behind him suddenly became confused again. They looked at Wang Weilong, then at the sullen-faced Lu Ruya and the smiling Kai Yi. No, what's going on? Why did this happen? It seems that the two of them have met before or in the hospital. This immediately left the people around a little confused. Wang Weilong didn't expect Kai Yi to be so direct, so his expression froze for a moment. What are you talking about? Little brother, after all, this is a matter between us, so it is better for us to solve it ourselves. As he said this, a warning flashed in Wang Weilong's eyes, and then he turned his head to look at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya looked at the people standing around her and Wang Weilong, who was blocking the door. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said without any hesitation, "Did you receive a notice of resignation, so you rushed back?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers behind them took a deep breath. What is going on here? Resignation notice. Who is it for? Could it be Mr. Wang's? Isn't Mr. Wang the CEO? How did I receive this notification? Now everyone could no longer conceal their surprise, and they all began to whisper to each other behind Wang Weilong. After all, the amount of information is really too large. This made the minds of these people, who had just crawled out of bed in a daze and had not yet had time to wake up, somewhat confused. This time, Wang Weilong's smile suddenly froze on his face. "Ruya, what are you talking about? I've already told you that if anything happens, we can just solve it ourselves." Although his expression was a little stiff, Wang Weilong still forced a smile. However, no matter who saw it, they would think that this smile was really ugly. Lu Ruya remained unmoved as she listened to Wang Weilong's words. She looked at the employees eating melons at the back, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. This made Lu Ruya subconsciously narrow her eyes slightly. Perhaps because he heard what Lu Ruya said just now, that person now curiously moved closer to the crowd. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Na?" Seeing the displeasure in Lu Rui's eyes, Kai Yi shouted directly at the man. The person named Xiao Na was stunned when she heard Kai Yi calling her. Everyone subconsciously looked back in the direction Kai Yi was looking. After all, these spectators were somewhat confused as to why another person was suddenly involved. But the person named Xiao Na was too obvious. After all, it is very rare to see someone dressed so flamboyantly in the company. Seeing everyone looking at her, the person named Xiao Na immediately turned around and left. "Hey, Xiao Na, Mr. Wang asked you to come over," Kai Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Na hesitated for a moment. She had just heard the surprised discussion of the employees in the back, and this time she walked forward curiously, but she really didn't hear what they were talking about. So, after Kai Yi said this, Xiao Na immediately felt that it was indeed Wang Weilong calling her. Besides, isn't that man the same as me? He can stand beside Lu Ruya openly, so why can't he stand beside Wang Weilong? Thinking of this, Xiao Na straightened her back, twisted her waist and walked to Wang Weilong. "Brother, are you calling me?" As she said that, she took Wang Weilong's arm affectionately. Now, Wang Weilong's face. His expression suddenly turned pale. Looking at the silly woman beside him, Wang Weilong really wanted to slap Xiao Na hard right now. Kai Yi asked her to come over, and she came over. Could it be that she is Kai Yi's dog? Now, seeing this scene, the group of people watching from behind suddenly became alert. Oh my god, this melon is really getting more and more energetic. Looking at the people around her and Wang Weilong in front of her, Lu Ruya narrowed her eyes slightly. Instead of announcing the things between me and Wang Weilong later, it is better to make it clear now. After all, if we say it now, people may be more convinced. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya walked straight out of the elevator. Seeing this, Kai Yi curled his thin lips slightly, glanced at Wang Weilong provocatively with his narrow eyes, and then followed Lu Ruya out. "Wang Weilong, I don't know what you mean by this. You actually brought your mistress to the company. But I'm sorry, Guhua Group doesn't accept people with corrupt morals. I will tell the HR department that she will not be hired, so you can just take her away later." Lu Ruya stood there with her arms folded across her chest, looking coldly at Wang Weilong and Xiao Na who were standing opposite her. "Lu Ruya, what nonsense are you talking about? I think you didn't sleep well and your mind is not clear. Why do you, a director, yell at Weilong?" Xiao Na happily held Wang Weilong's arm, but her face was full of provocation when she looked at Lu Ruya. Hearing this, Lu Ruya didn't react, but Wang Weilong's expression suddenly changed. He quickly pulled his arm out of Xiao Na's arms. "Ruya, listen to my explanation. Don't worry, I didn't intend to force her into the company. How could I force her into the company after what she said to you before? Besides, I was just angry with you before, but in the past 2 days, I have figured it out. Between husband and wife, one has to bow down first, right?" Hearing this, some of the onlookers in the back nodded in agreement. So it seems that there is indeed a small conflict between the couple. Are you stupid? Is this a contradiction? Just because Mr. Wang said so, you believe it? But I saw before that they have a good relationship, don't they? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? What we let you see before was definitely what we wanted you to see. Do you know what their relationship is like behind the scenes? A spectator said with some regret. Oh, I don't believe it. If Mr. Wang and Mr. Liu had a good relationship, would there be any incident involving Xiao Na? Wang Weilong on the other side simply ignored the discussions of the people behind him, and then walked towards Lu Ruya with a very gentle expression on his face. Seeing this, Lu Ruya raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Na behind her. So before Wang Weilong could even walk up to Lu Ruya, Xiao Na's expression suddenly changed. At the beginning, Wang Weilong assured Lu Ruya that he would not let her enter Guhua group. At the end, a pair of onlookers mocked her. Xiao Na was so angry that her face turned pale. Brother Weilong, she called out to Wang Weilong in front of her loudly, didn't you say that Lu Ruya couldn't threaten you, and you would definitely get me into Guhua group? Upon hearing this, Wang Weilong's expression suddenly changed. After taking a quick look at Lu Rui's expression, he turned around and slapped Xiao Na in the face. Shut up! Is this the right place for you to talk? Wang Weilong shouted harshly, glaring at Xiao Na as he spoke. But unfortunately, Xiao Na was a young person who had just entered society after all, and she believed that she and Wang Weilong were true love. So now, after being slapped hard by Wang Weilong, the little girl suddenly exploded. Wang Weilong, stop right there. Xiao Na screamed directly and then said loudly. Didn't you say you were going to be with me and break up with Lu Ruya? Didn't you also say you were the boss of the company? Why does she have the final say? Everyone was shocked. It was wonderful, really wonderful. However, before everyone could come to their senses, Xiao Na screamed again. Besides, Lu Ruya has openly kept her man by her side, so why can't I come in? Wang Weilong really didn't expect that Xiao Na was so stupid. She told everything about herself in just a few words. Unable to bear it any longer, he stepped forward and slapped Xiao Na again. Bitch, when did I ever say those words? Looking at the discussion behind. To the employees, Wang Weilong shouted directly at the door with a dark face. Are you security guards just here to eat? Why don't you get this crazy woman out right now? The security guard stood there, looked at Wang Weilong hesitantly, and then looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya sneered and then waved her hand. No need for you, go down. Xiao Na was stunned when she heard this. After all, she didn't expect Lu Ruya to let her go. Wang Weilong, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect you to still beat women. Lu Ruya looked at Wang Weilong with disdain. I'm not like that, Ruya. Hearing that Wang Weilong wanted to say something again, Lu Ruya raised her hand impatiently to stop him. Okay, I don't want to listen to you anymore. My meaning is very clear. If you don't cooperate with my work, there is no point in me keeping you. The dismissal notice says it very clearly. You have to get out even if you don't want to resign. Lu Ruya said slowly with a cold face. But this has a somewhat big impact on the surrounding employees. After all, they all thought that Wang Weilong was the company's top manager, but they didn't expect that he would be fired directly now. Wang Weilong glanced at the people behind him in panic, then quickly walked forward with a wry smile. Ruya, we can just talk about this in private. Why are we talking about this now? Come on, do you want to go to my office? Lu Ruya looked at him coldly with her beautiful eyes and said mercilessly, you no longer have an office. Wang Weilong choked and even paused in his steps. Well, let's go to your office then. As he said this, he was about to reach out his hand to pull Lu Ruya, but the next second Kai slapped him away fiercely. It seems like you don't understand what people are saying. Didn't you hear Sister Ruya telling you to get out? Could it be that you haven't had any free food in these years? Wow, now the people around are suddenly more excited. What is this? She raised her wrist and looked at the time. It was almost time to go to work. Lu Ruya didn't want to waste any more time on such a person. Wang Weilong, I have done my best for you. Many years ago, I was a woman struggling to make a living and had no power to show up in public. At that time, I had no choice but to hire you to pretend to be a couple. These years, I will give you salary every month, and even give you shares and dividends after the establishment of Guhua Group, but you disappoint me so much. You were honest originally. I ignored you for getting into trouble and playing with women under my name over the years. But your ambition made you stupid. Since you won't cooperate with my work, there's no need for me to keep you. After saying these words, Lu Ruya glanced at Wang Weilong indifferently, as if she was looking at an insignificant person. Then she turned around and left. Kai Yi, let's go. Okay. Wang Weilong never expected that Lu Ruya would actually blurt out all these things right in the hall. This made his face turn red, and he felt so embarrassed that he wanted to burrow into the ground, especially after hearing the mocking discussions of the employees behind him. Having stayed in the position of a superior for a long time, he really thought that he was the superior. At the same time, he had gotten used to that position, so now that he had suddenly fallen to the bottom, he really couldn't stand it. Shut up, all of you, what do you know? If I wasn't here, do you think that bitch Lu Ruya could really make the company so big? Listening to the discussions of the people behind him, Wang Weilong said with intolerable patience. But Lu Ruya had already said that, so naturally the employees were not afraid of him anymore. In the elevator, although the elevator had already risen several floors, Kai Yi could still vaguely hear Wang Weilong's angry and defenseless roar. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that he could kill Wang Weilong so easily. This is much earlier than the time in the original book. However, although Kai Yi was surprised, he still did not let down his guard. After all, even if a dog bites someone madly, it still hurts. Thinking of this, Kai Yi turned his head and looked at Lu Ruya beside him. Sister Ru Yi, aren't you afraid that Wang Weilong will make a desperate move? Lu Ruya frowned. Of course I know this, but don't worry, even if it means we fight to the death, the damage he causes to me shouldn't be that great. After hearing Lu Rui's words, Kai Yi pondered for a while before giving his advice. As the ancients said, never underestimate any enemy. Lu Ruya was stunned. She didn't expect Kai Yi, who was always smiling, to say such a thing. However, Lu Ruya never underestimated Kai Yi, especially the value Kai Yi created in the past 2 days, which also made Lu Ruya realize that Kai Yi was not an ordinary person. Therefore, Lu Ruya still took Kai Yi's words to heart. And because of what happened in the morning, Lu Ruya had less time to explain and directly asked the Human Resources Department to issue the termination documents, and of course, the lawsuit. After all, Wang Weilong had embezzled a lot of public funds before and gave them to some small companies under his name. Now that Wang Weilong has no relationship with Guhua Group anymore, the two of them just broke up. Therefore, Lu Ruya had no intention of leaving any room for Wang Weilong. It was said that Wang Weilong was furious in the morning and wanted to go to the office with Lu Ruya, but was stopped by the security guard and thrown out. It is really embarrassing for the previous company president to have ended up in the current situation. And, of course, the showdown had already been made, so Lu Ruya also moved directly to the chairman's office on the top floor and completely asserted her sovereignty. The advantage of swearing sovereignty this way in the morning is that no one will doubt their words. After all, Wang Weilong himself had proved it by being present, and no one would think that Wang Weilong lost in the power struggle in the company. Now they understand clearly that this company has belonged to Lu Ruya from the beginning to the end. No one cares about Kai Yi and Lu Ruya anymore, and this is Lu Rui's purpose. However, the decision to dismiss Wang Weilong also made Lu Ruya busy. In addition, the goods from the past few days have also arrived at the dock one after another, and now the whole company has become busy. After all, this order is very big. During the busy days in the company, only Kai Yi was still very leisurely, which made everyone envious. But everyone heard that the return of the goods seemed to be related to Kai Yi. Anyway, he was not just there to do nothing, so not many people were dissatisfied with Kai Yi. In addition, although the onlookers knew that Wang Weilong was fired because he did not work as an actor. But since Kai Yi took Qian Yorong away at the beginning, he now took Wang Weilong away. This also caused all public opinion to begin to ferment. Everyone says Kai Yi, he is now Mr. Lu's treasure, and must not be offended. He also said that although Lu Ruya is in power now, it is still up to Kai Yi to persuade people to leave. So no one would think of provoking Kai Yi. After all, no one wants to lose their job. Kai Yi was still a little amused and confused about this public opinion. But, after all, it was not bad public opinion. On the contrary, it was quite interesting, so Kai Yi did not care about it. He still lives a leisurely life every day, waiting quietly. After all, there is always calm before the storm. At this time, downstairs of Guhua Group, Jolie was looking at the high-rise building of Guhua Group with excitement while holding the documents in his hand. But as he stood in front of the door and looked at the high-end decoration inside, he still felt a little nervous. Jolie was not convinced that Kai had joined Guhua Group before. He was thinking about it, thinking that he had already obtained the information of Kai's mobile phone, and he would go back and add Lu Rai's WeChat directly. But who would have known that when he went to get his phone fixed after get off work, it turned out that the phone had been formatted. At that moment, Jolie was stunned and couldn't help but question the boss who repaired the mobile phone directly. The boss was also confused. He just broke the screen and repaired it, so how could he have formatted it? So in the end, the matter ended with Jolie being kicked out of the store. In this way, Jolie completely lost the opportunity to hook up with Lu Ruya. However, it turned out that he and Lu Ruya were destined to be together. A few days ago, when he was alone in the warehouse, a man named Wei Zong found the warehouse. After the man asked about Kai, the two of them had a secret conversation. Finally, the man promised Jolie to get him into the Guhua Group. After waiting anxiously for a few days, just when Jolie thought he had been rejected, he actually received the message. Thinking of this, Jolie smiled smugly at the reflective glass in front of him. He knew that God must be blessing him. And Lu Ruya is definitely destined to be his woman. Thinking of this, Jolie straightened his back confidently, then pushed the door open and strode in. He walked to the front desk with a proud look, looking at the sexy front desk, which inevitably made Jolie stared with his eyes wide open. It's really a big company, the receptionist looks so awesome. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? Lin Weiwei couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she noticed the naked look in the young man's eyes. Especially after seeing the lewd smile on that dark face. This made Lin Weiwei frown and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Sir, what's up? Seeing this man staring at her stupidly without saying a word, Lin Weiwei spoke directly in an unhappy tone. I'm here to see President Wei. Only then did Jolie come to his senses. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Jolie felt a little embarrassed, and finally smiled, which he thought was a very confident smile. In an instant, Lin Weiwei got goosebumps all over her body. Are you here to see Mr. Wei? Do you have an appointment? What appointment? I only received this information. As he spoke, Jolie handed over the information in his hand. Lin Weiwei looked at the information and didn't expect it to be from the company. But looking at the information, Lin Weiwei felt somewhat unwilling. She looked Jolie up and down. She didn't expect that such a person could come into Guhua Group, but she could only be a receptionist. And this person was recruited by Wei Zong. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei reluctantly called President Wei. Kai had no idea about what was going on in the company, nor did he know that Jolie had already joined the Guhua Group. Just after picking up lunch from the restaurant, Kai noticed a group of people following him. His intuition had never been wrong, so after looking at the car following behind him, Kai concluded that this group of people were coming for him. Even when turning at the next intersection, a car risked breaking the traffic rules and forced him to go straight. Seeing this, Kai squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the car behind him through the rearview mirror. It's true that there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there's no door to hell but you go in anyway. Although he had the skills of the god of cars of Akina Mountain, he could easily return from the downtown area. But Kai doesn't want to get away with it now. So, they stepped on the accelerator and rushed straight to the suburbs. The boss is going to the suburbs. Should we follow him? Someone in the car behind said hesitantly. Just follow me. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just kill him in the suburbs? A man said viciously, looking at the car in front of him greedily. After all, I haven't received a big order for a long time. If I kill the person in front, the balance of 2 million will be directly deposited into my account. Wouldn't that be great? After all, he had been chased before, so after Kai went to the suburbs, he went directly to a remote mountain. This is the place where Sheng Firen and I were chased last time. Kai parked the car on the top of the mountain. Seeing that the people behind him were not coming, he even leaned against a tree leisurely and smoked a cigarette. After a while, the sound of a speeding car was heard, and it was obvious that the car had been modified. Kai stood behind the tree and watched the group of people getting off the car, all holding weapons in their hands. It's really a familiar scene. Boss, there's no one in the car, someone shouted. What? The leading man frowned and looked around, how could he not be here? When he came up, he looked around and saw that there was no other road on the mountain. Could it be that the boy wants to climb down the mountain? Everyone walked to the cliff and looked at it. Are you stupid? Kai Yi really didn't understand this operation. Who? The leader turned his head and looked around, then saw Kai Yi leaning against a tree trunk and smoking. Cough cough, he coughed lightly and then kicked the person next to him. You idiot, who are you scolding? After the man said this, he strode towards Kai Yi. Boss, just kill him. Yes, anyway, this is in the middle of nowhere. Upon hearing this, the leader laughed out loud. You idiot, you really know how to find a grave for yourself. In this remote place, I'm afraid no one will find you even after you've been dead for years, right? Kai Yi was amused. He took the cigarette butt out of his mouth and then threw it directly at the leader without any hesitation. Who did you say I was scolding just now? I was definitely scolding you, Kai Yi said bluntly. As for whether to die or not, it's so unlucky, but there are so many of you, it's more auspicious to die together. Kai Yi smiled provocatively, and his words immediately changed the expressions of the people in front of him. It seems that you are not. Do you know who I am, Ma Zi? Humph, it's no use saying anything to him, boss. He might even think that we don't dare. The encouragement from the people below gave Ma Zi a sudden boost of confidence. I've killed people before, so I don't mind killing you one more. Follow me, brothers. As he said that, he raised the steel rod in his hand and smashed it towards Kai Yi's face. Kai Yi sneered and kicked Ma Zi away with just a side kick. Puff, ouch. Just this one move of Kai Yi made the group of people behind him dumbfounded. They held the weapons in their hands, looked at Ma Zi who fell to the ground and flew away, and were stunned. They looked at Kai Yi in disbelief, and then turned to look at Ma Zi over there. Boss. What is going on? How could Ma Zi bear this stimulation? He wailed a few times and tried to get up, but he didn't expect that he couldn't get up at all. Kill him for me. Seeing everyone looking at him, he could only lie there and yell in frustration. This. Everyone looked at each other, even Ma Zi fell down. Although they were many in number, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. You don't want that 1 million anymore. Ma Zi had no choice but to say this. But we have to say, as the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people, thinking about the money, gritted their teeth and rushed forward. 1 million, so little. It seems your employer is quite stingy. Kai Yi looked at the people in front of him with a smile. He flexed his wrists, shook his hands, and then punched out. FCK. No, big brother, don't hit me. That's right, smash it. Only those who fell down understood that although it was only a few rounds, it really felt like a huge rock hitting them. In an instant, all those who were still arrogant fell to the ground, unable to even get up. Kai Yi originally thought that they would hire some professionals to deal with him, but he didn't expect that they were just a group of gangsters. But soon, Kai Yi understood. It's not that they can't afford to hire him. After all, several million is not a small amount. But someone suddenly died, and they needed a sinful. And these little hooligans with criminal records are the best criminals. Tell me, who sent you here? Kai Yi walked slowly towards Ma Zi with a kind smile. Ma Zi didn't see Kai Yi's skills clearly just now, but this is the most terrifying thing. And the most terrifying thing is that they could knock down a whole group of them in such a short time. This shows that their strengths are not even on the same level. Although Ma Zi had indeed been to prison before, it was not because he had killed anyone. But it was precisely because he had been to prison that Ma Zi knew that there are always people better than you, and some people are simply very strong. The person in front of me is. He stepped back tremblingly. Well, I really can't tell you this, brother. You can't afford to offend him, and neither can we. Kai Yi nodded, and he understood a little bit in his heart. Okay, I see. How much did they give you? 2 million. Ma Zi trembled and stretched out 2 fingers. Then he said again with tears in his eyes, but we have only received 500,000 yuan so far. 500,000 can make a bunch of you go to jail for him. What a vicious idea. Kai Yi half knelt beside Ma Zi, shaking his head in amazement. What do you mean? Ma Zi was stunned. Even the people around looked over. Kai Yi patted his shoulder with a smile. Brother, I don't think you are a fool. If you really can't afford to offend that person, he is very powerful, but with 2 million, he can hire some professionals. Why? As Kai Yi said this, he glanced at the group of people lying down with disgust. At this moment, Ma Zi's face gradually became ugly, and he immediately understood something. But this is in the middle of nowhere. Even if you die, no one will find you. So why do you want to? Before Ma Zi could finish his words, sirens suddenly sounded. Then a female voice sounded, Kai Yi, are you there? Kai Yi turned his head and saw Ji Yu Wancho standing in front of his car with a frown on his face. Sister-in-law, I'm here, come and save me. Hearing this, not only Ji Yu Wancho, who was dressed in a police uniform, was stunned, but also the group of policemen who came with her were stunned. Not only that, but the group of people led by Ma Zi behind them were also stunned. No, when I took the order, didn't the person say that this person didn't have any background? How come he has a police officer's wife? Thinking of this, those people suddenly became panicked. Among them, the first to come to his senses was Ji Yu Wancho. She looked at the people around her nervously, then she coughed lightly and walked to Kai Yi. Stop shouting, Ji Yu Wancho warned Kai Yi with an unnatural expression, and then he looked at the gangsters who had already stood up. Don't move, just follow us to the police station. This actually, I didn't do anything. Ma Zi really didn't expect Kai Yi to call the police. You didn't do anything. Ji Yu Wancho narrowed his eyes with a cold face, then pointed at the weapons in their hands with a stern face. She snorted coldly, the evidence is all here, and you tell me you didn't do anything. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi was so scared that he quickly threw the steel pipe in his hand to the ground, and then looked at Ji Yu Wancho with a bitter face. No, officer, please check clearly. We really didn't do anything. Yeah, we were just beaten up by that kid. Seeing that Ma Zi was panicking, the people behind him naturally became panicked as well and began to defend themselves. However, at this moment, their excuses seemed very weak. After all, no one would believe that a group of people like them would be beaten by one person. So after hearing what Ma Zi said, the police around looked at them speechlessly. Are you sure he can beat all of you down by himself? Ji Yu Wancho said with a frown. Yes, when you just came, we were still lying on the ground, right? Ma Zi explained anxiously. Hearing this, Ji Yu Wancho subconsciously looked at his colleague and saw confusion in each other's eyes. After all, when they just arrived, their attention was attracted by Kai Yi. Who could have noticed the person lying on the ground? Ji Yu Wancho turned his head to look at the group of people, but did not see any scars on them. Instead, there was a bruise on Kai Yi's arm. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back to the police station. Detain them all. Subconsciously thinking that this group of people were talking nonsense, Ji Yu Wancho spoke directly in a cold voice. In this way, Ma Zi's group not only failed to complete the task, but also got beaten up for nothing and were detained and taken to the police station. Hey, are you okay? How did you get into trouble with them? Ji Yu Wancho looked around and looked at Kai Yi with some worry. After all, I have to say that this place is indeed a good one. Not to mention the desolate mountains and wilderness, just to be honest, very few people go up to the top of this mountain. If something really happens here, it might be quite troublesome. Kai Yi looked at Ji Yu Wancho blankly. I don't know either, sister-in-law. After I came out of the hotel, they forced me here. You can check the surveillance. They were forcing me to go straight on the road. After looking Kai Yi up and down and then looking at the bruises on his body, Ji Yu Wancho was still a little confused. After all, he was surrounded by a group of people with weapons. Was there just a bruise on his body? Kai Yi naturally saw through Ji Yu Wancho's confusion at a glance. Sister-in-law, don't you believe me? If I hadn't called the alarm early and you hadn't come early, I might have been lying on the ground. Kai Yi couldn't help but sighed with a melancholy expression. Then he looked up at Ji Yu Wancho as if he suddenly remembered something. Sister-in-law, if you don't believe me, I can take off my clothes and let you check me. I was hit a few times. Kai Yi was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and he actually wanted to take off his clothes to show Ji Yu Wancho. No matter how calm Ji Yu Wancho appeared, he was frightened when he saw Kai Yi's actions. She quickly reached out and held Kai Yi's hand, then subconsciously turned her head to look at the people around her. Seeing that no one noticed this side, Ji Yu Wancho looked much calmer. Behave yourself. How can you behave like this in public? A pair of sparkling eyes glanced at Kai Yi unhappily, and then Ji Yu Wancho waved his hand at him. Come on, you have to go to the police station to make a statement. However, because there were too many people with Ma Zi, the car was already full. Seeing this, Kai Yi took the initiative to say, "Sister-in-law, do you want to get in my car?" Ji Wancho thought about it and decided it was not impossible, so he nodded subconsciously. But as soon as he nodded, Ji Wancho noticed that the people around him were looking at him with strange eyes. "Hey, let's get in the car and get ready to go back." After giving a cold instruction, Ji Wancho walked towards Kai Yi's car. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, then slowly followed behind Ji Wancho. However, now standing behind Ji Wancho and looking at her, Kai Yi realized that although Ji Wancho had a good figure, her buttocks were simply exquisite. He had heard many people say before that women with big buttocks are easier to give birth, but he didn't know if it was true. "Kai Yi, what are you daydreaming about? Come and drive quickly." Ji Wancho stood in front of the passenger seat, looking at Kai Yi in confusion. However, since she is in this profession after all, Ji Wancho is quite sensitive to eye contact. "When I turned my back to Kai Yi just now, I noticed that this boy's eyes were a little dishonest, and now he was actually in a daze." Looking at Ji Wancho's somewhat angry expression, Kai Yi couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his nose, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Sister-in-law, I'm here." After responding nonchalantly, Kai Yi strode forward and sat in the driver's seat. As soon as he sat down, Kai Yi found that Ji Wancho was looking at him with unfriendly eyes. "What's wrong, sister-in-law? Why are you looking at me like that?" Kai Yi still looked over with a blank face, as if he was very confused. Seeing that Ji Wancho didn't speak immediately, Kai Yi said again, "Sister-in-law, don't you still not believe me? There were people outside just now, but now there is no one." Having said that, Kai Yi took off his coat and started pulling at his shirt. Kai Yi's actions really caught Ji Wancho off guard. So, when Ji Wancho saw her action, he was stunned. "No, what are you doing?" In the moment when Ji Wancho was stunned, Kai Yi had already taken off the last shirt on his body. In an instant, the clearly defined muscles appeared. Ji Wancho's eyes flashed, and then he was inevitably attracted by the figure in front of him. Because of frequent training, Ji Wancho has actually seen many men's upper bodies, but she always sneered at it. But now, she was attracted by the figure of the man in front of her. After all, in this profession, as a woman, Ji Wancho also wants to make herself stronger. Therefore, she exercises a lot on a daily basis, which has made her a fitness expert. During normal training, when he saw his peers' figures, although they looked good at first glance, Ji Wancho could still see that they were actually just put together. But now, looking at Kai Yi's body, the well-developed and perfectly formed chest muscles, the well-defined abdominal muscles, and even the perfect shark muscles. Although Kai Yi looked very skinny in his clothes just now, I didn't expect him to be so attractive when he took off his clothes. Even his arms looked muscular. Kai Yi took off his clothes so happily because he actually wanted Ji Wancho to see the bruises on his back. Because before coming to the top of the mountain, Kai Yi had already put on scar makeup on his body. After all, it would be a waste if you don't use the skills you draw. However, Kai Yi had never expected Ji Wancho's reaction at this time. "How did you build these muscles?" The slender fingers couldn't help but gently stroke Kai Yi's shark skin, and Ji Wancho couldn't help but speak with envy. At the same time, Ji Wancho, who was sitting in the passenger seat, became a little excited. "You've put a lot of effort into your muscles. How do you usually exercise, especially your waist and abdomen? Do you usually take protein powder? What brand do you take? How much time do you usually spend exercising?" The questions were asked in a flash, and Ji Wancho's snow-white fingers were lingering on Kai Yi's body. At the end, Ji Wancho even pinched Kai Yi's chest muscles out of itchiness. This made Kai Yi's breathing suddenly become heavy. "How can you tolerate this?" So the next second Kai Yi directly grabbed Ji Wancho's naughty hand. After seeing Ji Wancho's surprised look, he boldly reached out his hand to hold Ji Wancho's waist, and then squeezed it gently. Ji Wancho couldn't help but exclaim, and her area was indeed quite sensitive, so her cheeks also turned red. "Kai Yi, what are you doing? Let me go." She shook off Kai Yi's hand angrily and then stepped back. He stepped back and leaned against the car door. She looked at Kai Yi angrily, her beautiful eyes filled with rage. "What's wrong with me?" Kai Yi blinked and looked at Ji Wancho innocently. "Didn't my sister-in-law touch me first?" Ji Wancho was originally looking at Kai Yi angrily, but when she suddenly heard Kai Yi say this, she was stunned. "You are not me." Yu Wancho hesitated and was unable to speak for a long time. After all, she has now realized that she was the one who started it first. Sister-in-law, you can't be unreasonable, especially since you are a police officer. It was clearly you who started it first. Kai suppressed his smile and said directly. Okay, fine, I get it, that's it, we're even now, no one can blame anyone else now. Yu Wancho said quickly. Hearing this, Kai finally shut his mouth. Then he turned his back to Yu Wancho and said, Sister-in-law, look, I was really beaten. Yu Wancho took a subconscious look and saw that there was indeed a large bruise on the strong back. Because Kai's skin is relatively fair, the bruises on his body are very obvious at this time. Okay, I get it, hurry up and get dressed and leave, they've all left. As Yu Wancho spoke, he looked back and saw that all the cars behind him had left, leaving only them still parked there. Okay, sister-in-law, don't worry, they have only been gone for a while. Kai said as he slowly put on his clothes and looked at Yu Wancho with a smile. Yu Wancho's brain was about to explode when she heard Kai calling her sister-in-law over and over again. Well, just call me Sister Wancho like before, don't call me sister-in-law. I haven't even started dating with that person yet. As if she was thinking of Yihan, a blush appeared on Yu Wancho's face again. Seeing this, Kai couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, could it be that he is another lovesick person? Kai glanced at Yu Wancho over there, then nodded slowly, okay, Sister Wancho, then you're done, I'm going to start the car. After responding softly, Yu Wancho immediately came back to his senses. But when he thought about how Yihan hadn't contacted him recently, Yu Wancho couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Sitting in this position, one can see through the corruption of the upper class. Yihan is the most righteous person she has ever met, and Yihan is indeed a powerful person. He always uses his own methods to deal with those who are already corrupt. Yu Wancho has never given up in this profession. However, due to the nature of his profession, when faced with many upper-class people, even though the evidence is solid, he is still powerless. So this is also the reason why Yu Wancho admires Yihan, who is powerful and righteous. Thinking of this, Yu Wancho couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that if not, he should just lower his head and go find Yihan. If Kai knew what Yu Wancho was thinking at this moment, he would definitely laugh out loud without mercy. After all, if people say that Yihan is powerful, he would be more likely to agree. After all, with the blessing of luck, it is impossible for him not to become powerful. But if one were to say that Yihan was just, Kai would never agree. After all, these people have dealt with a lot of dark things for Yihan. If we were to say who is the biggest cancer in Linhai City, it must be Yihan. On the way, Yu Wancho couldn't help but start questioning in advance. Did you offend someone? How did you end up attracting these people? In Yu Wancho's impression, Kai was just a small bodyguard in Yihan's company. So she really didn't understand how a small bodyguard, doing the same job as a security guard, could get into all this mess. Alas, the boss asked me to go undercover, asked me to do some things, and I accidentally got into trouble. Who knows? Kai obviously let the cat out of the bag. At the same time, this also made Yu Wancho frown. What did you just say, undercover? Oh, Sister Wancho, you must have heard it wrong. It's just that the boss asked me to do some things, and I accidentally offended some people. Kai shrugged and said with a guilty look on his face. So, even though Kai was making excuses, Yu Wancho was still somewhat skeptical when she saw the guilty expression on his face. But I am really innocent. I just came out to buy some lunch. Who knew that I would be targeted by someone? It's so scary. Is this the black society? Kai said with fear in his heart. Looking at Kai like this, Yu Wancho couldn't help but feel speechless. A grown man is so scared. But it must be said that she still had a strong sense of justice in her heart, so when she saw this, she just said a few words of comfort. Don't worry, we will handle this matter, nothing will go wrong. But that man said he had been to prison and knew a lot of big guys. Do you think he will come looking for revenge on me after he gets out? Kai said in a worried tone. Hearing this, Yu Wancho couldn't help but frown again. Did that man really say that? Kai nodded with lingering fear. Yes, he also told me that he has more than one life on his hands. After saying that, Kai glanced at Yu Wancho over there. Sure enough, at this time Gu Wancho had frowned, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, seeing this, Kai Yi felt that the matter was settled. Yes, he said these things on purpose. After all, Gu Wancho is such a righteous person that he would definitely not be able to resist investigating further. Kai Yi didn't mind that person using this method to deal with him, but there was no need for him to fight back openly. So at this time, we have to make some use of Gu Wancho. The police arrived soon and others had already started interrogating the suspect. Gu Wancho personally took notes from Kai Yi. There is no need for anyone to pick him up, Kai Yi can go out by himself. When sending Kai Yi out, Gu Wancho comforted him with a serious expression. Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and I will inform you of the results when the time comes. Kai Yi nodded gently. Well, okay, I know that Sister Wancho is very reliable in this regard. Kai Yi's words inevitably made Gu Wancho stunned. Hearing him say this with a smile, she had to admit that she was secretly happy in her heart. After all, his work ability has been confirmed by others. Now, the expression on Gu Wancho's face softened visibly. Oh, by the way, I want to ask, what kind of exercise do you usually do, that is? Speaking of this, Gu Wancho still looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, now that I think about it, it was a bit inappropriate for me to suddenly reach out and touch someone. Oh, this. Kai Yi was about to say something when someone called Gu Wancho from behind. Captain Gu, the team leader is calling you. Gu Wancho looked back and responded, then looked at Kai Yi anxiously. It was at this critical moment that Kai Yi took out his mobile phone. How about this, Sister Wancho, add your contact information and I'll send it to you directly when the time comes. Good. Gu Wancho was stunned at first, then took out his cell phone with a look of surprise. Only after adding Kai Yi's contact information did Gu Wancho return to work with satisfaction. And Kai Yi naturally turned around and left with satisfaction. When he got back to the car, Kai Yi realized that he had 2 missed calls from Lu Ruya. There are still some unread messages. I glanced at the time and it was almost 2 o'clock. I was indeed delayed for a long time. I called Lu Ruya back and Lu Ruya on the other end answered the call quickly. Hello Kai Yi. Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Did something happen? The moment the phone was connected, Lu Rui's anxious and worried voice came out. It's okay, I just accidentally came to the police station. Kai Yi smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruya became even more anxious. What? You're in the police station? As a burst of chaotic sounds appeared, Kai Yi heard Lu Ruya speaking anxiously again. Apparently Lu Ruya stood up in a hurry and accidentally knocked over the chair. Seeing that Lu Ruya was so worried about him, Kai Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. It's okay. I'm out now and almost at the company. I'll explain it to you in detail when I get back. Oh, okay. Then, drive slowly. I'll wait for you at the company. The call was hung up, but looking at the phone that had turned off, Lu Ruya still felt uneasy. After thinking about it, Lu Ruya walked out of the office with her cell phone, preparing to go to the lobby on the 1st floor to wait for Kai Yi. It was still lunchtime, and many people had already taken a break, while most people were watching TV series while eating lunch. And Lin Weiwei is like that. The supervisor said that the previous person, Qian Yorong, was always lazy at work, so she ordered the subsequent receptionists not to sit down often. If there were someone there, they would have to stand all the time, which would make Lin Weiwei very tired. Before Lin Weiwei graduated, she had already hooked up with a violent. Even after graduation, I found a lot of golden pigs. It can be said that she has not contributed much from the time she was in school to the time she was doing internship. The work that she exerts the most effort on every day is C, so after only a few days of work, Lin Weiwei is already exhausted. But she was also afraid that her calves would become thicker from standing all the time, so when she got home, she would massage her calf muscles no matter how tired she was. But today's lunch break was a bit annoyed, mainly because there was an extra person who was very unpleasant. Your name is Lin Weiwei, right? I'm President Wei's assistant now. Do we need to add each other's contact information? Jolie said confidently while standing in front of the front desk. After all, he is now President Wei's assistant and has great power. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei raised her head impatiently. She looked at Jolie speechlessly, but then she thought that they were both from the same company. She didn't know how this person hooked up with President Wei, but she couldn't offend him. So, in the end, she could only force out an ugly smile and said reluctantly, "Ha ha ha ha. Really, but I'm sorry, I can't add people to my personal account now because I've been adding friends too frequently recently." As she spoke, Lin Weiwei smiled apologetically. Jolie blinked his eyes. The beauty didn't refuse directly, which meant there was still a chance. "Oh, it's okay, I understand. It's normal for you since you are so beautiful. But it's okay to add your work number." Jolie handed over the phone directly. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei was silent for a while before taking out her cell phone. "Ha ha ha ha, alright." After laughing twice, Lin Weiwei looked at Jolie with a very complicated expression. "Didn't this young man realize that I was politely refusing? Is your EQ so low? Miss Weiwei, I want to ask if you know Kai Yi. He should be a newcomer here." Jolie leaned closer to inquire. Kai Yi, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but raise her eyebrows when she heard that, and then looked Jolie up and down. "You know Kai Yi, you two?" Or Lin Weiwei looked over in confusion. "Oh, that's right. We were colleagues before. I just arrived and wanted to find someone familiar. Jolie and Kai Yi do not have a good relationship. But he has been reporting here for the whole morning today, and he has been staying on Wei Zong's floor for the whole morning. In fact, Wei Zong also has many beautiful assistants, but no matter how Jolie talks to them, those people are unwilling to pay attention to him. Moreover, after all, everyone has to go to work, so even if Jolie wants to wander around, few people will pay attention to him." In fact, Jolie also found out which floor Lu Ruya was on, and he also wanted to try his luck. "But I didn't expect that even if I took the elevator up, I wouldn't be able to call Lu Ruya. Not to mention that Lu Ruya was a director before, even now Lu Ruya is the chairman of the board, and that is not someone you can easily meet." In addition, during the whole morning, Jolie also heard many people gossiping about Lu Ruya and Kai Yi. So even though the relationship between the two was not very good, Jolie still wanted to contact them. "Maybe I can meet Lu Ruya through Kai Yi." This is what Jolie thought. After hearing Jolie's words, Lin Weiwei was also a little surprised. She looked at Jolie in disbelief. "Were you two colleagues before? Didn't Kai Yi do music arrangement before?" But Lin Weiwei looked Jolie up and down, and she really couldn't imagine what it would be like for this person to be a composer. Lin Weiwei did look down on Jolie. He was wearing no-name brand clothes, had a sallow complexion, and looked unkempt. To say that he is unkempt actually means that his whole body looks unclean. Perhaps seeing that Lin Weiwei didn't believe it, Jolie continued, "Don't be so unconvinced. When we were at Dolly Moving Company, only Kai Yi and I were capable." Hearing this, Lin Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. No wonder, she thought. "Yes, when I met Kai Yi before, he looked disheveled and dirty, but I didn't expect that he would actually go to do these chores. Logically, those millions should be enough for him to spend. Could it be that he lost all the money in gambling and then hooked up with Lu Ruya?" As Lin Weiwei thought about it this way, she felt that it made more and more sense. It was at this moment that hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the hall. At this time, everyone had finished their lunch and had a nap, so the footsteps were naturally very abrupt. Both of them looked over subconsciously. When they saw who was hurrying down the stairs, they were both stunned. But Jolie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mr. Lu," Jolie called out affectionately and hurriedly trotted over to greet him. Lin Weiwei did not expect that Lu Ruya, who was always calm, would be so anxious. But when she saw Jolie running forward enthusiastically, Lin Weiwei was speechless. Anyone with a brain would not cause trouble when others are in a hurry. However, even if she saw Jolie seeking death, Lin Weiwei did not want to remind him. After all, she also disliked this person very much. "Boss Lu, where are you going in such a hurry? Do you need help? My car is parked outside." As he spoke, Jolie pointed outside with great pride. After knowing that he was going to work at Guhua Group, Jolie specially borrowed Brother Xiaodao's car. Lu Ruya looked anxious and kept looking at her phone with trepidation, then looked outside, without turning to look at Jolie. After hearing his words, I just waved my hand subconsciously. "No, thank you." After a faint reply, Lu Ruya continued to look outside anxiously. "I didn't expect that Kai Yi went to the police station just to get lunch." However, Lu Ruya did not think that Kai Yi had caused any trouble. After all, he was an honest man. Then it must be someone else who provoked Kai Yi. Seeing that Lu Ruya didn't even look at him, Jolie felt a little frustrated. Especially since Lin Weiwei was standing behind him, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the beautiful lady. So Jolie gritted his teeth and walked over to Lu Ruya again. I didn't expect to see Mr. Lu again. I wonder if Mr. Lu still remembers me, Jolie said as he looked at Lu Ruya expectantly. After all, it has only been a short time since then, she must still remember me. However, under Jolie's expectant eyes, Lu Rui's reaction still disappointed him. This time, Lu Ruya didn't even say anything perfunctorily. She just lowered her head to look at her phone and said, The perfunctory look was very obvious. Even though his back was facing Lin Weiwei at this moment, Jolie could even imagine the expression on Lin Weiwei's face. Glancing at Lin Weiwei behind him, Jolie had to continue. Kai Yi and I were colleagues before, but Kai Yi was transferred away. I didn't expect to see each other again so soon. Lu Ruya was too lazy to pay attention to the people around her. After all, the only person on her mind at this moment was Jolie. Only, when Lu Ruya heard Kai Yi's name being spoken by someone else, she was still caught by it. Do you know Kai Yi? Lu Ruya turned back subconsciously, but after seeing clearly who the person in front of her was, her face suddenly darkened again. Seeing that Lu Ruya was finally willing to pay attention to him, Jolie was immediately delighted. Yes, President Lu, don't you remember me? Jolie said in a lost tone, looking at her with a melancholy face as he spoke. He saw on the internet that women like men who are a little melancholy. And this kind of man will also make women feel very distressed. Lu Ruya frowned her beautiful eyebrows tightly, and then looked at him unhappily. I remember, but why are you here? She was quite busy recently and actually forgot about this suicidal thing. But I didn't expect that this person would come to see me. Oh, it's like this, Mr. Lu. I'm working under Mr. Wei now. Seeing Lu Ruya taking the initiative to talk to him, Jolie became even more excited. He knew that Lu Ruya, who is 27 or 28 years old, must like young handsome men. Look, without Kai Yi's obstruction, isn't she still developing a liking for herself? Boss Wei, are you talking about Wei Zong? Lu Ruya really couldn't understand why Wei Zong wanted to recruit this person to his company. However, after all, he was recruited by Wei Zong, so she couldn't just fire him casually. So after thinking about it, Lu Ruya decided to go back and test Wei Zong's attitude. After all, he was working under Wei Zong, so he couldn't be dismissed so easily. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya frowned impatiently again. It seems that I need to give more reminders to the Human Resources Department in the future. Why are the people recruited so casually? Thinking of this, Lu Ruya responded perfunctorily and then looked outside the door. Although the two of them had just talked on the phone, Kai Yi also said that he would be back soon. But seeing that Kai Yi was slow to reply to the message, Lu Ruya felt somewhat anxious. Yes, it's President Wei. Jolie responded with a wry smile, but then he looked at Lu Ruya and looked out the window anxiously. Boss Lu, what are you doing? Jolie asked hesitantly, but before he could finish his words, he saw a hint of surprise on Lu Rui's face. Kai Yi. Lu Ruya looked excitedly at the car that was slowly stopping outside, and then trotted towards it. Kai Yi, holding the luxurious lunchbox in his hand, looked at Lu Ruya who was trotting towards him with a helpless look. Sister Ruya, why did you really come down to pick me up? I've already told you that I'm really fine. But don't run in your high heels. Be careful not to fall. Listening to Kai Yi's concerned reproach, Lu Ruya couldn't help but smile a little embarrassedly. Seeing that there were other people in the hall, Lu Ruya quickly stood up and then reached out to tidy up her hair. However, even so, Lu Rui's eyes were still fixed on Kai Yi. Is nothing serious happening to you? Lu Ruya said worriedly. Kai Yi smiled and shook his head. I'll talk to you in detail when we get up there. After saying that, Kai Yi looked at Jolie who had been following Lu Ruya. It's you, why are you here now? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Jolie, his eyes full of provocation. Seeing Kai Yi's expression, Jolie suddenly felt angry. But soon, Jolie puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face again. Oh, I was hired by Wei Zong, and now I work as Mr. Wei's assistant. At this point, Jolie could no longer conceal the pride in his tone. After all, he had found out a lot of things this morning. Although Kai Yi is by Lu Rui's side, he is just Lu Rui's bodyguard and driver now. I haven't officially started working in the company yet. So in terms of position, Jolie thinks he is still superior to Kai Yi. Oh, President Wei personally invited you here, you are so lucky, work hard in the future, we will leave first. Having said that, Kai Yi put his arm around Lu Rai's waist without any hesitation, turned around and left. And now Lu Rai's full attention is on Kai Yi's personal safety. So she didn't notice Kai Yi's actions at all. But in other words, even if Lu Ruya really noticed Kai Yi's actions, she would not say anything. She sat at the top of the company and no longer cared about the rumors about her. Even after Kai Yi and Lu Ruya got into the elevator, Jolie was still staring at it. When Jolie thought of Kai Yi's hand placed openly on Lu Rai's waist, he suddenly felt suffocated. If he knew Lu Ruya earlier than Kai Yi, then the person standing next to Lu Ruya right now must be him, Jolie. And who is he, Kai Yi? He was just occupying his position. Thinking of this, Jolie became even more angry. Do you really know Mr. Lu? Just when Jolie was filled with anger, a delicate voice came from behind him. Because Jolie and Lu Ruya were talking at the door just now, Lin Weiwei who was standing at the front desk couldn't hear anything at all. But watching the two of them chatting, Lin Weiwei was already very surprised. I didn't expect that Jolie, who looks like this, actually knows President Lu. Sure enough, there was a reason why Wei Zong recruited him. Jolie looked at the woman in front of him and snorted, of course, I have eaten many meals with Boss Lu before. Is that so? Lin Weiwei nodded half doubtfully, but her attitude towards Jolie was obviously much better than before. However, Lin Weiwei was not stupid, so she also thought about testing Wei Zong when she turned back. What on earth is this person here for? Lin Weiwei tried to find a way to get into this company in order to take revenge on Kai Yi. Originally, she was thinking of threatening Kai Yi to tell Wang Weilong about his relationship with Lu Ruya. But I didn't expect to encounter such an explosive scene just a few days after starting work. I didn't expect that Wang Weilong, who has always been famous, is actually a gigolo. Therefore, Lin Weiwei's idea naturally came to nothing. But now, Lin Weiwei looked at Jolie. I just saw Jolie looking at Kai Yi, it seems that he doesn't look very friendly. Maybe you can use it a little. On the other side, as soon as she entered the chairman's office, Lu Ruya looked Kai Yi up and down anxiously. She circled around Kai Yi, and when she finally saw the bruises on Kai Yi's arm, she gasped. What's wrong with you? Were you beaten? As she spoke, the worry and nervousness on Lu Rui's face turned into raging anger. Who hit you? Tell me. Lu Ruya, who was in anger, couldn't help but breathe rapidly, and her voice became low. Having spent so much time with Lu Ruya, Kai Yi could tell when he saw her like this. Lu Ruya is really angry now. It's okay, calm down first, come here and I'll tell you slowly. Kai Yi smiled and reached out to hold Lu Rui's hand, then slowly took her to the sofa and sat down. As he opened the lunch box, he slowly recounted what had just happened. However, it is lunch produced by a 5-star hotel after all. Although it has been delayed for more than an hour, the food is still hot and tastes just as good as when it was just out of the pot. While listening to Kai Yi's story, Lu Rui's heart was in her throat. She was so nervous that she couldn't eat at all. Fortunately you called the police, and fortunately the police arrived at the right time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but she still felt a lingering fear. It's okay, Sister Ruya. Haven't you seen my skills? I am more than capable of dealing with those people. As Kai Yi said this, he was also observing Lu Rui's expression. Hearing this, Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi with a reproachful look. She was somewhat dissatisfied with what Kai Yi had just said, but she was still worried. Don't say such things anymore. Although I know you are good at fighting, there are more of them after all. Even if you can defeat them, can you guarantee that you will not get hurt? Hearing this, Kai Yi knew he was in the wrong, and quickly took out a piece of sushi and handed it to Lu Rui's mouth. Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi helplessly and amusedly, but finally she slightly opened her red lips and ate the piece of sushi. The seductive red lips gently wiped Kai Yi's fingers, which made Kai Yi rub his hands. However, although he did not refute Lu Rui's words, Kai Yi couldn't help but say something in his heart. After all, that group of people really didn't hurt him, and all the wounds on his body were inflicted by Kai Yi himself. I'll ask my assistant to buy some essential oils. After dinner, I'll rub the bruise for you and see if it can be healed. Even while eating, Lu Rui's mind was always on Kai Yi's wound. Hearing this, Kai immediately raised his eyebrows. Don't rub the bruise, or it might be rubbed away accidentally. After all, it is made with cosmetics, although the makeup has been set. But if it is rubbed with something like oil, it will definitely dissolve. This is the same principle when removing makeup. Oils and fats will melt away makeup. So upon hearing this, Kai quickly said, "It's okay. When I came back just now, the police at the police station had already taken care of the bruise. It should be gone in a while." After hearing Kai say this, Lu Ruya calmed down a little. That's good, that's good. So you don't have any other injuries? No, don't worry, Sister Ruya. It's just a spot on my arm. I accidentally rubbed it, Kai said quickly, fearing that Lu Ruya would ask him to take off his clothes for inspection. After all, there is a large bruise on the back caused by makeup. It would be disastrous if Lu Ruya saw this. Hearing Kai say this, Lu Ruya could only nod. However, she soon frowned and no one knew what she was thinking about. What did the group of people who beat you say to you? It seems like they were targeting you on purpose, but the people behind the scenes. Lu Ruya is not a fool. After all these years, she immediately understood that someone did this on purpose. They did say that someone hired them for 2 million, but they didn't say who was behind it. We can only wait and see how the police investigate. But I drove your car out, so are they planning to deal with me or? Kai didn't say anything else, but just looked at Lu Ruya indifferently. Lu Ruya sat there, not knowing what she was thinking about, and after hearing Kai's words, the pair of beautiful eyes narrowed immediately, and the look in them became fierce. Seeing this, Kai stopped talking and started eating quietly, feeding Lu Ruya at the same time. Although those people came to deal with her, Lu Ruya was already very angry. But Kai said that just now on purpose. After all, if Lu Ruya thought that those people wanted to deal with her, she would want to investigate the matter thoroughly. After all, she is now announced as the real leader of the company, kicking Wang Weilong out. Coupled with what happened some time ago, the company has been a little unstable during this period. There was also the incident of the goods being stolen 2 days ago. Even though the goods were finally recovered, it doesn't mean that Lu Ruya has let down her guard. Since Lu Ruya can sit in her current position, she is destined not to trust a person 100%. Kai is now confident that he can make Lu Ruya trust him completely only because Lu Ruya's favorability towards him has increased. But others. Thinking of this, Kai curled his lips slightly. That group of thugs might not want to go to jail, but when they took the order, they had already been schemed against by the people behind the scenes. So those little hooligans will only be silenced by others, mostly with money, and mostly because of threats. They are destined to be taken away to take the blame, so maybe in the end, even if the police intend to find out something. But we still can't find out who is behind it. Even if they had some clues, they had no evidence. So at this time, Lu Ruya has to take action. The company is at a critical moment in its listing, and Wang Weilong's exit will surely make its future path full of crises. Therefore, Lu Ruya would be vigilant enough to eliminate any danger. This is also the reason why Kai is sure that Lu Ruya will investigate further. By that time, no matter who is behind this, Wang Weilong or Wei Zong, they will be exposed. In this way, Kai's journey will also be much smoother. After all, Yihan is coming back in October, so Kai must speed up before that. And he must deal with those who are blocking his way as quickly as possible. Sure enough, just as Kai imagined, since what happened at noon. Lu Ruya has been worried all the time, and no one knows what she is thinking about. And her work was much busier than in the previous few days. It seemed that while she was working, she was also checking for other dangers for herself. Compared to Lu Ruya, who had no time to stand up from her desk, Kai was much more leisurely. After finishing his meal and lying on the sofa watching videos for a while, he received a message from Gu Wancho. Gu Wancho, is Kai here? Sorry, I was busy with work just now. Kai switched to Gu Wancho's page and found it somewhat funny to see Gu Wancho saying sorry. After accepting Gu Wancho's friend request, Kai did not send her a message to say hello. He didn't even send her any fitness tips, just waiting for her to come to him on her own initiative. Look, it just came by itself, didn't it? Not only that, she even said sorry. Kai, it's okay, it's okay. I should say sorry. I've been busy with work since I came back. I'll send the stuff to you right away. Gu Wancho replied in seconds, yes, okay, no rush. Although he said he was not in a hurry, Gu Wancho was already looking at the screen expectantly. After all, as a fitness fanatic, she has never made any breakthrough in the aspect of fitness, and now she really wants to seek Kai Yi's experience. Kai Yi, protein powder link. Kai Yi, teaching video. After sending them one by one, Kai Yi started typing. Kai Yi, I have been eating this, but not often. Eating too much is not good. I have also used this video as a reference before. I wonder if it has any effect on you. As soon as Gu Wancho saw Kai Yi's message, he quickly added the protein powder to the shopping cart. But after clicking on the teaching video, her surprised expression suddenly fell. Gu Wancho, I have watched this video before, but it was of no use. As she spoke, she also sent a crying expression, as if to express her feelings. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It's unlikely to be useful. After all, everyone's body is different, and you don't have to follow other people's instructions. Besides, the training Kai Yi received as a mercenary in a foreign country was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Kai Yi, I see. I didn't follow the video exactly. I'll send you a tutorial video when I get home and have time. I recorded it myself. After seeing Kai Yi's message, Gu Wancho on the opposite side suddenly became extremely excited. She stared at the phone in front of her with wide eyes, feeling extremely excited. Gu Wancho, sorry for the trouble, big boss. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Why did it feel like his character was ruined? He looks like a serious and old-fashioned person, but why does he speak like a little girl? Sure enough, this is too much excitement, right? Kai Yi, well, I'll send it to you when I get back. Kai Yi returned to the page and just as he was about to turn off his phone, he received another message reminder. Raising his eyebrows and looking at the phone again, Kai Yi realized that it was a message from Morris. Morris, want to play games together today? Morris, expecting expression. After looking at the chat history between the two, Kai Yi finally reacted. Kai Yi was quite busy these past 2 days, so he didn't play games with Morris. The little girl was also ignored by him for 2 days. After thinking for a while, Kai Yi replied, okay, I'll call you later. Morris on the opposite side was overjoyed upon seeing this, and sat up from the bed excitedly. It was only 2 days since he last heard Y's voice, but Morris felt as if a long time had passed. Morris replied in seconds, okay, then call me when you play games. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, okay. After replying to the message, Kai Yi glanced at Lu Ruya who was still busy working over there. In fact, it's not that you can't play games now, it's just that it's a bit inconvenient to turn on the voice. Morris, I'm currently planning a trip to Country Z. Which city are you in? Why, I am in Linhai City. If you really want to come to Country Z at the end of October, you can contact me in advance. Morris was immediately ecstatic. Linhai City, my grandmother's home happens to be in Linhai City, then when I go there, I'll let you know in advance, and I'll treat you to a big meal when you come out. Kai Yi naturally knew that Morris's grandmother's home was in Linhai City, after all, it was also written in the original book. Looking at the excited message sent by the little girl, he was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why, what are you talking about? I will wait for you to come here. You eat, and when you come, I'll take you around. Morris, okay. At this time, Morris excitedly held the phone in his arms, curled up on the bed and rolled around. She was grinning foolishly on the bed, and had even begun to imagine her life after going to Country Z. And the thought of meeting Y made Morris very excited. To be honest, she is a typical homebody. Except for necessary banquets and parties, she is too lazy to go out and play. The main thing is that my family has money and we don't need anything, so we don't have to go out. Therefore, after Morris got used to staying at home, he became too lazy to travel. But now Morris is looking forward to it. The whole day passed quickly, and Lu Ruya was so busy that she had no time to rest. She worked overtime in the afternoon until it was slightly dark, and then she followed Kai Yi back home with a tired look on her face. Looking at the drowsy woman sitting in the passenger seat, Kai Yi felt distressed and inexplicably guilty. However, the guilty feeling soon disappeared. After all, he was the one who pulled Guhua Group back from the brink of bankruptcy. Why would he feel guilty? He now lies on the sofa every day playing games and watching videos. He deserves it. Thinking of this, Kai couldn't help but nodded, feeling that what he thought made a lot of sense. What do you want to eat when you get home? Kai asked gently. Lu Ruya leaned back in her chair, squinting her eyes slightly. After hearing this, she said lazily, whatever. Looking at her like this, it seems like she will fall asleep in the next second. In fact, the reason why Lu Ruya is so tired now is not only because she has a lot of work to do today. It has some relationship with Kai, so Kai naturally cares about Lu Ruya very much. Although the distance from the company to home is not too far, this short period of time is enough for Lu Ruya to sleep for a while. Kai slowly parked the car in the courtyard, then got out and carried Lu Ruya out from the other side. After Lu Ruya woke up in a daze, she realized that she was in Kai's arms, and the vigilance in her heart disappeared. Then she closed her eyes again, rubbed against Kai's arms, and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing her like this, Kai didn't have the heart to wake her up. She just gently put her on the sofa. While walking towards the kitchen, Kai took out his cell phone and looked at it for a few seconds. He found a stock market that looked like it was going to rise steadily and sold out. Then I jumped to another page and saw some business plans sent by the other party. After some instructions, Kai put on an apron and started to work. Before the 50 million arrived, Kai had already started preparing his own business plan. First, he hired some business wizards, and then became a behind-the-scenes boss himself. These business geniuses are already very experienced and have very high IQs. At the same time, coupled with Kai's proficient business skills, it is perfect. In this way, Kai's entrepreneurial journey was quite smooth. At the same time, Kai does more than just buy and sell in the stock market every day. After all, even some small companies have potential. Collect more now, and when the small company develops later, Kai will be the largest shareholder. Anyway, as long as Kai liked something, he would buy some. With the guarantee of the system, Kai was not afraid of making mistakes. After quickly finishing the meal, Kai walked to the sofa and thought about calling Lu Ruya. However, looking at Lu Ruya's peaceful sleeping face, Kai still felt a little bit reluctant. After hesitating for a while, Kai reached out and pinched Lu Ruya's nose. Lu Ruya was very alert, even though she had just fallen asleep. But now he realized that his nose was pinched, and he suddenly came to his senses. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her fierce gaze immediately focused on Kai. However, when she saw clearly that the person in front of her was Kai, the cruelty in Lu Ruya's eyes immediately disappeared. And the hand that was slightly raised was instantly put back in place. She looked at Kai helplessly and amusedly. What? Kai took his hand back and said, I want to call you to eat. Yeah, okay. After responding, Lu Ruya lazily got up and leaned on the sofa. Perhaps because she didn't get enough sleep, Lu Ruya's eyes and nose were red at this moment. This made her already fair skin even whiter, and she even looked pitiful. Sister Ruya seems a little aggrieved because you didn't get enough sleep. Kai stretched out his hand with a smile, directly grabbed her slender waist and picked her up. Glancing at Kai unhappily, Lu Ruya took the initiative to hook her arms around Kai's neck. She looked at Kai with seductive eyes and said coquettishly, yeah, I was about to get a big order in my dream, but thanks to someone, it disappeared. Kai looked at Lu Ruya with a helpless look. How can I compensate you? Can I pay you back for a night of sleep? Hearing this, Lu Ruya's face blushed again. Okay, put me down quickly. With a blushing face, she shyly patted Kai's chest and said unhappily. These 2 days, she really felt Kai's youthfulness. After all, she could feel the pain in her waist every day on the way to the company. However, I have been thinking recently whether I should enter the entertainment industry. While eating, Lu Ruya suddenly spoke. Then she looked at Kai, wanting to hear his opinion. After all, what happened 2 days ago had already made Lu Ruya recognize Kai's ability. Hearing this, Kai's eating movements slowed down. To be honest, Kai has been wanting to invest in companies in that field recently. Kai has done background checks these days, and the entertainment industry in this world is not that saturated yet. In Kai's previous life, in another parallel world, he had seen how profitable the entertainment industry was. Nodding slowly, Kai looked at Lu Ruya with a smile. The entertainment industry is still quite big right now, but that may not be the case in 2 years. Lu Ruya immediately understood what Kai meant. You seem to understand something. Kai smiled and nodded. Well, I've invested a lot recently. Now, Lu Ruya also became interested. She didn't even bother to eat and moved directly towards Kai. Then Kai, what do you think is the best company for us to cooperate with right now? Lu Ruya really had this idea in mind, so after hearing Kai's words, she became serious. Kai thought about it first, then said, Firen Entertainment is good. Firen Entertainment is naturally the company owned by Sheng Firen. But, let's talk about this company. Kai had no selfish motives. But at present, Sheng Firen's business model is indeed good. In fact, in the past 2 days, Kai also bought a lot of their company's stocks. Oh, I'll try to negotiate it then. Lu Ruya nodded first. Yeah, okay. Kai responded, thinking that Lu Ruya was so busy recently, even if they wanted to cooperate in the future, it might take a long time. Kai has his own room in Lu Rai's house. It's just that the past 2 days were so crazy that they both took a break together. But today it's not possible, Lu Ruya is really tired. After dinner, seeing Kai looking at her, Lu Ruya immediately revealed a pleading expression. I'm a little tired today. Even Lu Rai's tone was a little coquettish when she spoke. Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ruya. Am I so absurd in your eyes? Well, I know you are very tired, go and rest quickly, I will go to rest too, I have to get up early for a meeting tomorrow. After rubbing Lu Rai's head with a smile, Kai turned around and went back to his room neatly. Lu Ruya was originally looking at Kai with a smile on her face, especially after hearing Kai's gentle instructions. But unexpectedly, after saying this, Kai turned around and left. He just left. Gone. This made Lu Ruya stunned for a moment, and then after hearing the sound of the door closing, she immediately looked towards Kai's room. Sure enough, Kai was no longer there and his door was closed. Lu Ruya was indeed quite tired these 2 days, but she had to admit that she also felt very comfortable during these 2 days. However, she was really tired from working today. Plus my waist is a little sore, so. But this doesn't mean that Lu Ruya doesn't want to rest in the same room with Kai. But Lu Ruya didn't expect that before she could say this, Kai went straight back to his room. This made Lu Ruya pout a little aggrieved. But at this point, she was too embarrassed to go to the front and knock on the door to look for Kai. So with no other choice, Lu Ruya could only return to her room feeling somewhat lonely. After Kai closed the door, he had no idea what was happening outside. Facing Lu Rai's thoughts, it was getting late, so after taking a quick shower, Kai quickly helped Ji Wancho record a teaching video. This video is very detailed, and after Ji Wancho watched it carefully, he couldn't help but blush. The man in the video had apparently just come out of the shower. Although he was casually wearing a pair of loose shorts, he was wearing nothing on his upper body. Not only that, the man's hair wasn't even dried. During the process of recording the video, that is, during the process of doing various actions, drops of water were falling from the man's hair. Most of them fell on the man's abdominal muscles, and then slid down little by little along the perfect muscle lines. It was not until the drop of water disappeared and Ji Wancho saw the edge of the shorts that he suddenly came to his senses. She couldn't help blushing on the other end of the phone, buried her head in the bed, and then curled up in the quilt. Ah, Ji Wancho, you have to show some promise. What the hell were you looking at just now? Ji Wancho slumped on the bed, feeling angry and ashamed, but the scenes that had just happened were still vivid in her mind. Unable to hold back, she took out her cell phone again. After all, it was the perfect body she longed for, so. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. After sending the video, Kai kept watching the chat box on the other side flashing that the other party was typing. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no message from the other side. This surprised Kai a little, and he thought about it carefully. When I was recording the video just now, it seemed that there was no excessive behavior, right? Suddenly, Kai heard the system prompt sound. In just a moment, Kai suddenly understood. The smile on his face deepened, and he looked at the chat box opposite him with a playful look. As expected, it's another big pervert. Just as Kai expected, men and women are the same. Is there anyone in the world who is not lustful? Now it seems that he was right. After all, Ji Wancho has always been pursuing a perfect body. However, Kai was also very curious. What would it look like if Gu Wancho's stern face showed such a shameful expression? Since there was no news from Gu Wancho after a long time, Kaiyi stopped waiting. After all, there is a forest waiting for me ahead. He didn't have to wait for anyone else. After seeing Y's profile picture light up, Morris excitedly invited Y. Morris, long time no see. Kaiyi was a little amused. Don't you send messages every day? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Morris's tone, and the character on the phone even made a crying expression. Morris, although we are sending messages, it doesn't count as a real meeting. Hearing the girl's coquettish and somewhat dissatisfied tone, Kaiyi couldn't help but tease her. Why does this count as meeting in the game? Morris on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, then she smiled embarrassedly and said. Mosley, it's not like I saw you, but at least I can hear your voice. The little girl didn't realize how direct her words were. But perhaps because of her education abroad, the girl doesn't think what she says is very direct. And, Kaiyi also realized that this little girl was indeed a love-brained person. Why, if that's the case, wouldn't you be even more excited if we met in the future? After Kaiyi finished speaking, Morris on the opposite side suddenly became quiet. But only Morris knew that during the quiet 10 seconds, after she heard Y's words, she couldn't help but stare at the phone screen in a daze. I couldn't help but imagine the scene of our future meeting. But just imagining it made Morris very excited. Even her little face turned red with excitement. After a while, Morris replied softly. Morris, probably. Hearing this, Kaiyi just raised his eyebrows slightly and did not ask in detail. After all, some things would not be fun if they were made clear now. However, because they hadn't played games together for 2 days, after a few games, the little girl was still very excited. She even talked so much that Kaiyi thought she was a chatterbox. But when I think back to the beginning when I was playing games with Morris, at that time Morris was calling me, Big Boss, verbally. But from beginning to end, the tone is still cold. How could I imagine it to be like this? Now she is completely a sunny and cheerful girl. Morris, yesterday at the party, another man confessed his love to me. Hearing this, Kaiyi paused for a moment, and then began to think about what the little girl meant by suddenly saying this. But when I think about it, the girl is only 18 years old and her ideas are indeed quite weird. Why? And then, hearing that Y still had a somewhat cold tone, Morris couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Morris, just like before, I rejected them all. Hearing this, Kaiyi couldn't help but laugh to himself. The little girl's tone sounded like she was angry. In this way, Kaiyi was certain that Morris suddenly brought up this topic just now, probably to attract his attention. Why did you reject them all? Did you reject the previous ones as well? Morris responded muffledly. Yes, I rejected them all. Very good, a very obvious angry tone. When Kaiyi heard the little girl's tone, he could even imagine the angry look on the opposite side of the girl's face. Trying hard not to laugh out loud, Kaiyi still asked, pretending not to understand. Why isn't there a type you like? This sentence made Morris silent. After a while, she finally spoke. Morris, I don't know what type one like, but I don't like any of them. Growing up in that kind of family, Morris has become very sensitive to emotions. And among those who approached her, they all came for the profit. Some people were attracted by her family background and the power behind her. There are also a large number of people who are attracted to her as a person. Each person approached with a purpose, which made Morris feel extremely repulsive when he looked at their smiles. As for the opposite sex, Morris felt that she would only feel comfortable when she was with Y, and even couldn't help wanting to indulge in him. Y, it's okay, you are still young, you will always meet someone you like in the future. Morris pouted in dissatisfaction and couldn't help but ask back. What about you? Y? Morris even said anxiously, didn't you tell me that you were saving money to get married? Do you have someone you like now? Kaiyi listened to the little girl's words with amusement, and then he couldn't help but chuckled out loud. Hearing the voice from the other end of the phone through the headset, especially the man's magnetic laughter, was particularly attractive. It even made Morris's heart feel a little numb. Her face was a little hot, but she still pretended to be calm and continued to ask. Morris, why don't you answer the question? Why not yet, but if you want it, you should be able to find it soon. This time, this sentence silenced Morris again. Morris, what type do you like? Why didn't I tell you this before? I don't know either, it's just that she has a thin waist, long legs, and is pretty and has a good figure. Morris couldn't help himself when he heard this. Morris, what about me? Why what? Kai-yi looked at the phone screen in surprise. He never expected the girl to be so direct. Apparently, even Morris himself felt that this statement was a bit too direct. So, she paused for a moment, and then said this somewhat awkwardly. Morris, I mean my type, like someone younger than you. She tried her best to make amends for herself, while also speaking more tactfully. Why well, I haven't thought about it yet. After all, people your age are still considered children. Morris, you are the child. Am I small? She retorted anxiously. Kai-yi couldn't help but burst out laughing again. It is indeed not small in all aspects. But he just wanted to tease the little girl on purpose. Why okay, I'm not awake all the time, but after all, I'm at my age, so I haven't thought about it yet. I'll see if I'll get in touch with it in the future. Listening to wise words, Morris on the opposite side stared at the male character on the phone. Then her big eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Even if Y wanted to touch her, he could only touch her. And she also wants to prove to Y that she is not young anymore. At least he is not the kind of kid he mentioned. Kai-yi just gently threw out the fishing hook. But I never expected that the little fish over there had already had other ideas. After such a long time together, Morris almost knew Kai-yi's daily routine. The main reason is that she feels that Y is a bit tired because he has to get up early for work, so she would not think of asking Y to stay up late with her. However, Morris was already very satisfied to be able to play games today. Before the season was over, her rank was already very high. Every time she went to play games with Y, she was a little worried that he would reject her. Morris, it's getting late. Do you want to rest? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? Kai-yi put down his headphones and responded softly. Why well, I'll get off first. When speaking, Kai-yi's tone paused slightly, and then he turned back suddenly as if he realized something. Morris clearly heard Kai-yi's slowness. She couldn't help but ask out loud in confusion. Morris, what's wrong? Did something happen over there? Kai-yi looked out the window with a dark look in his eyes. After hearing what Morris said, he suddenly smiled meaningfully. Why it's okay, the pet at home is disobedient, I'll go take care of it first. Morris, oh, okay. Originally, Morris wanted to find a topic to ask what kind of pet Y had. But unexpectedly, Y logged off the game right after he finished speaking. There was no choice but for Morris to quit the game. Before, Morris really loved playing the game of Shangxi, but as time went by. Now, what she is interested in has become Y, and games seem to have become an accessory. Thinking of this, Morris immediately thought of the conversation they had just had. This inevitably made Morris sigh again. Compared to the melancholy Morris, Kai-yi looked interested. Then he put down his phone, got out of bed and slowly walked towards the window. Lu Ruya is very wealthy, and her house is naturally decorated very exquisitely. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window in the room, but Kai-yi's room is at the end of the corridor. So, there is an extra window on the other side of the room. The noise that Kai-yi just heard came from outside that window. I think the other party should be slowly coming down from the roof at this time. At this time, other people might not be able to hear anything. But after all, Kai-yi is different from others. He walked to the window with a smile and waited, his face full of excitement. After flexing his wrists twice, Kai-yi looked out the window expectantly. To be honest, he hadn't had a serious fight in a long time, and the previous few times he had fought were just small fights. Thinking of this, Kai-yi heard the sound outside getting closer. If you listen carefully, you can tell that this person is really skilled. If you don't listen carefully, it would be difficult to hear what he is doing. And it's on such a steep wall. But all these cautiousness are of no use in front of Kai-yi. Since I have been blessed with ancient martial arts skills, coupled with the practice during this period of time. Not only did his skills become more agile, but his visual senses also improved. Suddenly, there was a click sound from the window. Kai-yi suddenly came to his senses, leaning against the wall and quietly waiting for the man to arrive. The man opened the window very carefully, and then climbed in from the outside quietly. Her movements were very sharp, but still not very loud. It was late at night. After seeing that person coming in, Kai only smelled a familiar fragrance, and then saw the slender figure rushing into the room quickly. But suddenly, the man stopped, looked around cautiously, and then slowly backed away. Kai curled his lips and quickly stepped forward, trying to grab the man's neck. However, that person also quickly noticed Kai's actions. She came to her senses instantly, blocked it with her hand, and then tried to hide aside. However, although her reaction was quick, Kai was even faster. Without waiting for the man to hide aside, Kai quickly stretched out his leg. The man was caught off guard and was directly controlled by Kai. Her lower body was unstable and she was about to fall, but Kai quickly grabbed her waist. "Wait a minute," Kai suddenly frowned and shouted. "Kai!" They both shouted in surprise at the same time. Hearing the familiar voice, both of them were startled. There was no light in the room, only dim moonlight pouring in through the gaps in the window sill. But the action just now was too fast, so neither of them could see each other's face clearly, especially Wahyudi, who was wearing a mask. It was because when she was about to fall just now that Butterfly finally saw the face of the person in front of her clearly. Kai also recognized the woman in front of him as Butterfly the moment he hugged her. There is no other reason, simply because of that familiar fragrance. Of course, there is also this very familiar and curvy figure. How could Kai not recognize her? "Why are you here?" Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at Wahyudi. He never expected that the person who came to assassinate him was actually Butterfly. When he met that group of people in the afternoon, Kai knew that someone was targeting him. Be it Wei Zong or Wang Weilong, there must be many people who are dissatisfied with his current position. But Kai didn't expect that the person who came to assassinate him would arrive so quickly. And what a coincidence, the one that came was a butterfly. Butterfly leaned in Kai's arms and asked a little embarrassedly, "Can I stand up first?" The embarrassment was not because the two of them were hugging each other at the moment, but because she had just attacked Kai as soon as she entered the door. Kai smiled, then gently straightened the butterfly. After seeing Butterfly standing up, Kai asked in a teasing tone, "Come to assassinate me?" Upon hearing this, Wahyudi's face couldn't help but blush, and also felt a little awkward. She took off her mask and coughed twice. "That's what the order I received said." Kai took Wahyudi's hand with amusement and sat on the edge of the bed. "Oh, whose order did you take? What did he say?" "This belongs to the customer's privacy, and Wahyudi cannot tell it." "But who made it possible for the person in front of him to be Kai?" So after hearing Kai's question, Wahyudi answered honestly. "A person with the online name www, your bounty is 6 million. "On the Scarlet?" Kai asked back. "Scarlet is a monster, and usually only people in their industry can come into contact with it. On it, employers and killers are anonymous, and everyone trades without meeting in person, which saves a lot of trouble. Hey robbery, hand over your money. But I didn't expect that I would get the order myself." Wahyudi nodded gently, and then when she saw Kai didn't say anything, she began to explain with a somewhat panicked look on her face. "When I took the order, I didn't know it was for you. It just had the address on it, and I just took it." Kai nodded, then rubbed Butterfly's head with amusement. "I know. Don't panic. Besides, even if you knew it was me, could you really beat me?" This sentence made Wahyudi silent. She looked up at Kai with a little dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, Wahyudi finally resigned herself to her fate and lowered her head and sighed. "Well, it is." Looking at her helpless expression, Kai suddenly found it even funnier. After all, it is very interesting to see other expressions from the expressionless face of the butterfly. "But I didn't expect that one day of mine is worth 8 million yuan. Kai said happily. Wahyudi could tell almost instantly that there was something wrong with these words. "What do you mean, could it be that?" Kai lazily leaned his head on Wahyudi's shoulder, and then said nonchalantly, "Yeah, you have to say that I am really lucky today. I have experienced 2 accidents." These words made Butterfly's spirit suddenly tense up. Without caring that Kai was still leaning on her shoulder, Wahyudi suddenly straightened up, and the expression on her face became more serious. "Who have you offended? Why do people keep trying to frame you?" Wahyudi said nervously. Then she looked around again and asked, "Are you living with Lu Ruya now?" Before, Kai had always said that he lived with his boss, and because he was an undercover agent, Wahyudi didn't think much about it, but now. Kai touched his nose subconsciously, and suddenly felt a little guilty when he heard Wahyudi say this. After all, it's a good thing that I didn't sleep with Lu Ruya today, otherwise it would have been even more embarrassing. It's just that I offended some people when I was undercover recently. But I do live with Lu Ruya now. I am her bodyguard and driver, but it will only be for a short period of time. I will go back to the dock again after a while. Hearing Kai Yi's words. Afterwards, the butterfly remained silent and just nodded quietly. And Kai Yi continued to speak. You know, I don't dare to go with the identity arranged by Yi Han. I can only come in by myself. Hearing this, the expression on Butterfly's face suddenly turned cold. Kai Yi was not wrong. Because of Kai Yi, Wahyudi has been paying more attention to the affairs of the Guhua gang recently. And just during the day today, no one knew what happened to Lu Ruya, but she began to conduct a strict and thorough investigation of the gangs and people in the group. This also led to the successful discovery of another one of their undercover agents. From this afternoon till now, there has been no news of that person at all. I guess he was killed silently. And the undercover position was originally supposed to be Kai Yi's. Well, be careful. If I fail this time, I think. Kai Yi naturally understood what Wahyudi meant. If this action fails, it means there will be another one next time. As long as that person doesn't give up and sends out assassination orders, there will always be other killers to take the orders. Looking at the worried expression of the butterfly, Kai Yi suddenly found it very cute. Any expression that appears on this silly little face will make him feel a little silly and cute. Thinking of this, Kai Yi reached out and pinched Wahyudi's cheek. I have to say, Butterfly's face is still very soft. I'm talking to you about something serious. Seeing Kai Yi touching her in a dishonest manner, Wahyudi didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed, but a blush appeared on her cheeks. Not only that, she couldn't help but stared at Kai Yi angrily with her big watery eyes. Seeing her like this, Kai Yi suddenly felt that she was even more adorable. I know you're worried about me, but can you relax a little? As he spoke, Kai Yi reached out and held the little hand of the butterfly. Don't you know my ability? Wahyudi sighed helplessly, but she still couldn't get angry with Kai Yi. She nodded slightly. Of course I know that, but I'm afraid they won't come directly. If they come secretly, we may not even notice it. Seeing that Wahyudi was really worried, Kai Yi directly put his arms around Wahyudi's waist. Well, I'm clear. You can rest assured that I will pay close attention to it. As I said before, I also cherish my life very much. Seeing that Kai Yi finally said something serious, Wahyudi finally felt relieved. Although she knew that Kai Yi was very strong. But she was still afraid that Kai Yi was smiling and didn't take her words seriously. Now you are starting to lecture me. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, you little heartless person. As Kai Yi spoke, he put his arm around her waist and pulled her closer to him, then reached out and pinched Wahyudi's face in annoyance. Although he knew that Wahyudi was concerned about him, Kai Yi still couldn't help but want to tease her. After all, she is so busy now that we can hardly see each other. Ah! Butterfly reacted a bit slowly to Kai Yi's words and stared at him blankly. What's wrong with me, she said slowly, and then looked at Kai Yi in confusion. Kai Yi looked at Wahyudi's expression and knew that she was frantically wondering what he had done. Are you busy lately? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Wahyudi. After being stunned for a moment, Butterfly nodded. You were so busy that you didn't even come back to see me when I moved out of the house. After these words were spoken, Wahyudi was stunned. Then the butterfly waved her hands anxiously. No, I originally wanted to go back that day, but I was not in Linhai City that day, so when I came back you had already left. As Butterfly explained, her voice became lower and lower. You came back that day, why didn't you tell me? Kai Yi looked over with some surprise, and then asked. I got home a little late, so I thought I wouldn't say anything. Butterfly still spoke in a low voice. Not only that, as she was talking, Butterfly lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Kai Yi could only sigh helplessly. Are you stupid? Ah! Butterfly looked up at Kai Yi in a daze. But after hearing what Kai Yi said, she still frowned somewhat dissatisfiedly, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied with him calling her stupid. Looking at the silly look of Butterfly, Kai Yi was almost melted by her cuteness. He hugged Butterfly with amusement and lay down on the bed at the back. He couldn't help laughing out loud. It seems you are really stupid. What are you talking about? Butterfly was lying in Kai Yi's arms. When she heard this, she couldn't help but look up at him. Next time you have something like this, remember to tell me, don't be so foolish and make sacrifices on your own, okay? Kai placed his chin on her forehead, rubbing it intentionally or unintentionally. For some reason, after hearing Kai's words, Wahyudi inexplicably felt a warm current flowing into her body, and even her eyes felt a little hot. She looked at Kai with a silly smile, then rubbed her head against his chest. You seem to be really busy lately, taking on so many tasks. Are you too exhausted? Kai couldn't help but ask worriedly. The butterfly squinted its eyes and lay on him contentedly. Fine. This is true, because although I have received a lot of tasks recently, the difficulty level is much lower than before when I was with Yihan. Moreover, she was already accustomed to high-intensity tasks, so the current tasks were relatively easy for her. Hearing Wahyudi say this, Kai felt more relieved. After all, he knew that although Butterfly seemed indifferent to everything, she was not. But he knew that Wahyudi was a rather stubborn person. Gently patting Butterfly's back, Kai hesitated for a moment, but finally asked the question. Are you short of money recently? The butterfly blinked in confusion and then shook her head. No, what's wrong? Well, that's fine. I'm just worried that you're short of money. But if you are, it's okay. Just come to me. As he said that, Kai reached out his hand with a gentle expression to help Wahyudi tuck the hair behind her ears. Due to the frequent missions these days, Butterfly's condition has returned to the time when she was a mercenary. So at this moment, even if she was lying on Kai, she always felt a little unreal. After hearing Kai's words, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her originally confused eyes softened. Well, don't worry, I'm not short of money. At this point, she looked at Kai with even more warmth. But when Kai looked at Wahyudi's eyes at this moment, he felt that she seemed to be thinking about something else. Really, if you don't lack money, then do you lack people? The butterfly blinked blankly, and looked at Kai blankly again. What do you mean? Without waiting for Wahyudi to finish asking the question, Kai grabbed the back of Wahyudi's head with his big hand, and then applied a little force. The sound of rapid breathing suddenly rang out in the dim room, which seemed so abrupt in the silent room. Even more obvious is the sound of lips and teeth rubbing against each other. Kai opened his eyes slightly and looked at the butterfly lying on him. Obviously, she was a little confused and infatuated, so her eyes were confused at this moment. She was unconsciously but enthusiastically following Kai's actions. Kai's hand slowly moved down and then touched the firm and round flesh. Because of the mission, Butterfly wore a tight yet elastic leather jacket. And she has an outstanding figure, so even if she just stands there motionless, her face and figure alone are enough to make thousands of boys fall in love with her. But Kai is different. In turn, he made Butterfly fall in love with him. Although her consciousness was a little confused at this time, Butterfly still had some concerns. Her hand slid down and covered the back of Kai's hand, but she didn't use much force. Wait a minute. The butterfly slightly opened her red lips and spoke breathlessly. What's wrong? Kai curled his lips and looked at Wahyudi teasingly, then moved his hand. This caused Butterfly to tremble all over. No, next door, is there anyone next door? Maybe she felt a little guilty, so Wahyudi didn't dare to speak loudly and could only speak in a low voice into Kai's ear. Hearing this, Kai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the blushing butterfly. What's wrong when you were killing someone? You didn't think about the person next door, but now you remember that there is someone next door. Perhaps she was a little confused and infatuated. At this moment, the butterfly's face was not only blushing, but also her eyes were wet. Hearing this, she slightly opened her red lips, but in the end she didn't say anything. Seeing this, Kai's evil taste suddenly rose in his heart. His subordinates became more and more dishonest, which even caused Wahyudi to glance at him. After a violent storm, the butterfly was too tired to move. She lay lazily on the bed, looking at Kai who was cleaning up for him. Although she often carries out tasks at a high intensity, Butterfly feels that this moment is the most tiring. Thinking of this, Wahyudi's eyes couldn't help but slide down when she looked at Kai, and then stopped at that lean waist with sharp muscles, and then moved slightly down. The already rosy little face suddenly turned redder again. She coughed lightly and quickly buried her head in the quilt, fearing that Kai would find her. Sometimes, Butterfly even has some doubts. I wonder if Kai is actually a human being. But I have to say that although I am a little tired at this moment, I am also very happy. And this kind of pleasure can easily make her addicted. From the first time, she seemed to have become addicted to this feeling. Tired, huh? Just as Wahyudi was immersed in her own fantasy, the bed beside her suddenly sank, and then she heard Kaiyi's voice. Because she felt her face was still a little hot, the butterfly didn't dare to raise her head at this time, and just responded faintly. Kaiyi raised his eyebrows and looked at Wahyudi, but he didn't come here for no reason. It was because I heard the butterfly's affection notification sound. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 500 villain points are awarded. Staring at the 500 villain value, Kaiyi was very curious about what Wahyudi was thinking at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the cell phone on the bedside table began to vibrate inexplicably. Seeing this, Kaiyi also looked over, and immediately found a red icon flashing on the phone screen. He narrowed his eyes, took the butterfly's phone, and then asked, "Can I see your phone?" After Butterfly felt the heat on her face subsided a little, she dared to raise her head to get some fresh air. Well, take a look at it. She thought there was nothing in her phone that Kaiyi couldn't see, and she also heard the vibration sound just now. At this point in time, it would be just shocking news. Kaiyi opened it skillfully and found that it was indeed a message from a user with the online name, www. Did it work? Kaiyi did not rush to answer the question from the other side, but raised the mobile phone in his hand and gestured to Wahyudi. "Let me use your phone." "Well, okay," the butterfly responded very tiredly, and then lay down there again, squinting her eyes and resting. She had just heard the scarlet reminder tone and guessed that it was a message from her employer. But compared to Kaiyi, the employer is very insignificant. So, she just lay there lazily. Kaiyi acted very quickly. While the other party was still online, he turned on his computer and prepared to start querying the other party's IP address. www. If the matter is successful, please let me know and the balance will be credited to your account immediately. In their line of work, if the action is unsuccessful, they will only collect a deposit, and only the full payment will be paid if it is successful. After all, it's not a wasted trip. As the message came from www and the notification sounded from the mobile phone, Kaiyi also successfully obtained the information he wanted. Sure enough, Kaiyi was not wrong. What happened today was most likely done by Wei Zong and Wang Weilong. And the person named www is Wei Zong, it is indeed him. The first time Kaiyi saw Wei Zong, he felt that the man was very shrewd. Sure enough, he was not wrong. Wei Zong is indeed a calculating person. And if Kaiyi guessed correctly, the group of people in the afternoon should have been sent by Wang Weilong. After all, Wang Weilong's brain is there. Although he has money, but it didn't work out. It failed. www. What even, you can't do that. Well, no. Kaiyi looked at Wahyudi lying weakly on the bed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He crossed his legs and replied to the message leisurely. www over there didn't reply to the message for a long time, obviously he had given up. Kaiyi put down his phone with amusement, then sat in front of the computer and started working. "Kaiyi, aren't you going to sleep?" The tired voice of Butterfly came from the bed. She was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes, and even her speech was fuzzy. Seeing that no one came forward, she couldn't help but ask. You go to sleep first, I have to wait for a while." Kaiyi comforted softly, and then started to get busy. Now that Wei Zong's IP address has been tracked, Kaiyi doesn't want to just know that this is Wei Zong. Since they are both immoral, don't blame him for being rude. Thinking of this, Kaiyi quickened the speed of typing on the keyboard, and soon a mobile phone page appeared in front of him. Kaiyi looked at the contents inside and didn't expect that these things were more exciting than he had imagined. After looking through the things inside with a raised brow, Kaiyi directly collected an integrated package. It was not until half an hour later that Kaiyi stood up, stretched lazily, and walked to the bed. Sitting on the edge of the bed and watching Wahyudi fall asleep, with the tiredness still on her face, Kaiyi felt a little bit reluctant. I also felt a little regretful that I had been too rude just now. However, if he were to go back to the time before, he might still be able to continue doing that. Shaking his head with amusement and imagining what kind of chaos would happen tomorrow, Kaiyi fell asleep in his arms with the beauty in a very good mood. Early the next morning, as usual, Kai got up early to prepare breakfast. Butterfly left early, after all, she was still in someone else's house. When she thought about how she couldn't control herself yesterday, she felt very embarrassed. Even when he left quietly, his face was still red. Kai originally wanted to make breakfast for Wahyudi and ask her to take it with her. But seeing how embarrassed she was, I had no choice but to give up. Humming a little tune and browsing Weibo, looking at some gossip coming out of it, Kai's mood became even better. Unable to resist, he spent a little money to boost traffic for those reports. Only then did he begin to concentrate on cooking. You got up so early today too. When Lu Rai's voice sounded, Kai looked up subconsciously and found that she was walking down from the second floor with a gentle smile. Kai slowly took off the apron around his waist and jokingly said, "Shouldn't we hurry up and make a loving breakfast?" After giving Kai a helpless look, Lu Ruya sat down opposite him. However, before Lu Ruya could even take a bite of breakfast, her cell phone. It's already vibrating. Looking at the messages popping up crazily on the display screen, Lu Ruya couldn't help but frown deeply. However, just as she picked up the phone and before she had time to unlock it, the call came in. "What's wrong, Secretary Wang? What happened so early in the morning?" Lu Ruya said slowly with a frown. Compared to Lu Ruya, who sounded much calmer, Secretary Wang over there sounded very anxious. "Chairman, something bad has happened. President Wei has become a trending topic." What's the reason?" After hearing what Secretary Wang said, Lu Ruya also lost her composure. She quickly put down the breakfast in her hand and ran to the door to put on her shoes. "What's going on?" Secretary Wang hesitated, but still didn't dare to say it out loud. "Boss Lu, yes, or you can go to VB and see it yourself." As a businessman, it is not a good thing to be on the hot search list casually. And judging from Secretary Wang's tone, it's clear that this matter itself is not a good one. In addition, it was a critical moment for the listing, and their previous traces could not withstand being dug up, so Lu Ruya was so anxious. Seeing Lu Ruya so anxious, Kai calmly packed the breakfast in the breakfast box, and then followed with the key. Having guessed that this scene would happen, Kai had already changed his shoes and clothes early. Lu Ruya originally wanted to drive to the company by herself, but she didn't expect that the car door in front of her was opened by someone in advance. Looking back at Kai in surprise, Lu Ruya immediately gave him a warning. "Kai, it's okay. You can go back and eat first, and then go to the company after dinner." "It's okay, I've already prepared it." Pointing to the lunch box in his hand, Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ruya. Seeing this, Lu Ruya no longer insisted. She smiled and then sat in the passenger seat. My originally anxious mood also improved a lot because of Kai. Knowing that there was no point in getting anxious now, I simply ate breakfast in the car. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya opened VB while eating breakfast. Although it is early in the morning, the VB is still very exciting. Lu Ruya didn't even have to search specifically, Wei Zong's name already appeared below the search bar. Breaking news: Guhua Group, Wei Zong's intimate photos leaked. Breaking news: Wei Zong of Guhua Group is really playing tricks. Wei Zong bisexual. Wei Zong is underage. Wei Zong likes little boys. Shocked: Wei Zong is actually a big shot in the alphabet circle. Looking at these pieces of gossip, Lu Ruya almost felt dizzy and passed out. They don't know these things, and they don't know how the media knew about them. But let's not talk about these gossips. The one about minors. Lu Rai's face became increasingly gloomy. At the same time, she also understood that if this matter was not dealt with quickly, the entire company might be dragged down by Wei Zong. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya quickly sent a message to Qin Yi and Li Hu. After sending the message, Lu Ruya turned off her phone. She turned her head to look at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, and the look in her eyes became more and more fierce. The company she built with her own hands will not be allowed to be dragged down by anyone. Even Wei Zong. As the surrounding air pressure gradually dropped, Kai couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I had originally planned to deal with Wei Zong later, but I didn't expect Wei Zong to be so cruel to me. Although it did not cause any harm to Kai, it does not mean that Kai can endure this anger. When the two arrived at the company, it was not yet time to go to work, but there were already many people standing in front of Lu Rai's office on the top floor. There are not only secretaries and assistants, but also Qin Yi and Li Hu. Of course, the much-anticipated protagonist Wei Zong is also among them. As the elevator door opened, Lu Ruya walked out hurriedly, and Wei Zong also hurried to meet her. "Mr. Lu, please listen to my explanation." He walked towards Lu Ruya with an anxious look on his face. Unfortunately, Lu Ruya was too lazy to even give him a look, and quickly walked past him and walked towards her office. "I don't want to hear any explanation. I just want to know how this problem can be solved." Wei Zong was speechless and suddenly stood still. Qinyi and Li Hu on the side looked at Wei Zong with complicated eyes, and then followed Lu Ruya to the office. The secretaries and assistants around him also followed in a large number. Suddenly, only Wei Zong and Kai Yi were standing outside the rooftop. Wei Zong looked in the direction of Lu Ruya with a stern face, not noticing Kai Yi beside him at all, until Kai Yi laughed at him rudely. "Mr. Wei, I have to say that your photography skills are really amazing," Kai Yi said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Zong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at Kai Yi with a dark face and gritted teeth. "Kai Yi, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because Boss Lu is here." Kai Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Zong, who had a ferocious expression in front of him. It seemed as if he didn't hear his threat and continued to gloat over his misfortune. "I know, but Boss Wei, you have to be careful. You have to catch the person behind this as soon as possible. The code is so thick, but you are the only one not included. And, tisk 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 tisk." As he spoke, Kai Yi looked down with a curious look on his face. "There's no fight over there either. Well, it seems that now people all over the country know that President Wei, you are a bean sprout, ha 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 ha." Kai Yi's laughter spread mercilessly throughout the entire floor, and even the secretary standing at the door in the office could hear it clearly. Secretary Wang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Puff. The people in the meeting did not hear Kai Yi's laughter, but the laughter was very abrupt. "What's wrong?" Qinyi turned around curiously and looked over. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Secretary Wang quickly pursed his lips and shook his head. "No, nothing." Secretary Wang tried his best to hold back his smile, and even the corners of his mouth were twitching. But, fortunately, everyone was busy now and no one noticed his facial expression. "You don't go too far." Wei Zong pointed at Kai Yi and shouted, "Don't think I dare not touch you. If you continue like this, you may die without a complete body." Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Wei Zong. "Oh really, Mr. Wei, I'm so scared." This sarcastic voice successfully angered Wei Zong so much that his face turned red and then green and then red, and his whole body began to tremble. But immediately, the weird look on Kai Yi's face disappeared. He looked at Wei Zong with a sneer, and then whispered, "But I don't know if President Wei still has the ability after all. I am more afraid that you will go in and operate the sewing machine." After saying that, Kai Yi didn't even bother to look at Wei Zong again. He turned around and left. At this time, in the entire hall, only Wei Zong was standing there with a gloomy face. This is what Zhou Li saw when he came in. "Wei, Mr. Wei, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Li stood trembling at the elevator door, even a little afraid to approach Wei Zong. Wei Zong raised his eyes, and the cruelty in his eyes had not even had time to disappear. "Do something for me." "Ah." Zhou Li stood there blankly, his mind still fuzzy due to waking up so early. "Go and call Wei Zong in." Lu Ruya looked up at Secretary Wang. When he walked into the office, Wei Zong's face still didn't look very good. After all, such a thing happened early in the morning, and Kai Yi was so angry that he was about to explode. This also resulted in Wei Zong being in a bad mood the entire day. "Ruya Boss Wei, after our decision, we still think it would be best if you were suspended for a while." Without waiting for Wei Zong to finish his words, Lu Ruya spoke in a cold voice. After hearing this, Wei Zong was stunned. "What suspended?" Wei Zong shouted in surprise and even looked at Qinyi and Li Hu in disbelief. "You two mean the same thing." Li Hu didn't say anything, but Qinyi looked at Wei Zong helplessly. "Wei Zong, please wake up. Please check the popularity and trends on the internet first. What's wrong with you? Did you really do those things? How did those things get spread?" Wei Zong suddenly fell silent. After all, there was nothing he could do if he didn't admit it now. After all, the cars and rooms in the photos were his cars and home, so they naturally knew about it. "I think it's better to suspend you for a while. After all, you still need some time to deal with these things," Li Hu also said slowly. Hearing this, Wei Zong clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth but said nothing in the end. He just raised his eyes and looked at Lu Ruya. But unfortunately, at this time Lu Ruya still didn't even look at him. Instead, she calmly instructed her secretary to post the announcement online and then go through the process of suspending him. Now, Wei Zong knew that no matter how hard he struggled, he would not be able to escape. With a ferocious look on his face, Wei Zong looked at Kai Yi, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face. He turned around and left without saying a word. It was exactly 8:30 in the morning, and some people had not even started work yet, but Guhua Group issued an announcement. Generally, after learning about something outrageous, netizens first choose to see it happen and then start condemning it. Although it was early in the morning, many people had already left messages on Guhua Group's official blog. However, they handled the matter quickly, so as the incident broke out, the company was not mentioned much. Lu Ruya spent the entire day paying attention to public opinion on the internet. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that the situation had improved a lot. I have also seen the public opinion on the internet. Don't worry, it will not involve the company. Kai Yi walked up to Lu Ruya and handed her a cup of coffee, then comforted her. Lu Ruya rubbed her eyebrows tiredly, and then took the coffee from Kai Yi. I'm still a little worried. Having said that, Lu Ruya couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Lu Ruya had never expected that such things would happen one after another at the critical moment approaching the listing. Not only was she troubled by the competition outside the company, but there was also unrest within the company. Actually, it's a good thing if you think this way, Kai Yi suddenly said. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya didn't react for a moment, and looked up at him with some confusion. Kai Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, it's better now that his story has been exposed than when it was listed. Sister Yi, please don't think I'm too nosy. As he was talking, Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya with a tone that seemed to be hesitant to talk. Lu Rui's mood had calmed down a lot at this time. After hearing Kai Yi's words, she just nodded slightly and motioned him to continue. I think that now that Wei Zong has had this incident, even if he is a veteran employee, he should be used with caution after the listing. After saying this, Kai Yi was not in a hurry. But Lu Ruya pursed her lips, looking absent-minded. No one knew what she was thinking about. Well, what you said makes sense. Lu Ruya murmured softly. It was at this time that there was another knock on the office door. Come in. As Lu Ruya finished speaking. After that, the office door was gently pushed open. Soon Secretary Wang poked his head in, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. That Mr. Lu. At this moment, Secretary Wang's face was still full of embarrassment. What's wrong? Did something happen again? If there's something wrong, just tell me directly. Seeing Secretary Wang like this, Lu Ruya couldn't help but feel a headache again. Yes, it's not a big deal. It's just that people have been calling in since a while ago to ask about Mr. Wei. What do you mean? Lu Ruya understood immediately. Didn't we already release the notice? Well, after hesitating for a while, Secretary Wang finally said directly. From the beginning, the phone in the secretarial department has been ringing non-stop. Most of the calls are from other companies asking about President Wei, but there are also many netizens who are asking if we are just perfunctory by suspending him, and if we are thinking of letting President Wei back in office after the storm has passed. After these words were spoken, Lu Ruya sighed helplessly again. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be netizens so smart. In fact, Kai Yi originally wanted to control public opinion online at noon. After all, if it was just a suspension, it would be too easy for Wei Zong. But I didn't expect that today's netizens are so clear-headed that they have already thought of this possibility without even Kai Yi's reminder. Okay, I understand. You can go out first. As she spoke, Lu Ruya began to refresh the computer in front of her. As long as one netizen starts raising this question online, more and more netizens will begin to discuss this issue non-stop. Lu Ruya has already arranged for people to remove the trending search, but netizens are now too powerful. Not long after spending a huge amount of money to remove the trending searches, those entries were pushed up again by netizens. There was no other way. Lu Ruya could only remove some of the ones with the company's keywords. I refreshed my computer and found that there were many more netizens asking questions about reinstatement, and there were many more posts. Lu Ruya couldn't help but frown tightly. This was the first time Kai saw Lu Ruya with this expression in all the time he had known her. What's wrong, is it serious? Yi moved closer to take a look. Lu Ruya nodded. Well, because our company mainly produces skincare and makeup products, and now netizens have begun to boycott our company's products. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya couldn't help but sigh again. Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but think of the reports he had accidentally seen in the past. Indeed, the net profit of those in this line of work is very huge, no wonder Lu Ruya is so distressed. What should we do then? Kai asked knowingly. Lu Ruya pondered for a while before saying, I'll call Qin Yi and Li Hu first. It seemed that Lu Ruya was going to be busy again. Seeing this, Kai just walked silently to the sofa beside him. Although I can say that sentence directly now, but now he couldn't say directly that he wanted to replace Wei Zong's original position. After all, they will always make a decision, so all I have to do now is keep quiet and appear innocent. Thinking of this, Kai happily walked over and started checking his phone. A message came from the mobile phone. Kai clicked it and found that it was sent by Yi Ruo. Yi Ruo, brother Yi, I'm off duty today. Do you have time at noon? Let's go out and play together. Kai was in a good mood today and wanted to agree directly, but unfortunately, this was not possible at the moment. Kai, you are off duty, I am destined to be very busy today. Yi Ruo, why then can't we go out and play during lunch break? Kai typed ruthlessly, no. Yi Ruo, really not allowed. Kai originally wanted to decisively refuse again, but when he saw the photo sent by the other party the next second, he hesitated. Apparently, after the intense interaction last time, the little girl had become more bold. Especially now. The little witch's figure is not particularly hot, but she is girlish and delicate. So at this moment, she is wearing a black tight swimsuit that covers her hips. People who don't know her might think she is a little angel who has strayed into a group of demons. After all, although her figure is sexy, her face looks very innocent. The little witch obviously had some evil intentions, and it was obvious from the photo that she was posing intentionally. Her perky and delicate buttocks were slightly raised, and in the photo she was kneeling on the ground facing the mirror. The tightly wrapped body was thus presented by the little witch. Looking at this photo, how could Kai not understand Yi Ruru's thoughts? Seeing that Yi Ruru was so obvious, Kai decided not to beat around the bush. Kai, intentional. Yi Ruru, She replied to Kai's message within seconds, but she still pretended not to understand what Kai meant. Kai couldn't help but chuckle. Kai, aren't you trying to seduce me on purpose? Yi Ruru, who had just been replying to messages immediately, fell silent in an instant. Kai looked at the screen of his phone, which kept flashing that the other party was chatting. One could already guess that Yi Ruru's face must be red at this moment, and she was struggling over whether to admit it or not. But according to Yi Ruru's arrogant personality, Kai was not in a hurry to type, but looked at the phone screen meaningfully. Yi Ruru, so what? Sure enough, the reply message was just as arrogant as before. However, it was obvious that Yi Ruru was a little angry and embarrassed by what was said. Yi Ruru, were you successfully seduced? Yi Ruru, why don't you speak? Answer my question quickly. Yi Ruru, brother Yi. Kai looked at Yi Ruru, who was obviously anxious on the opposite side, and couldn't help but laughed out loud. This also caused Lu Ruya, who was working over there, to look at Kai, but then she turned back and started working seriously. After all, today is destined to be very busy. Kai, okay, I admit you succeeded. Indeed, after all, Kai did not expect that the girl was so bold as to send the photo to him directly. This was something Kai had not expected, but today was somewhat special after all, so Kai still had to politely reject Yi Ruru. Kai, but the company is really busy today, so I may not have time to go out at noon. Yi Ruru, how could this happen? I won't send you photos anymore. Kai, okay then, I won't send it to you either. Seeing this, Yi Ruru, who had just put down her phone, suddenly brightened up. She picked up her phone again and began typing excitedly. Yi Ruru, Zundu is fake, then you give it to me first. Otherwise I won't believe you. Kai raised his eyebrows. This is the trick. Kai, I don't have time to take pictures now, I'll take pictures for you when I get back. Yi Ruru was not in a hurry. Okay, then remember to send me photos, otherwise I won't send them to you in the future. Kai Yi looked at the chat records and felt a little amused. Complaining about the little brat in his heart, Kai Yi glanced at the time, and then looked at Lu Ruya over there. It was almost noon, but Lu Ruya was still scrolling through the pages in front of her with a grim look on her face. She might still be concerned about the public opinion on the internet. Kai Yi squinted his eyes and scrolled through the videos, wondering whether he should manually intervene in the online public opinion to make the storm even more violent. In this case, Lu Ruya should be able to make a decision in the afternoon, right? However, before Kai Yi could start the operation, he found that Lu Ruya called Secretary Wang in, and then called Qin Yi and Li Hu. At this time, they held another small meeting, and the content of the meeting was exactly what Kai Yi had expected. Okay, I also think this is a good idea. I've been reading the public opinion on the internet today, and it does have a big impact on our company. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Even Li Hu, who had always looked relatively calm, rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. It is true that netizens today are not as easy to fool as before, and it is also due to the influence of public opinion that today's stock market. Li Hu didn't say anything else, but everyone should have understood. After all, the public opinion about the company on the internet is not very good now, so the stock market will definitely not look good either. Even Kai Yi took advantage of this opportunity to purchase some scattered shares. Okay. Seeing that the two old elders had no objection, Lu Ruya nodded, then looked at Secretary Wang beside her. Secretary Wang, please draft an announcement and document. Once you're done and see if it's almost ready, post it directly on the official blog and to President Wei's email. Well, okay. Secretary Wang nodded. But there is another problem, that is what the new operations director will say. Lu Ruya rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. At this critical moment, some positions can no longer be discussed. It's not a matter of ability, but whether this person can be trusted. Kai Yi had been leaning on the sofa looking at his phone, but in fact he was also paying attention to what was going on over there. Qin Yi thought about Lu Rui's question for a while, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi, who was playing with his mobile phone over there. How about letting Kai Yi take over Wei Zong's position? Wei Zong doesn't really work in that position anyway, so it won't matter who replaces him, right? Although Wei Zong looks like a professional elite, he is actually just a decoration. The main reason is that the people under me have strong working ability. Are you talking about Kai Yi? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruya also looked at Kai Yi beside her. In fact, when she was thinking about dismissing Wei Zong completely, she was still thinking of Kai Yi. But Lu Ruya knew that it was not a good idea to say these words directly from her mouth. After all, there is still a lot of public opinion about the two of them in the company now. Originally, everyone thought that Kai Yi was their own gigolo. If they suggested that Kai Yi take Wei Zong's position, there would definitely be more gossip in the company. It would be impolite to continue pretending at this time. So after hearing their words, Kai Yi looked up with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Upon seeing this, Qin Yi sat down next to Kai Yi as if they were good brothers, and then reached out and put his arm around Kai Yi's shoulders. Kai Yi, as a member of the company is in trouble recently, can you help out? Oh, what help? Kai Yi pretended not to understand. Seeing Qin Yi smiling playfully, Li Hu sat on the other side of Kai Yi and explained with a serious expression. It's like this. You should have seen some of Mr. Wei's affairs on the internet. After all, he is an employee of our company, so the company has inevitably been dragged down a bit. Although the suspension notice has been issued, the anger of netizens is still very strong. So, we plan to replace Wei Zong directly. In this way, netizens should have no complaints. Qin Yi said with a smile. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, looking surprised, as if he had not expected this. Then he looked up at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya sat there, her expression still solemn. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she nodded at Kai Yi affirmatively. I think you can do it, too. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. Just be a nominal director. Don't worry, your salary will definitely increase. These things were all within Kai Yi's expectations, so even though he pretended to be very surprised on the surface, he was still very calm in his heart. However, Lu Rui's words now aroused Kai Yi's curiosity to some extent. Then may I ask, what was Mr. Wei's original salary? 100,000 a month, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a bonus at the end of the year. The bonus for this position is not small. Qin Yi smiled and looked at Kai Yi, the tone of his voice seemed to be tempting Kai Yi. This salary is not low for a non-listed company, and these veterans actually make a living from their shares, not just from their salary. Then don't you think it's inappropriate for me to sit in this position? Kaiyi raised his eyebrows and looked at the three people around him. In an instant, the other three shook their heads. Oh, what's inappropriate about this? Qinyi said. It's almost the same as before, nothing different, it's okay. Li Hu also said this. After all, he is just a nominal director and has no shares, so there is no need to worry. Kaiyi nodded. He didn't expect these three people to agree so easily. Fortunately, I am not an undercover agent from Yihan's side. If I were really an undercover agent, I would be able to steal the secrets in a minute. However, at the same time, Kaiyi also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yihan, that stingy guy, didn't pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund for himself. Otherwise, if I go through the process again, I would be exposed instantly. Okay then, but I have to make it clear that I know nothing about operations. I know you want to shut up netizens, but I don't want my information to be exposed online. After hearing Kaiyi's words, Qinyi immediately made an okay gesture with a smile. Okay, don't worry, your privacy is absolutely guaranteed. Kaiyi nodded, and then silently brushed Qinyi's arm off his shoulder. Although I know Qinyi has no other intentions at the moment, I still feel a little. Qinyi noticed Kaiyi's actions, but just raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. After the matter was finally resolved, everyone hurried to follow the process. After seeing that everyone else had left, Lu Ruya sat down next to Kaiyi. She looked at Kaiyi embarrassedly, then reached out and gently held Kaiyi's hand. Kaiyi, I'm really sorry to trouble you again. Lu Ruya said apologetically. Kaiyi rubbed Lu Rui's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sister Ruya, what is there to be embarrassed about? On the contrary, I should be happy. After all, I'm getting an extra salary. Kaiyi said with a smile. Seeing Kaiyi like this and confirming that there was indeed no impatience on Kaiyi's face, Lu Ruya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll have someone clean your office. Lu Ruya said, and took out her cell phone to instruct something. Seeing this, Kaiyi directly held down her hand as she was about to take out her cell phone. Office, I have an office too. Kaiyi frowned slightly, almost forgetting about this matter. If he couldn't share an office with Lu Ruya in the future, it would be a big loss of fun, especially since he disliked Wei Zong's original office. After all, with Wei Zong's promiscuous personality, who knows if there are any infectious diseases inside. Kaiyi just thought about it for a moment and couldn't help but frown. Yes, after all, you are now the operations director, so you really need an office of your own. The operations department is on the 8th floor, and the original director's office is also on the 8th floor. Don't you want to go? Seeing that Kaiyi's expression was not very good, Lu Ruya asked hesitantly. Kaiyi sighed softly, it's not that I don't want to go, I just feel that I'm a little far away from you. Sighed softly, it's not that I don't want to go, I just feel that I'm a little far away from you. Hearing this, Lu Rui's expression softened again. She looked at Kaiyi with tenderness in her eyes, and then smiled and said,